And when we look at what we've achieved, when we look at what we've built as an ecosystem, we are literally weeks away from the largest DAO in the history of the cryptocurrency industry, controlling one of the largest treasuries in the history of the cryptocurrency industry, built by and for the people of Cardano. We have DREPs. Training happened today. Some of you were in it. Well, yesterday, excuse me. Some of you were in it. We have Constitutional Committee. We have SPOs. A lot of you in the audience are SPOs. Tripartite government. The first time ever Constitutional Republic has been put together with liquid democracy. It's a pretty cool concept. A lot of innovation there. A lot of cool ideas there. I was just in Argentina. Very passionate community down there. We actually have some. Where's our Argentines? There we go. There's Cami. And it was so cool. We met with Malay's government. We met with the mayor of Buenos Aires. We met with so many other amazing people. And they're incredibly excited to receive us down at University of Buenos Aires School of Law for the Constitutional Convention. We're going to have delegates from more than 50 countries all around to come and talk about what Cardano should be for the next 10 years and the 10 years beyond that. And what's extraordinary is every single time we as an ecosystem have asked, hey, you should step up and do something, people step up and do something. Here's an example. When we were talking about how do we showcase Hydra, because Hydra is amazing technology. We're so excited about Hydra. We designed extended UTXOs specifically for Hydra. These types of things, this ability to move on and off the chain seamlessly. There's isomorphic. It just works. It's secure. It's fast. We said, well, we need something that everybody understands instantly, everybody's touched, everybody's done, that would put Hydra in a position where people realize how powerful the technology is. So one of the people that work with us, Trim, he messages me quite innocently over Slack, and he says, Charles, what about putting Doom on Hydra? And I said, it sounds like I'm giving you hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you're going to make that happen. And he did. Over by the booth, you can actually play on pre-prod Hydra running Doom, 35 frames per second, every frame a transaction. Now Twitter. I got something for you. Little math. You get 30,000 concurrent players, 35 frames per second, 35 transactions per second. That's about 1 million TPS. Yeah, we fucking did it. How about that? So, there's a lot of announcements. First, at the Cardano Summit, come October, a little challenge. We're going to try to get this done. So nobody's going to sleep. Because I like our Cardano Summit friends over in Dubai. Big and beautiful conference there. We're going to have a death match. People fight each other in Doom. We'll find a way to make it happen. Whoever wins gets $100,000 in USDM. How about that? Yeah, that's how we get to that 30,000 players. Why? Because we want to showcase the power of this. And that's just one of several concurrent scalability things that we've been looking at. Got roll-ups. Anybody from ZK Fold here? Well, we met Igor. There's a few other people. We can do that so beautifully because of Plutus V3. And it's coming in just a matter of weeks. We got Ouroboros Laos. The paper came out. Years and years and years of chasing. How do we beat the blockchain trilemma? Well, not only we beat it, we kicked its fucking ass. And we're working on it. We're working on it together at Intersect with all of you, prototyping in public with the people here. That's the difference of Cardano. We don't just say it, we do it, and when we do it together in the open, through the peer review process, through an open roadmap, through an open backlog with many people coming together, even Hydra. We had Adam Dean working on it, amongst others. Where's Adam? Floating around somewhere. Adam. Oh, he's actually playing. Oh, okay. So we had Adam working on it. We had so many other great people working on it. And it's the same with Laos. Just another example, partner chains. 2016, we said Cardano SL and Cardano CL. Well, guess what? We did it. Karen Chang and her team, wonderful people. They just released the beta of version 1.0 of partner chains. The very first one will be midnight. But you know what? World Mobile's here. They're the next one. There's so many amazing people coming. And every time we do it, it's a layer 2 to everyone. Trades with everybody. Brings millions of transactions into Cardano. Benefits the stake pool operators, benefits the network, and what are we selling? We're selling the most secure blockchain ever built in the history of this industry, powered by liquid non-custodial staking. And that's a promise and commitment we've made to everybody. We've maintained it for 9 damn years. Cardano doesn't go down. It's built like a tank. But it's fast now, so it's built like a Lambo tank. How about that? And we change a bit. So we had the Plutus application backend. Didn't work. People got frustrated about it. Developers weren't so happy with Plutus v1. So you know what it did? Made Plutus v2. And the community came together, created Aiken. They started investing in TypeScript. They started different paradigms. And what did we do as an ecosystem? We said, let's give these guys the resources. So I/O, we gave 2 full-time developers. The foundation for Aiken, we gave 2 full-time developers on TypeScript. Pivoted Plutus a bit to a high assurance stack. UPLCs never looked better. And all of a sudden now, you can write Cardano applications easily in different languages, quickly. That's just a few years of DevX improvements. It takes about 3 to 7 years to make a good language, and guess what? We're about 3 years into it. What does that mean? It means we have a good language now. It means we have a good DevX now. It means that people can actually build amazing experiences and things. And if you doubt me, Bankless, who's not here, look at all the booths. Look at all the people. Does this feel like a ghost chain to any of you? Hell no. They're scared of this ghost. It's a pretty real ghost. Sticky ectoplasm ghost. Use an old South Park reference. It's pretty amazing, Hydra. Pretty amazing where we're at. So I have another announcement. I said we have a few announcements. You know, for years and years and years, I was talking about merging old things and new things together. I love Lace. Lace is pretty special and magical to me. I want Lace to be the best wallet in the world, and little by little, we make it better and better. So this right here is a paper wallet. Okay, paper wallets have a problem. They're magical and amazing. You print them out, you put them in your safe. Usually you write keywords down. But here's what happens. If you print a paper wallet, printers are among the least secure infrastructure of all hardware ever made. Very easy for people to just replay, meaning just tell the printer to print the last thing it printed, or whatever's in the buffer. So you print a paper wallet, what happens? The person just prints it again, and now they have your private keys. Not so good. So what do? You encrypt the private keys. So put 2 QR codes, one for public, one for private. And I said, well, how do you encrypt it? You can use a password. Passwords aren't so secure. It's 2024. So perhaps let's use PGP, because everybody has it. It's been around since 1991. So I said, you know, it would be super cool to do a bug bounty. And we love our friends at USDM. So I said, how about we do this? Because 3M did this years ago. If you can hack it, you can keep it. Let's create a paper wallet. If you can hack it, you get to keep the stuff on it as a bug bounty. So we put $1 million on a paper wallet. And you guys can try to break it. And if you can break it, it's yours. Why? Because I believe in PGP. I believe in cryptography. And this is coming to Lace for all the assets that Lace supports, including Cardano native assets. So when you create your wallet and you create a backup, what do? Eventually, as the interface evolves, you upload your DID, which has some cryptographic credentials, it encrypts it, you print it out, you put it in your safe. Or leave it on the coffee table. Doesn't particularly matter, because people can't break this. That's usability. These are the things we're thinking about. There's so many things that the Cardano ecosystem and the broader cryptocurrency ecosystem is evolving and growing with. And every single day, people in this room, people outside of this room are united in asking the question, how do we make it simpler, faster, cheaper, easier, better? Why? Because we want crypto to take over the world. That's why we're here. We're not here just because numbers go up. We're not here just because crypto's fun and exciting and we get some good memes. I'm sure it's fun. But at the end of the day, if our goal is to change the economic, political, and social systems of the world, what ought we do? We ought to make the system that does that easy to use, effective to use, and usable for everyone in the world, not just a few people. So that's the point of Lace. That's the point of Hydra. That's the point of games. That's the point of governance. That's the point of peer-reviewed research. That's the point of what we've put together as an ecosystem, is to make these things work. It's a harsh industry. That's why I say eventually true. It's really harsh. It's tough. It's hard when you do amazing things as an ecosystem, when you write incredible papers, you solve incredible problems. As a project, you work hard every day, 80 hours a week, 100 hours a week, sleepless nights. Don't spend time with family, miss the death of relatives. You're not there for special events. And after you put on all that effort, then somebody says you've done nothing. You've achieved nothing. You are nothing. But you know what? The most valuable advice I've ever gotten is widen the aperture. Over the horizon of time, look at what we've done in 10 years. We started as an idea on a whiteboard with nobody. No papers, no code, and we're here today, now. Think about that. Because we have principles and because we care. And not once did we ever violate the core of who we are. We still write papers. We still do the formal methods. We still are rigorous in what we do. And that's why Cardano has been up for years and years and years, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's why when they try to DDoS us, not only does it fail, we take their money. That's because of you. It wasn't me. It was a community member who did that. Don't fuck with Cardano. It's who we are. We never once compromised, and we never will compromise. And that's why I'm so proud. People say, aren't you scared about Voltaire and this decentralized government coming in? Aren't you worried? You know, first it's the press, and they always hate everybody. They think everybody's stupid. I say, no. This ecosystem's a lot smarter than me. I made Plutus. They made Aiken. Come on. I'm excited to actually turn this over to everybody because you know what? Collective intelligence is so powerful. Your ability to coordinate and collaborate, to work with other people, verify what other people are saying is true, and solve problems together, that is what makes the difference. That is what builds great things. You get 3 people together talking about something, you get a paper. You get 1 million people together talking about something, you go to the moon. That's called the Apollo mission. We have millions of people. What can we do if we're united, if we're working together? There's been so much thought over the last 2 years that have gone into Voltaire and the collaborative model. It's not perfect. We call it minimum viable governance for a reason, because the minute that it comes out, you know what's going to happen is we're going to change it. We're going to demand new things, new voting systems, more inclusive ways of bringing people in. Say, perhaps we should go to multi-resource consensus. Well, we got a paper for it. It's called Minotaur. What does that translate to? You can vote with more than just ADA. You want it? Let's get it done. Let's figure it out. Let's put it together. And there's going to be dozens of people, some in this room, some not in this room, who now have the ability not only to demand it, but to vote on it and get it done and push it. The Cardano budget is the greatest single example of that. There's 1.5 billion ADA sitting in a treasury, ready to go for a budget to be pushed against it. And there's a huge debate starting at Intersect, and it's going to broaden, and every D-Rep and every Constitutional Committee member is going to have an opinion on it. And all the podcasters have an opinion of what should we fund. How many people keep saying, we need marketing, we need branding? Yeah, I completely agree, because it's about time we get some credit for the crap we've done, especially when Vitalik copies us. But how much do we spend? Who gets the money? What checks and balances do we put in? What's the audit and oversight look like? What is the ROI on that for us as an ecosystem? These are the questions, because every ADA matters. We all paid into it, 20% of each block reward. It's the people's money. That is the conversation we're having right here, right now, together as one community, out in the open, out in public. And it's messy, and people are passionate, and they're going to say stuff. But you know what? I guarantee you we're not going to wrap a bunch of private jets for $180,000. What we're going to do instead is we're going to communicate with one voice and one community, and we're going to figure out a way to show the world what we've built, which is the successor to Bitcoin. Cardano only exists because Bitcoin allowed it to exist. I know this because I started with Bitcoin back in 2011. So many of Bitcoin's ideas are embedded in the DNA of Cardano. They came up with UTXO. And we said it would be great to have smart contracts on Bitcoin. And all of these amazing people came together, and what did they do? They came up with conceptions of extended UTXO. And you know what happened? Year after year after year after year went by, and they say, we just don't do that in Bitcoin. So you know what we did? We put it in Cardano. Where did Cardano native assets come from? Well, there was this thing called color coins. I think it was around 2011, 2012, very long time ago, before almost everybody was in this room. And for years and years and years, people said, if only we evolve Bitcoin just a little bit, we can make it a great environment to issue assets on. And you know what happened? It never got done. I remember Chroma Wallet. I remember all of these guys. They're friends of mine. The same with Mastercoin, when it tried to build a layer 2 just to add some stuff back in. And you can go down the list one after another of so many amazing ideas that came out of the Bitcoin ecosystem, and we owe them for that. We should never discount the innovation. We should never discount the creativity. Their one failure was governance. They never figured out how to upgrade the system beyond the founder. And no matter how brilliant the founder is, no matter how great the technology is, eventually it's not fit for purpose. And the best it can do is whatever it was originally designed to do. So it's digital gold, and it will be worth billions and trillions for the foreseeable future. But that's not going to change the world. You can't run a government on it. You can't run an economy on it. You can't run a voting system on it. You can't run the world's supply chains on it. Believe me, we've tried. So instead of complaining, there was an ethos in the Bitcoin space. They said, if you don't like it, fork it. Well, we couldn't fork it because the code wasn't good. So what did we do? We built Cardano. That's what we did. And it has all the same principles: the deflationary monetary policy, the decentralization. We know it because we measured it. We were the first to create the Edinburgh Decentralization Index, and we look pretty good. And we recognize the single most important thing is to give everybody in the room a voice and a say. You don't have that with Solana or Ethereum or these other guys, but you have it with Cardano. So that's what we did. We gave them a say with on-chain governance. Is it perfect? No, but I'm not going to write a blog post saying just because it's hard we shouldn't do it. We do it because it's hard. Because if we solve this problem, we solve it for everyone in the entire industry, and every single dApp benefits from it. Every single dApp can use that governance system. Every single dApp can benefit from that pool of governance people. It'll take years for the industry to realize these things, but we're not going anywhere. We don't lose people. We gain people. If you get 0.1% better every single day, in 2 years you double. Think about that. Think about that. 0.1%, can you even tell that? And that's the story of Cardano. The slow, methodical march towards a better future. And each and every person in this room, each and every project here, you're part of that. You're part of an extended family. And we keep at it. We solve problems, and we can work together. This very event is an example of that. There were competing events, NFT XLV and Rare Evo. And JJ Seiler, where's JJ? There he is. I called him out. I said, JJ, he's my chief of staff. You gotta negotiate. We gotta get these events to merge. And it was tough. You know, both sides had some grievances. Both sides felt that they should be the community event, or at the very least, they have their own thing. But for the good of the ecosystem, it didn't make sense to have two events right around the same time in Vegas. We're not that big yet. So you know what happened? They talked to each other. They listened to each other. And they worked something out. Could we do this in Washington? Can we do this in politics? No. But we can do it here, in this room, with these people. What does that tell you? That when we talk about the budget of Cardano, hard forks, the roadmap of Cardano, when we talk about how can we be competitive, what are we going to do? We're going to listen to each other. We're going to disagree and commit. We're going to get things done. We're going to teach the rest of the world that we can still work together. We can still trust each other. We can still get things done. That's the lesson of Rare Evo. And look how amazing this event is as a result of that. Look at all the people here. So, a lot of cool stuff coming. We're just getting started. Constitutional Convention. God help us all. That's going to be a fun one. Very tough. After we get the Constitution done, we still have to vote it on-chain, the ratification. That's going to be tough, too. A lot of good people are working on it. Lace is finally coming into its own. It's an amazing team, great people. If If you have a chance to drop by the booth, you can see some of the other things we've worked on, like Reflect is a great example right over there. Just got Chrono shot out, a whole bunch of other things. Games are such a vital and essential part of adoption and growth, and that's why they're here. If you take a look at the booth, we also have Hoskinson Health and Wellness. People ask me about real-world use cases. They say, what about blockchain for XYZ, blockchain for A, B, and C? And I say, I agree. And you know what? I'll do it myself. So we have a clinic. We're going to try to find ways to bring everything we do in that clinic into the cryptocurrency ecosystem because it restores integrity and gets things better. Got synthetic biology company. We almost got them here, but next year for Rare Evo, we'll be able to showcase some cool stuff from that. And again, I'd love to use it for the carbon markets and track and trace. Input-output is changing as an organization. We're always going to be building Cardano. In fact, we have a whole division. Ricky Rand. Where's Ricky? There he is. That's a GM of IO Engineering. He leads our engineering division. So they're the guys that work with Twig and Well-Type. Remember Duncan Coots? He's still around. Cardano Wizard, OG of OGs. And dozens of other development companies to build Cardano as a coalition working together through Intersect. But IO is also a venture studio now. Input-Output Group builds companies like Midnight, like Reflect, and dozens of others. And every single one of those has our principles. We build on Cardano. We build all kinds of interesting experiences. We get it done. So I'll close with Midnight because that's the future. And it's the next generation of blockchain technology. It's the last mile problem. We're almost there. We're in the third generation. With Leos and partner chains and Voltaire, we've solved the third generation. We'll win that fight. We're still in it. We're still competing. No one's won it yet, but we're going to win that one. So the fourth generation is just getting started. And what is the fourth generation? The fourth generation is about how do you bridge the legacy world and the crypto world together. And for that, we realize you have to solve a very fundamental question. How can a blockchain keep a secret? Real world business, real world applications, they have a public side and a private side. And right now, blockchains are super good at the public side. They're auditable, transparent, they're time-stamped, easy to use in that respect. But then when you go to privacy, would you guys feel comfortable with every email you've ever sent, every web search you've ever done, everything you've ever bought on Amazon being made public? I don't know. I'd get a good deal for hemorrhoid cream, you know. Probably not a good thing, right? We have a private life. Probably should keep it that way. So how the hell do you blockchain the entire world if you only do one half of the world? And the magic of Cardano is we knew this back in 2016. So we planned for it with partner chains and with Midnight. And when we bring this in, we bring in the other half. And we get it here first, and then we get to sell it to everybody in the entire cryptocurrency space. So Iran is going to be speaking. It's going to be a great keynote. You guys can learn a lot about that. But it just shows the innovation here, and it just shows how not only are we thinking about the fight today, but we're thinking about the fight in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Where do we need to go? And every day we get stronger because when we get to that next level, which is so complicated and hard, we get there from day one with decentralized governance, from day one with one of the largest treasuries, from day one with a humongous base of developers, from day one with so many powerful people who are smart, fired up, excited, ready to go in hundreds of real-world use cases instead of a hypothetical. That's the magic of progress, and that's the magic of rooms like this. So thank you for being in the room. Tell the people who aren't how much they missed out, and next year, it's going to be a lot bigger. Thank you, everyone. Cheers.
morning, mic check. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, Cardano community. How you guys all doing today? Awesome, awesome, awesome. Hope you guys enjoyed that chat from Charles there. What a gem in him and just what he's done for the community here. My name's Freed, for anybody who hasn't seen me, fellow content creator here covering everything in Cardano. I've got the pleasure of introducing our next speaker here for today's day number 1 at the Rare Evo conference. We're going to be discussing the dawn of a brand new era in Web3 focused on data privacy and just personalization of your data, right? Making sure to be able to keep that safe and to be able to do with that as you wish, as it should be. So without any further ado, if you guys would please join me in giving a warm welcome to Algorand Barak, the leader of the Midnight Network.
Thanks, man. Thank you. Good morning. Very excited to be here. Can you guys in the back hear me? Very good. First time for me at Rare Evo. Anybody else here first time? Thank you for not leaving me hanging. Already met a couple amazing people, amazing technologies, really love this industry, but I can't help but feel we're facing a challenge with respect to our industry getting adopted by the world. And it kind of reminds me of something I experienced about 10 years ago. I was part of a fintech startup that was going to revolutionize fintech industry by sharing data with encryption between the banks. Investors loved us, media loved us, customers loved us, until they heard we were using the cloud. Believe it or not, 2014, the cloud was not yet a commonplace in the banks. Now, don't get me wrong, they all knew this was the future. And a few years later, everything was cloud-based, right? But back in 2014, they just couldn't make the leap. They were citing other person's computer, security issues, operational issues, cost issues. They just couldn't cross the chasm. Today, our industry is somewhat experiencing the same thing. What we're seeing is an amazing technology that the world recognizes is going to be the future, but just can't cross the chasm and get there. So we try to figure out what was going on. Am I getting slides there? There we go. And we talked to many customers trying to figure out what is holding them back. What is the issue? 3 things came up on top: privacy, predictability, and stability. With respect to privacy, you just heard Charles talk about the private life and public life. How many people here, I don't think, are going to have all their bank account and transactions all for the world to see, right? There are certain things we feel need to be kept private, and this is not just for consumers, also for enterprises. Enterprises are not comfortable putting all their public, all their confidential commercial information out in the public. We got to figure out how to protect this if we're going to enable them to use our technology. And there are even laws and regulations like HIPAA and GDPR that require people to hold data confidential. Now, with respect to predictability, I'm talking more about cost predictability. Ask any public company CFO or CEO about setting expectation, exceeding expectation. Budgets have to be set. Projects have to be approved. How can we do that when the P&L is subject to transaction costs fluctuating? One day 50 cents, the next day $50. It's never going to happen. We got to get this thing under control. And lastly, with respect to stability, I'm talking about operational stability. When you deploy an application on a Web 2, right, you go to Amazon, Azure, I don't know, Google, right? They give you multiple servers and different availability zones. If one of them fails, we got you. And if something goes wrong, you have a phone number to call somebody to choke, right? With a decentralized architecture, who are you going to call? Ghostbusters? I don't know, right? It's not actually an issue of server uptime because we got hundreds of servers, thousands of servers. The issue really is, can I get my transaction on the next block? It's like standing on a train platform wanting to get on the next car. You can have the fastest blockchain, the fastest train out there, but if it doesn't stop in your station, you can't get a transaction, you're effectively getting a denial of service. And if we can't guarantee the application is always operational, enterprises and businesses are not going to build on this technology. So we've created Midnight, as you heard Charles, as the next generation of blockchain to address these challenges. Our focus really is around data protection, protecting not just the data, but also the metadata. And we believe with these kind of technologies, we can help the world move into a new Web3 era. Now today, I'm going to share with you some of the design concepts and some of the innovation that we put in to make that happen. And we believe with these type of technologies and these type of ideas, we can see a real change in the world and bring all the goodness of blockchain to the industry and businesses worldwide. But to get us started, I actually want to talk about a trilemma, and not the usual trilemma that you think about, like decentralization, scalability, security. That's a technological issue. There's a user dilemma of how do I balance between ownership, privacy, and utility. You see, it's very hard to get the three of them working together. I'll give you an example. Medical records today are usually stored at the doctor's office. Why? Because if I store them at home, the doctor really can't have access to them, or I would need to expose them so somebody can read them. And so we store them at the doctor's office because we have no choice. We got to get the utility to get the service. But who has access to my medical records? How are they being used or misused? And don't get me wrong, the doctors don't love this either. Doctors specialize in medicine, not in data protection. This is a huge liability for them, audits, costs, et cetera, et cetera. And things are going to get way, way worse very soon, because DNA is just about to enter the game. We've now seen sequencing of DNA drop below $1,000 just a couple hours. And in a few years, what we're going to have is personalized care specific to our own biology. Where is my DNA going to get stored? How is it going to get used? If you think about it, I don't know about you guys, but every day I get a message from some company saying that my credit card information got stolen and they provide me with some compensation. If my DNA gets out there, that's an unrecoverable event. I can't get a new DNA like a new credit card. We have to figure out how to protect certain things and do that well. So we want to find a way to have the utility without compromising neither ownership or privacy. And to do that, we are going to bring in three types of technologies or concepts. First, we're going to use blockchain as a way to decentralize and have ownership and custody of our data. We're going to protect the data, protect not just the data, but also the metadata. Because it's important, not just, we can protect the data anywhere with some encryption, but protecting the metadata, that's the hard part. I don't want people necessarily to know how many times I went to the doctor or which doctor. And then we're going to use zero knowledge, or ZK, to get attestation from the private data without exposing the data. So I can show the doctor that I'm following a certain medical procedure, or they can ask a question like, have I been vaccinated for chickenpox? And future technologies like FHE can help further do some interesting queries. But the hard part here around this is a lot of people are saying, okay, yeah, magical triangle, we just figured it out. But I know there are a lot of very smart people in the crowd, and some of them are saying, sounds good, doesn't work, right? It's been tried before. To protect the metadata, you use a shielded token, so you can operate the chain without revealing information about who's using and what are they doing. But that has value, and that Sounds like a privacy coin. And privacy coins are not favored by exchanges, mainly centralized exchanges. So to get liquidity for your rewards, you're forced to go to DEXs or other means. And that reduces your access to turning your rewards into dollars that you can buy coffee with. And so fewer people are interested in getting those rewards, fewer people are securing your chain security drops down, fewer people are interested in using your chain because of that, and we got a death spiral that just ends up not being used. How can we have the cake and eat it too? Turns out there is a way to do this. The challenge is that we were trying to do too many things with a single asset. With that single coin or token, we were trying to both operate the chain, give security, governance, rewards, staking, everything. But what if we use two assets instead of one? So at Midnight, we designed a system where you have two assets to operate the chain. There is an unshielded token called Night for Midnight. That is something that everybody is comfortable with. Every ecosystem knows how to work with. Wallets, bridges, exchanges. It secures the chain, it provides rewards and governance. Holding the Night token generates a shielded resource called Dust. And Dust, because it's shielded, can operate the chain and protect the metadata. Now, a lot of people are asking, wait a second, you didn't really solve anything, but Dust is an asset you cannot transfer. It's like energy. It decays very quickly. It doesn't hold value. It cannot be used to exchange value. And so it cannot be used as a financial instrument in any shape or form. And that means that we're not kind of getting into money laundering or any kind of trouble in that area. And those two work together very nicely to give you the privacy, but still have access to all the regular stuff of unshielded token that you like to do. But the beauty of this design is it doesn't just solve the privacy. It also tackles the other two issues that we have. Because now that I have two assets, I can control the price of Dust, the shielded resource, and I can provide price predictability so a budget can be applied. In fact, it's so level that you can create a gas station. And that means that we can access Midnight as a resource using fiat. When I use Google, let's say BigQuery, I don't know how it works behind the scene. I pay $100, I get access to the API, and it does what it says on the brochure. Imagine accessing Midnight as an API, paying with fiat, and it does what it says. It would feel for enterprises and builders like any other web service. And it also tackles the issue of scalability, because Dust, the shielded resource, acts as a capacity unit. Using the example of the train, Night is like a season ticket, like a reserve capacity. And it generates a ticket for the same seat on the train. You need more seats on the train, you need more capacity, buy more Night, generate more Dust, get more access. This really helps with the issue of SLA and having operational stability. And this really unlocked for us a whole bunch of use cases. We opened up the DevNet late last year and were overwhelmed with over 2,000 applications from people trying to build things. And you see some examples here on the screen. Anything from ESG, where carbon credits could be tracked without the need to expose the vendors or the procedures. Or KYC, where you can have KYC for DEXs in a decentralized manner. Or you could have even banks use KYC to make attestation about loans to an outside institution. Banks can turn a cost center to a revenue center. Or real world assets that for the first time could be exchanged without exposing all the details about the transactions and what's happening. And you see a lot of other examples here, and I'm every day overwhelmed by the ingenuity and innovation that people bring in. But we're not stopping here. This is a little bit of a roadmap. I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of clicks here. We are just weeks away from testnet, and we'll be launching mainnet early next year. Most of what you see here on this slide is either already done or in the works, and has been the contribution of many players. In fact, Midnight is already a multi-entity project, not just IOG building this. And I want to thank the community for all the contribution and everything they're doing to help us. But having a smart design is not enough. We realized we had another challenge. How do you launch a new chain? How do you get it to be operational, active, successful? Because every other chain starting from scratch is facing the same challenge. Anybody wanting to use a chain would have to, or would want a chain that is already have a lot of security in it, players in it. And how do you grow it later? The way we thought about this is you have to kind of, you know the saying, have to walk before you run? I'd say you have to bike before you fly. Anybody here learn how to ride a bike? Not a single one? Oh, thank you. You know, the first few pedals are the hardest, right? It's like you're completely out of control. You got to kind of pedal a little bit. Once you get enough velocity, you got it going. How do we get Midnight to go from a cold start to velocity? So instead of taking the usual route of making big hype and doing all the usual things, we decided to partner with Cardano in a partner chain model where Cardano stake pool operators are going to help become block producers, secure and build Midnight. And of course, they will get rewarded and the stakers will get rewarded for that. That gets us kind of off the ground and going and gets us to velocity. But beyond that, that doesn't mean that we are forever tied to Cardano. In fact, Midnight is not based on Cardano technology. We don't share any code base. We're not a layer 2 to Cardano. We're just partnering for the launch. And later, we're actually gonna kind of part away. Once we get to enough velocity, you know, they'll let go of the bike and we can keep on riding. But it doesn't mean that we are parting away completely. We'll still have a very strong relationship with Cardano. In fact, we believe very strongly in a multi-chain world. I don't know why the tribalism exists, but developers in my mind, and I used to be a developer, use whatever tools are at their disposal to accomplish the task, and they're never loyal to one library or one service. In fact, I don't know, an example, if any handyman comes to your house, they don't just come with one tool, right? They got a toolbox with many tools, one for any type of job that needs to be done. And so we believe that the future of Web3 is one with many chains working together. And we're going to invest in that, not just technology-wise, but also marketing-wise, ecosystem-wise, funds, projects, etc. And so we will partner with Cardano for the long term. Now, to really get there and then grow, we know that we need to win the hearts of developers and make this a technology that they would want to use and be happy using. I think the first thing to tackle is learnability. People don't like to learn new things, and requiring them to learn a new domain-specific language just creates a barrier, which is why we chose to use TypeScript as our smart contract kind of framework, and also for all the APIs. And in fact, I know we're using ZK, and ZK is hard. You don't need to write all the circuits. We got some building blocks for you if you don't want to do that. And then we wanted something that is very versatile. You never know how developers are going to use the technology. Sometimes they'll use it as a layer 1, sometimes as a layer 2, sometimes they don't even call it what layer it is. Sometimes they need data protected items, sometimes none. So Midnight has both shielded data elements and unshielded data elements. And you could have selective disclosure. In fact, you can have programmable disclosure for various use cases, businesses, policies, and compliance reasons. And finally, as I said, very important for us to have composability. And we've invested in, I'd say, an unusual technology like using Pluto-Eris crypto curves that are pairing friendly with non-ZK blockchains like Cardano. So a Cardano smart contract can understand attestations from Midnight out of the box without needing to do anything extra to make things work. I want to quickly recap what we've covered. I spoke about the trilemma. How do we square the privacy, the ownership, and the utility and make them work together? We looked at the technology of blockchain, data privacy, and ZK, making that work. Using two tokens, two assets working together to give you predictability, privacy, and the stability of a chain. And lastly, we looked at how do we launch a chain, not by ourselves, but in a partner chain model, and then giving developers the things that they like to use so they can be excited about building on Midnight and similar technologies. Now, I know I was very brief, so you have a chance later this afternoon to go see Dr. Beckman, our CTO. He has a session showing you all the ways on how to build Midnight applications. And there's a booth, I'll be there, and there is a whole team there to answer questions and give some more of the secrets. But I'll leave you with this final thoughts. I think Web3 is poised to cross the chasm. It's up to us to not just fall in love with technology, but fall in love with the customers. And we do that not just building a blockchain that is fast or secure, but one that understands the table stakes that customers are looking for in terms of cost and data protection, privacy, and stability. Only then can we help them grow. And so I really believe 2025 will be a new dawn for Web3. And I want to thank you for joining me today and wish you a great conference.
Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production. Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3.
Hey, what's up, everyone? My name's AJ Wrights Crypto. Thanks so much for coming out to Rare Evo today. Before we get this off the ground, I know give me a quick round of applause for Rare Evo, for Charles Hoskinson, and all the speakers speaking at this conference. Let's go. So, that was about a 7. We need to get the energy up in this room. By a round of applause, who here is excited for the next crypto bull run? There we go. There we go. That's more like Sin City. I love to hear it. So by a show of hands, who here knows what an Android is? Everyone, there's iPhones and Androids. Everyone knows what an Android is, right? And you know what an Android is because of this man that's about to come on the stage right now, the CMO of Algorand, Mark Vandenberg. Perfect. All right. So, Mark, you're the CMO of Algorand now. But first of all, how are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I feel honored to be invited into this community here.
Sure. Amazing.
Yes.
So, you're the CMO of Algorand now, but previously in your career, you're instrumental in making Android a globally recognized brand. And and not many people can say that they have had that kind of success with global marketing. So I want to know, what was the meat and potatoes of your strategy with Android?
Yeah. So, well, before I take full credit of the success of all of Android for the past 10 years, let me just say this. Android, to begin with, was a great product. And so at Google, we had this expression, when you talk about marketing, the role of marketing is to bring the toys to the kids. And so we had great toys to begin with. And so we had great stuff to work with. But yeah, from a marketing perspective, the role was really to bring awareness and visibility to Android all over the world. And so our strategy was really focused on 2 things. One is to have a very strong, differentiated, strategic narrative that would resonate and that would set Android apart from iPhone, of course. And so that was the first thing. And so we focused heavily on open versus iPhone closed. We focused heavily on choice. You can buy a big Android phone, a small one from any OEM that you want, versus iPhone you could only buy from Apple. And then the third one was innovation and all the Google innovation that was brought together. So strategic narrative was the first key thing that we did. And the second thing was really heavily focused on the community of developers, the community of builders, and the community of hardcore Android fans. And we called it the Android Army. And our Android Army would go to battle against iPhone. And so every single time Apple would launch a new feature, the Android Army would swoop in and say, well, that feature has been on Android for 2 years. And so that was really the core to our success.
So the obvious follow-up question here is, you've had success with Android. How do you plan to replicate that success with Algorand?
So in a way, it's quite similar, right? I think it's you have the community of the developers and the builders, and the success of Algorand really depends on the vibrancy of the ecosystem and the apps that are being developed. And so from a marketing perspective for Algorand, we're going to invest heavily in attracting new developers and new builders to our platform and really growing that ecosystem. And that's the core of basically our marketing. But the second part is also the strategic positioning and the strategic narrative. And so at Algorand, we really heavily focused on this idea of enabling solutions at real world scale. And like with Android, we feel we have a great product, right? So we start with a product that is not in beta, and a product that doesn't go down, and a product that doesn't have high failure rates, and a product that has instant finality and has all the things that you need to deliver a Web3 app for the real world at real world scale. So it starts with that, and that's where we're going from there.
Yeah, and marketing just in general is not easy at all. And I'm sure at Android, you've had some bumps in the road. And with marketing, you try, you fail, you try, you fail, and eventually, so my question is, when the ship goes sideways or when people become unsure, what is your go-to strategy?
Well, I think it's like with any entrepreneurial projects, right? I think you need to have perseverance as an entrepreneur. You really have to see you have to see in the future, and you have to have a strong belief of where you're going. And specifically in the case of Algorand, for instance, we have a very strong mission. And our mission statement is to power a world where information has integrity and innovative solutions can scale. And that, for us, is a really ambitious mission, and we're really keeping that kind of end goal in mind, and that keeps us going no matter what, like the token prices of the day. And so that's one thing. And the second thing is really the vibrancy of the ecosystem. It's like if you see what all these builders are building, what all of these app developers are building, it's quite amazing. And so that generates quite a bit of energy as well. And so those two things together are really exciting to kind of keep going and push forward.
Yeah, for sure. And we're at a crypto conference here, and I'm sure a lot of people in this room, there's projects building, someone building an NFT project or a meme coin, or someone out there that just wants to get more likes on their Twitter post. What, in one or two sentences, what's a quick, blanket market strategy that you would say to someone trying to get better at anything?
A market strategy in a box.
Yeah, in 2 sentences.
In 2 sentences. Well, I think the first thing, and I mentioned this a couple of times now, but strategic narratives are absolutely critical. And I think as a founder, as an entrepreneur, you have to know what it is that you're building. You need to be able to communicate this effectively. And you need to know where you stand in the world and how you differentiate. If you can't basically tell that story in 30 seconds or less, then you really have to focus and fine-tune that story until you got it absolutely perfect. That strategic narrative is absolutely critical. And then the second thing I would say from a marketing perspective, specifically in the crypto space, it's all about community building, right? And so you have to be authentic. And so coming across as an authentic marketer, as somebody who really says what he believes and is not trying to spin things. People always say like marketing is spin, but if you're using marketing spin, you're not doing it the right way. Like marketing shouldn't be about the spin, right? Authenticity is a really core component of what you should be doing.
And what I really like about what the marketing strategy with Algorand has been, we're at a crypto conference now, but just earlier this summer, Algorand was the only crypto project at a developer conference in Berlin. Yeah. So kind of tell me about, the attempt in mainstreaming blockchain development and why developers are your target demographic.
Yeah, so developers for us are our core demographic, because we believe that if you're going to mainstream blockchain, you have to get the developers over to your side, specifically the Web2 developers. And so from a developer perspective, we actually have a dual strategy. One is with regards to crypto developers. If you're a blockchain developer, right, and you're developing for, let's say, Ethereum, right, you have a hard job, right? It doesn't scale the way it's supposed to scale. Gas fees are expensive. There's no instant finality. So in your software, if you're building financial settlement software, you have to do all kinds of tricks to make sure that if there's a rollback, that doesn't cause any problems for you. And there's no atomic swaps. So you have to build all of these things yourselves. And so we had a project recently that moved over from Ethereum to us, and they told us that 30 to 50% of their engineering resources was spent on blockchain stuff. And if you're like, okay, any type of SaaS company, any kind of tech company, and the CTO comes to you and says, I'm spending 50% of my resources on integrating with Oracle, that CTO is going to get fired.
That's insane.
Right? Like this, that's just insane, right? So they moved over to Algorand, and because Algorand has all of these things built in, like atomic swaps and multi-sig and instant finality, now they're spending roughly 5% of their engineering resources on blockchain stuff. And that's kind of the right percentage, right? So that's one message that we're trying to get out there. But the second message and the bigger message is really beyond existing blockchain developers. There's about 30,000 blockchain developers in the world. There's 7 million Python developers. There's more than 10 million TypeScript developers. And so if you really want to mainstream things, you have to basically get those folks interested. And so that's really what our main target is. And so that's why we've developed native Python support, native TypeScript support, and that's how we're positioning Algorand also as an infrastructure piece, as a piece of a tech stack. So if you're a Web2 developer, you should be thinking of Algorand as an operating system, as a piece in your technology stack, and now we make it as easy as possible for those people to kind of on-ramp onto our platform.
It has been a big year for Algorand in terms of, technical advancements, announcements, and everything. And this isn't the first time we've spoke this year. We had an interview at Decipher in Barcelona. Great time, by the way. And, there was a lot of announcements that rolled out during Decipher. And the one that spoke to me was Coinbase with the Quest, like really helping people go on chain with Algorand. Like, where are we with that announcement since the last time we spoke?
So we get to do these interviews in nice locations, right? First Barcelona, and now Vegas. Where's the next one going to be?
Wherever you want, let me know. I love it.
So yes, so we're going to launch a Coinbase Quest in September, actually. And the whole idea behind the Quest is to get more people to experience the power of Algorand. And so it's not going to be a Quest where you watch a video and then you answer a quiz and then we'll drop you some algos. No, the idea is we'll get you to experience it. We'll get you to download our Para wallet. We'll get you to do a swap with Tinyman. We'll get you to participate in the lending pool with Volks Finance. And so we'll let you experience the power of Algorand. And so that's what we're going to go after, and that's what we're going to push for.
Amazing. So every time I do an interview like this, I always do a giveaway on Twitter, and I say to my audience, hey, if you, given the opportunity, if you could ask, Mark from Algorand, anything you want, what would it be? All right, and so the winner of this giveaway, they get credit, is at K Blockchain, and they get $250 in Algorand. K's question was, just not word for word, but it's basically, there's been a lot of technical advancements with Algorand this year, from consensus incentivization to post-quantum readiness. And now, how does the team plan to balance that in DeFi and with the tokenization of real-world assets? So the question's basically, RWAs on Algorand, and is the real world ready for blockchain?
Yeah. So there's a lot to unpack here. So first of all, yes, we're very excited about some of the new launches that we're planning for the end of the year, and specifically node incentivization. That's a fundamentally big change for Algorand, because Algorand didn't have a reward system for staking algos and for participating in node running. And so it's a fundamental change in our protocol. And the reason why we do it, obviously, is because we want more people to stake their algos, and we want more people to run the nodes, because it's going to further secure the network and enhance the network. And we think it's going to be a great success also because running a node on Algorand is super, super simple. For instance, I'm running a node in my home, and it's running on a 10-year-old Mac Pro. And it works perfectly, and it's super, super easy, and it's kind of one of the nice things about the Algorand protocol. But so that's one part. So we're very excited about launching that towards the end of the year. And then the second part of the question around real-world assets. I think for me this is like one of the biggest kind of opportunities that we have with blockchain, and I kind of look at real-world assets in two ways. There's the assets that are traceable and the assets that are tradable. Right. And let me explain for a second. So the traceable ones, that basically hints at supply chain, type of use cases. And we have I don't know how many, we have 10, 15 supply chain companies that are running on Algorand and are doing stuff like in the real world and are really, really, so we have this company that's basically tracking Italian cheese. And so the Italian cheese needs to be protected in order to call the cheese by its name. The milk from the cows have to come from a particular region in Italy, and so we're tracking from milk production of cows,
I love that,
all the way to the cheese, using a blockchain to be able to prove that the cheese is actually the real cheese, right? And so there's so many kind of supply chain applications that are currently running. There's, Lavazza is tracking coffee beans all the way from farmers in Cuba until you actually buy the package in the store, so you can actually track publicly, which farmer was actually producing the coffee beans that you're about to have. And so we have, supply chain companies that are doing carbon insets, we have supply chain companies in gas and oil, et cetera, et cetera. So that's kind of the first aspect of real-world assets. The second aspect are the tradable ones, the assets that you typically tokenize and that you can trade. And so, again, so many companies that are doing that, let me give you one example. TravelX, I'm not sure if you've heard the company, is a company that's tokenizing airline tickets. So they've tokenized millions, roughly, I think it's over 10 million now, airline tickets. And so what that means is they create a secondary market for airline tickets. So you can buy an airline ticket, and then you can sell it. You can sell it to your friend, you can give it to your daughter, you can basically do whatever you want with it because you own it. It's minted as an NFT, so you do whatever you want with it. And so there's no airline that's going to say, well, you can't sell, you can't resell. There's no airlines going to say, I'm going to charge you $100 to kind of resell your airline ticket. None of that. So it's completely creating a completely new market that didn't exist before, that adds significant utility to people. And so many examples of tokenized assets. We have, tokenizing gold, money market funds, etc. We have agricultural commodities that are being tokenized and then used as collateral to get microfinancing. So many opportunities there as well. So very excited.
I feel like the world is certainly ready for blockchain then.
It
Certainly.
is happening. And that's the thing, like despite all of the FUD that's happening and all of the uncertainty in the blockchain world in the US, we also have to think about this is a bigger market than the US alone. Like there's a whole world out there, and we see lots of these opportunities having real impact everywhere in the world. And the US is kind of a little bit behind in that regard because of all the issues that we know of with regulation, but like it is happening everywhere, and it's super, super exciting to see.
I love it. So, you know, my job here, I do have to dig for the alpha. Yeah, it's my job. I will squeeze it out of you if I have to. I'm joking. But, you know, I don't know if I've heard a rumor, but I don't know if you're allowed to answer this question or not. So maybe like blink once for yes, twice for no. The rumor I heard is it true that Algorand is getting into AI?
Okay, what can I say about that? Let me think.
He blinked once.
Blink once. So, I mean, first of all, I mean, we're like, all these activities, all these initiatives, they're all kind of bottoms up, right? They're all driven by our ecosystem. They're driven by our projects. So it's not like the foundation will come in and say, we will have an AI strategy and here are the things we're going to do. No, it's all kind of bottoms up. And so so there's lots of projects that are actually working on AI related stuff. And so let me give you a couple of examples. So one area where we see a lot of activity is around the veracity of information, right? It's more the impact of AI. Like how do you know that an image is real, right? When it hasn't been doctored by AI. And so we have this company, very interesting. So what they're doing is they're including blockchain technology straight into the image platforms. The platform, the scanner that generates the image, the blockchain technology is integrated straight into the hardware. And so the moment an image is taken, a hash of that image is stored on a blockchain. So that image is now, you know, immutable. And so there's a track, and you can basically track what happens to that image. And if the image is doctored, you'll know because the hash won't match up. So that's one area, the veracity of information, where we see a lot of initiatives. The second one is, I think, where AI can help blockchain. Like we have an LLM. One of our projects is running an LLM that allows you to query the blockchain. You ask it questions like, okay, give me the balance of this account, or tell me what the last 5 transactions are on this account. And so it's basically a conversational interface that allows you to query the blockchain and get any information that you want from it. And so this is, of course, the first step. And the next step is that the agent will be able to take actions, right? So you could be able to say, I have 500 algos, I want to invest it in a DeFi protocol, I want to get a minimum return of 5%, and I want to have minimized risk, you know, go ahead and invest at the lowest possible risk. So that's obviously the next step there.
Wow.
And I think the third category is more where blockchain can help AI, right? That's where the deepen networks fit, you know, sharing GPU resources or decentralized training of models, making AI models more censorship resistant using blockchain. So that's kind of the third category of activities.
Amazing. So that's really good news because like we said in the beginning with Andrew, it's like strategic narratives,
Yeah.
and for that, it's certainly great to hear that Algorand is eventually going to really spin into AI. That's amazing. So I do want to talk about the commercials. I love the commercials. Algorand went viral with that first commercial. That was amazing. Kind of walk me through the process on like how that got
I wonder if anybody
going.
has seen that commercial, the supermarket commercial. Has anyone
Raise
seen
your hand
that?
if you saw the supermarket commercial.
Yes,
Okay,
there we go,
We got
there
a
we
bunch.
go,
We got a
there we
bunch.
go.
Love it.
Okay, great. So the whole idea is, so this is actually funny because, you know, I started fairly recently at the foundation. I started in March of this year. So, and I was like 2 weeks in, and I was engaging with the community and talking to them and like, you know, getting feedback from them. And so one of our community members, Governor Hat, a very prominent member of our community, sent me a tweet and said, a public tweet, and said, like, Mark, this is a serious script. Please read the script, and it would be great if you could turn it into a video. And I looked at the script, and it was the script for the supermarket commercial, right? And so I looked at this like, that's actually pretty cool. We should go do this. And so we found a small crew in New York. We didn't wrap any private jets, but we found a small crew in New York who could do this very low cost. Cost us like $20,000 or something. And so we shot this video, and then we launched it, and it kind of broke crypto Twitter. Like it's like
It
it's
did.
went completely bananas.
Yeah. I mean, so, obviously, my job here is to dig and dig for the alpha. When are we going to see a new ad?
Well, why don't we premiere the next one right here?
Right here, right now?
Right here.
Let's do it.
Shall we do
Let's
it?
do it.
Okay.
Roll the tape. They're working on it.
No sound.
It's okay. I don't know.
I get a two colors coming right up. Tap right here for me. Oh, it actually didn't go through.
Well, we'll be releasing it today on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'll be 61.40 and then tap right here.
Let's just leave it at that,
Can
I
you
mean,
guys hear that? No. huh?
No. There's no sound. It's okay. So if you want to see the full ad with sound, it will be released on Twitter in 10 to 15 minutes. And we're also doing a $1,000 giveaway for anyone in the Algo fam who wants to. You'll see it on Twitter. There's a $1,000 giveaway that's attached to this ad. So if you want to head over to Twitter in the next 20, 30 minutes, then it will be there. But with that said, Mark, I appreciate your time. Thanks so much for coming out. Rare Evo, we love you guys. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it.
Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support.
His slide deck?
Yeah.
All right, Cardano community, the great conversations continue. We've heard from Charles, Ron about the Midnight Network, and most recently AJ. So we've got an additional conversation coming up here discussing risk, but then also emerging markets. There's a lot of liquidity here within the United States or a lot of developed countries. But I'm excited to introduce to you guys John O'Connor, the CEO of RealFi, for our next conversation. So without any further ado, put your hands together as he comes up stage. Knock him out.
Thank you very much, everybody. My name is John O'Connor, and I am here today to talk to you about RealFi. At RealFi, we believe that people should be able to raise capital no matter which country they're in. Sorry, some technical difficulties. Can I get a little help up here? Sorry guys, maybe take a quick break whilst we we work out the technical.
It's the wrong slide deck. Okay. It's the wrong one. Let me go.
All right, guys, you can take two. We'll be back. Hello? Okay, third time's the charm. Right deck. So yes, as I was saying, I'm John O'Connor, and at RealFi, we believe that great businesses should be able to raise capital no matter wherever, no matter which country they're in, and we achieve this through the power of data. So mom and pop businesses are the lifeblood of emerging market economies. They create 70% of all jobs and account for almost half of all GDP. Yet, they are ignored by a broken banking system that is incentivized to ignore them. So what do we mean by this? Well, in the United States, you're probably used to the fact that banks are the people that you go to when you've got a small business that you're trying to raise capital for. In countries like Kenya, this isn't the case. Banks instead lend to government. Where I live in Kenya, the government currently offers an 18% infrastructure bond. This sucks all of the oxygen out of the room. All private capital, all financial institutions would rather lend to government than they would doing all of the work to understand small business risk. And this is a ginormous problem. But there is a solution. What we've seen happen across the last 10 years is the emergence of a new kind of financial actor. And this is what we call fintechs, or fintech lenders. They've emerged to fill the gap left by banks, but they are not banks. They have no retail deposits. What they are is very good at understanding particular kinds of business risk. So one fintech might be an expert at underwriting market traders in Nairobi. Another one might be really good at creating portfolios of solar home systems and lending to that segment. Across the last 10 years, we have 2 times more fintechs than we used to, and they also receive 10 times more venture capital funding than they did before. But these fintechs, unfortunately, have much the same challenge in raising capital as the small businesses which they look to support. They really have only 2 options. The first is debt financing. So they'll go to a large credit fund or a large financial institution, and they'll say, look at the quality of all of the businesses that I've been lending to. Why don't you provide me capital in order to be able to lend to more of these businesses? And what the financial institution will say is, where's the collateral? Why would I lend to a portfolio of businesses in Kenya unless you can provide me with collateral? But as we discussed, these institutions, these fintechs, they don't take retail deposits. So how can they grow the amount they're lending? How can they support more of the small businesses that we really care about? The second option they have is to come maybe to Vegas or to Silicon Valley and say to a venture capital firm, look how big the total addressable market is here. Look how important this work is. And the VC might say, well, yeah, that's very interesting. But taking equity capital to be able to lend to businesses is a really expensive way of raising money. Every founder will be looking at this journey and saying, by the time I've grown this fintech to the scale that I'll be happy with, I'll have diluted myself away to the stage where actually maybe I shouldn't even be doing this at all. So even though they're doing incredibly important work, it's very challenging for them to be able to raise capital. So these challenges are compounded by, unfortunately, really massive fraud. I think when people think about emerging markets, they may also think about certain examples of scams or things like that which they've heard about. So what we've got here is 2 different companies or 2 different fintechs. The fintech on the left is the bad apple that spoiled the bunch. The fintech on the right is a really exceptional company. Both of these firms came to us at RealFi and asked for a 7-figure investment. I'm happy to say the company on the right, we provided capital to. The one on the left, we didn't. So company A, pardon me. So company A, the bad apple, they claim to have 9 million customers in Nigeria. These are smallholder farmers who they provided a smartphone to. Included in that smartphone was an app that let the farmers buy agricultural inputs, buy seed, buy fertilizer, buy pesticides, and then sell their produce on the back end. And this is a lease-to-own model. So the smartphones they do repayments with across time. On the basis of this story, they actually reverse merged onto the NASDAQ in the United States to be able to raise more capital and achieved over a $500 million valuation before a US short-selling firm, Hindenburg Research, started to diligence the company. Of the 9 million customers they claimed, they could not find a single customer. Of the $568 million this company claimed to have in their Nigerian bank accounts, they could find only $46. So stories like this create a massive perception challenge. All of the great fintechs like the one on the right, 10 million customers doing over $1 billion of lending, has done a 568x return for their seed investors. They pay the price of having fraudsters like Company A in the market. They really poison the well. So, the market opportunity for lending to fintechs in emerging markets is ginormous. It's $260 billion. The question then is, how do we find the right fintechs to lend to and provide them with financing opportunities that they actually want? And the answer is data. The average fintech has 30 million rows of lending data updated daily. The best of them use this information to grow their businesses and optimize their decisioning. Excel models are not sufficient to be able to capture the financing opportunity that this data holds. The data sets are simply too large to load. Excel cannot open 30 million lines of microtransactional data. What we need is real-time connection to the raw data, machine learning, and open banking systems. And this is what we do at RealFi. RealFi is risk management meets data. So if you look on the left of the diagram, you can see the data from the MSMEs. These are real businesses that we want to support. Their data gets ingested by the fintech lenders and is presented across 4 different areas. Management accounts, you guys are probably familiar with. These are your 3-statement models. The loan tape data is this microtransactional data, these 30 million lines updated daily that I'm talking about. The third item is cash movements. Well, every time a fintech lends to a business, there should be an audit trail in the bank accounts. I should be able to see a transaction going out and then a transaction with the money being repaid coming back in. And the final piece of data here is impact data. Who are we lending to? Are we lending to women entrepreneurs? Are we lending to rural areas? Are we lending to businesses that are offsetting climate change? All of this rich information is important for us to understand the social good that we're generating with our capital. So at RealFi, we take all of this information, we ingest it, we clean it, we structure it, we standardize it, and more importantly, we interpret it. Jack Ma said that data is the new gold. Well, I think there's a lot of data, and what's more important than data is interpreting it and turning it into executable outcomes. So at RealFi, what we do to protect investors who are interested in participating in this space is, first of all, we catch fraud. Whilst it's very easy to manufacture your management accounts, it's very difficult to make those management accounts match the microtransactional data you have in your loan tape and also match the transactions which are coming from your bank account, these deposits and these receipts. So we build this 3-legged stool which lets us invest into this emerging market segment with confidence. The second thing we do is model the future. So we use these loan tapes as leading indicators over what's about to happen in the future. The third thing we do is scenario tests. We can check about the ratios of debt to equity or asset coverage or all of the other things investors might care about. And finally, we can track impact. We can understand what every single dollar generates in terms of social good. And this is what RealFi does. So you can see on the left is our deal discovery and monitoring platform. This is where, as an investor, you can learn about various deals, you can expand through our data-driven underwriting process, and after you've deployed capital, you can also monitor the status of your investment. This is really important. Rather than just diligencing when you deploy capital, what about understanding the current health of that investment in the real world as time passes? The second thing we have here is our data-driven decisioning. So this lets us look through a portfolio and see segmental analysis. Is it better to lend to men or to women? Do the default rates vary across these two segments? Well, actually, in emerging markets, they do. It's much better to lend to women. And as an investor, you might be interested in only supporting a particular segment where you're comfortable with that risk. And finally, impact analysis. So this is where you can see what social good you're generating on every dollar that you deploy. All right, so who are we? Well, I'm John O'Connor. I was the first hire of Cardano Foundation. I've been working in IOG for many years. We have Danelle, also my partner in crime, who was CPO of Input Output before I poached him towards RealFi. We also have a proven tech leadership. We've got some great talent here from some of the largest banks in South Africa. Liam was a senior data scientist at Facebook and at Meta. And in terms of our finance leadership, we've got deep expertise across private equity, credit funds, traditional finance, and private wealth management. Okay, so we've talked a lot about emerging markets, but why is this relevant for Cardano? Why is this relevant for Web3? From our perspective, real-world assets need real-world data. One of the biggest challenges we've seen with protocols like Maple is that they let investors be exposed to companies like Alameda Research without actually understanding the operations of these businesses. So everyone was looking at the yield, seeing great returns from Alameda, but were they looking at the risk? And this is what's wrong currently with the way in which we're doing RWA. If we were to think about Tether, ubiquitous across the crypto world, the original proposal was that every dollar which was issued as a crypto token would be matched by $1 in a bank account somewhere. Tether is now the largest fintech in the world, and only 2% of its balance sheet is actually held in dollars. 50% is held in commercial paper. This is lending to large corporates, or large corporates is what we'd hope. If they were lending to Apple and Microsoft, you probably feel quite fine with that. If they were lending to Chinese cement manufacturers, you probably wouldn't feel so okay. So transparency about what people are buying is crucial, and that's the space which we're playing in RealFi. Whilst we're starting with SMEs in Africa, we think this data-driven model is crucial for RWA to become a serious segment within Web3. Okay, a roadmap and scale. So currently we've deployed around $5 million towards SMEs in emerging markets at an average return of 15%. We've got around $50 million worth of validated debt instruments currently, and we're working with investment firms and funds across the world to be able to expand the scale of our operations. In phase 2, we'd like to take execution from offline, where it currently is, onto the platform, enabling investors to have an end-to-end process from discovering an opportunity to deploying. We'd also like to build out the linkages which will let the debt assets that we're curating get moved onto the Web3 world and enable participation through the RWA space. And finally, in phase 3, we're lending to more fintechs than anyone else. We have integrated all across the global south, and we have more information about the small business in the global south than anyone else. And with that, we can do some really exciting things with both ML and AI that we're really excited about. Just one more technical error as we're about to finish up. Can someone unright click? You can tell it's a tech demo when, thank you. All right, so last slide. Well, I'll just leave you with one final thought. What happens if we succeed? So the $50 million of validated debt that we have currently, what happens if we were to fill that this year? Well, that amount of money deployed across 5 emerging markets should generate $7.5 million of interest repayments, support 500,000 small businesses, of which 65% are women-owned. And we think that's pretty cool. My name's John O'Connor. You've been learning about RealFi, where we unlock emerging markets through data. Thank you very much.
Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free.
Hi everybody, we have a panel up here for you next with Jeremy, Dale, and Daniel speaking about the supply chain in the 22nd century. Round of applause, guys. Please come up on stage.
All right, thank you. Hello everyone, it's great to be here. A lovely crowd today in Las Vegas for Rare Evo. And we're all gathered here today because we understand the value that blockchain has as a transformational technology. And not only is this prevalent in Web3, but also globally. And with me today is two very well experienced members of industry to speak on what is inevitable and what will the world look like in the 22nd century and why blockchain is inevitable, a part of that story for industry transformation and economic development. So I'll have them introduce themselves, their background, and answering the question, what is inevitable in the 22nd century? And over to my left.
Hi, I'm Dale Christie. I'm business fellow and blockchain strategist, Web3 strategist for FedEx. I bring you greetings from the Memphis area. I've been in the transportation industry my entire career, a lot of time in process improvement and quality and strategy. And in 2017, I led the first blockchain use case at FedEx. We were trying to solve a three-party scenario where we were kind of talking past each other. And from 2018 forward, I kind of moved over and have been involved with this, and it's been a fascinating journey. We were talking about this earlier. In 2017, it was all hype cycle, right? It was all a bunch of people that wanted to get rich quick and treat it like the internet and hire some smart people and sign non-disclosures and go from there. But it wasn't until we actually built a global supply chain blockchain in 2018, and it worked. By the way, the technology worked. It was all good. It wasn't until then that we realized that it wouldn't scale. And so a lot about what we're talking about today is actually the scalability at a global level. And so, you know, in that case, at this level, so with the slide behind me, at this level, there is no FedEx, there is no company, there is no industry, and there are no borders. Data knows no geographic borders. So we go to 220 countries and territories. We go everywhere in the world you can go, and so that space view is actually my lane. That's my level from that point of view. And so at that point, we get to talk with people like World Customs and World Trade and other standards entities, and I'm chair of a global standards committee as well. So we are kind of walking the talk from that point of view. But basically, part of the point here, before I turn it over from next, is that for all of human time, we've created this kind of proxy of trust that started with clay tablets, and it went to papyrus and went to paper. And so for hundreds of years, we've had a bill of lading, and it's essentially unchanged. We're at that moment in time in all of human history where that's essentially the rearview mirror. And the next iteration of that, the 22nd century, if you will, is digital. It's going to be a post-document era. And in order to do that, we need everybody to understand, look, we have to digitize these things. Once we digitize them, all kinds of things are possible. Then we get to digitalize the processes. We get to completely rethink these processes. And it will look very different, for example, crossing borders, moving product around the world from that point of view. But once we digitize, it allows us to get to all these technologies such as blockchain, such as AI, such as sensors, and all the analytics and all the optimization engines that come with all of that.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dan Petrikowski. I work at Johnson & Johnson. I've been there for 26 years. I've been fortunate enough to have the experience of working on a pharmaceutical pharmaceutical company in the growth of the pharmaceutical, biopharm, and in this space of technology. So I've seen some really incredible things. Lately, I've been working on a number of blockchain initiatives. I've got 4 blockchain initiatives that I put into production, scaled to about $15 million in savings over a short period of time. They were able to bring in 10 of the top pharmaceutical manufacturers, all the group purchasing organizations, and wholesalers, retailers, and distributors to make sure our contracting processes run smoothly. We took an 8-week-old EDI process that took, forever to download and verify and adjudicate the claims to near real time. We have about 9 projects, 3 funded in the future for blockchain, about 6 investment projects, but who cares? I mean, as I'm finding, as we get these things completed and as we get these things checked off, they're not the same kind of projects that we all used to work on, where you get something done, and you get your smart people, and then you kind of move on and forget about it. These are things that are going to kind of need a little bit of babysitting. They're going to need a lot of, it's actually like farming. You need to farm these solutions. You need to create an environment where they can grow, like a governance council, and somewhere to kind of make sure that everyone's working together to get the same yield and get more results, because we're stronger as a group, a cohesive unit, rather than a bunch of individuals. So that's what I'm trying to do, is find some very intelligent, like-minded people out there who want to take this to the next level. So if you're out there, come look us up.
Thank you. So I'd like to ask first to Dan, when you're implementing projects with blockchain, how does this impact the operating model And what are these significant changes and values?
That's a great question. Honestly, it shakes it up, stirs it up, and it's going to need to flip it on its ear. We can't keep doing business the way we've used to be doing, where you have one person who's saying this is what we need to do, we get it done, and that's it. We're going to have to be working with our what was that word to use? Competitor. Cooperative. We're going to have cooperation, where we're working with some of the people who we're competing against, but we're doing it to get to the same end goal. We need to all work together and partner, and we might have to do some things that we don't think are in our best interest, but we have to do them for the interest of technology, for the interest of driving the business and creating an environment where we can all work together and have the same information and share it through shared business rules, smart contracts, and the digitization like you mentioned.
We think for this to scale, it has to be open. It has to have an open and interoperable foundational layer. That's a key to this whole thing. So again, as I would tell you, look to your left and look to your right. These are actually teammates in this journey. And most people are very focused in their own area, and that's fine. We're in business. We're in business to be in business as well, but it won't work unless we all work together to do that. That's where I get to the coopetition piece of that. So it does change the model. Even internally, I've had to work through our own legal team who hasn't traditionally worked in the open space and some of those kinds of things. So it does change the way we think, and it changed the way we can look at each other and work with each other in a pro-competitive manner. It's not antitrust, it's pro-competitive, it's pro-consumer is what we're talking about.
So with strategic co-opetition, what is the role of consortiums, and how is it that the likes of FedEx and Johnson & Johnson actively participate and collaborate with your peers in the industry?
From my point of view, again, there's a private, so I would have internal conversations about maybe a product or something from that point of view within FedEx. But we also, because we go to 220 countries and territories, literally the space view that we're looking at is where we go. So it's going to have to work there. It won't work. This data is going to have to connect everywhere. And in order to do that, we are part of a global supply chain, a global standards entity where UPS and others are on here. And we understand it's not an anti-competitive, it's not an antitrust. That's a hard line in the sand that none of us get close to. But beyond that, there's a number of areas we could agree on. It's not about where we compete, it's about where we can agree. Safety, we saw that happen in the pandemic. We all dropped what we were doing instantly to help people around the world that we would never meet, who needed PPE, who needed ventilators, who needed other types of things, and we just dropped what we were doing and did it, right? It's the same logic here. It's pro-competitive, and it's going to take all of us to make this scale.
It's funny, we sometimes use that word coopetition too. We also call them frenemies. The people we work with that, we have been fighting for so long and not realizing that the benefit is working together. And I think that's what really needs to happen, and people need to get accustomed to, working outside of their lines of management and working with people that they might, be fighting, but, working for the better good. We're not gonna really go anywhere by ourselves anymore. This is more of a thing where we need to partner, we need to collaborate, we need to communicate. These consortiums and consortium government model or governance model is something that's just going to have to come, and it's going to come with time. You're going to have to take our lumps like everything else. There's going to be some things that are going to have to be corrected, but it's like the birth of the internet. You start out slow. It's like AI. Everyone's concerned about the benefits and the horror stories that are being boogeymaned out there about AI. Well, the same thing's happening with blockchain. We got to get to the facts, prove the value. Everyone here has a role to play in that, and the fact that they're delivering a little bit of success and chipping away at that perception that blockchain died 5 years ago, and that's not the way it is. I mean, I think the hype of blockchain died 5 years ago, but I think there's some real world evidence that this is going to go far, and I'm lucky that I have the time to get in front of it.
So, in summary, there are stages of going towards what's inevitable. And can you talk further on some of these building blocks of digital transformation before a company should start using a blockchain?
I would say that one of the things I've learned is that nobody really wants to talk about the technology in the enterprise space. If I'm going to be successful in the enterprise level, I need to be bilingual. I need to be fluent in both the blockchain, Web3 side of things, but I also need to be able to speak the language of business. The C-suite are all business people. They get it, they understand it, they have fiduciary responsibility, they're focused on risk and opportunity, and so I need to meet them where they are. So rather than me approaching this with some smart contract scenario, if I talk to the CFO and simply say, look, your average days outstanding is probably around 40, if I could help you to get 39, would that be of interest to you? Absolutely, because now I hit all my annual goals, right? Well, that actually could be a smart contract. If I deliver it on time, if I keep it at the right temperature, the right humidity, no shock, no light, then you will pay me, is no longer a net 40 or whatever, it's an instant payment. So I think one of the things is we have to focus on the C-suite because that's where they're focusing. If we can get them to say, look, if you can help me reduce my pinch points, my pain points, my resources, you know, I've got a tight budget this year, I can't add people, but I'm being expected to do more things. If we can meet them in that space from an enterprise point of view, I think they're going to be all ears.
I'd agree with him. I think the C-suite is a place that needs to have some focus done, because we're basically going to tell them that everything you've done in the past and how you've gotten successful, we can't do anymore. That's old, out of date, needs to be replaced with new technology. They don't want to talk about technology. They've gotten successful by doing a number of business initiatives, and technology has always been a bad word. I think blockchain still is a kind of bad word. Crypto is definitely a bad word in the industry. We need to overcome that, and the thing is, we can't just overcome it with minor successes. We need to overcome it quickly and get their involvement and make them understand that, you know, everything that we've done so far is going to change, and that's the world we live in. If we want to make incremental benefits and keep moving the needle slowly, let's just keep going where we are. If we want to make huge wins and we want to get the realization of the benefits and the value that's out there that's obtainable, we're going to have to change the way we think. We're going to have to turn everything we've done on its side and not start over, because I think there's a lot of things that are pretty much en route, but we do have to change this thinking.
Now, we talked previously about MediLedger and some of the operational improvements and the business model changes. Mm-hmm. What is the tangible aspects of that at the C-level that they find most attractive?
So, I mean, MediLedger is a project that's for contract adjudication. So we basically got 12 of the top pharmaceutical manufacturers, the major players in the group purchasing organizations, and a lot of the wholesalers, resellers, and distributors to cooperate. We're all on one network. We basically turned an 8-week turnaround process for loading data and adjudicating claims to sub-seconds. We're all on the same network. We all share the same information. We have the agencies that verify the correct version of the truth. They put in the rules of how a customer is identified, and as soon as they hit OK, or it goes in automatically, the whole network takes advantage of that. So when we change information through smart contracts with our people in the consortium, everybody knows who that customer is. We're right at the point now where we trust it enough where we can turn off the review process and let this thing flow automatically. So it's getting there. I mean, and it's completely a different paradigm than anyone's used to.
Let me just add a very quick tie into that. MediLedger is critical because of the healthcare systems in the country. The FDA created this thing called the Supply Chain Security Act, and it requires you to serialize all medicines as of essentially right now. So you have to have a serialization of that, whatever the blister pack or bottle, whatever the case may be. MediLedger, we were part of the original use case, the FDA pilot. The critical piece is it is co-opetition. They are all literally working together. These are competitors, and yet regulation comes into that conversation. So it's not just a bunch of companies that got together. The government is also driving some of these things, and the government understands that. So it's important to get the regulation piece out there as well, and they are a great example of that.
And so for interoperability, there is a core focus on data standards. But outside of data standards is the differences of digitization and digitalization. Now they sound very similar, especially when you look in a dictionary. They're right next door. Well, what is that critical difference, and why should people focus on this leading up to this transformation?
First of all, the proxy of trust I mentioned, which is clay tablets and paper and all those kinds of things is going away. So in a post-document world, how will you move something across a border? How will you be able to manage that? And you'll do that through digital identity. And you've got, we were talking about what Cardano's doing earlier from that point of view. Digital identity is inevitable. U.S. Customs is working right now in a verifiable credentials manner for their future platforms. So long before we get to the 22nd century, when you ship something into the United States, you're going to have to prove I am who I say I am, and that's digital identity. And there's different ways to do that, verifiable credentials and various things like that. But once you digitize, once you create something that is no longer a piece of paper, but you've taken the data from that and it's now in a database somewhere, or a blockchain, or whatever the example might be, once you do that, then you can completely rethink the processes. And so that's the difference. Digitizing is, I've pulled it off of paper. Digitalizing is, now that everything is digital, I can completely rethink processes. And so rather than supply and demand being separated by a broker, a forwarder, a brother-in-law, I know some lady, all these people that get in the middle of all these middleman scenarios, that's going to drive big disruption through that process, because now we will simply look at the data, right? Rather than shipping something across the ocean, now I can send that data ahead of time. Yes, there's a physical movement. It will take so long to get it from the EU to here, but the important data around that, the shipper, the receiver, the country of origin, all those things can move at the speed of data. And now U.S. Customs, Department of Homeland Security can all do the same analytics and optimization tools, predictive tools, what will happen, prescriptive tools, how can we make it happen. They're going to take advantage of the same technology that everybody here is in, and that's going to speed things up, and it's going to look very different than it did during the pandemic, when we couldn't get things across the border and we couldn't get things on the shelf that we really needed to. That will dramatically speed up the global supply chain in this 22nd century discussion that we're having.
Yeah, I agree with you. You mentioned the Data Supply Chain Security Act. That's huge. I mean, you got to remember, we work for a company that puts product in human bodies. So we need to make sure that it's verified and it's accurate and it's authentic. If we have counterfeiting, if we have fraud, people can get seriously injured or hurt. If we still rely on old paper batch records or bills of lading, or especially in the transportation industry, it's too late. If we have a recall, we need to know instantly who has it, where it is, and and how to go about getting it back. We can't wait and do research and say, okay, we need to pull the whole brand back because there's some sort of improper event. We don't know where it is, so we need to do pull everything back. If everything's digital, we know where everything is at any point in time, who had it, who made it, where the infiltration came in, where it didn't, and we can go based off of facts rather than casting a broad net. We can be very specific on their approach.
Verification and authentication are significant benefits that blockchain technology has, especially for internal operations. But when you're looking then at the industry and for industry infrastructure, how do you scale those systems into supply chain companies and then your industry peers or your co-competitors, as you might say?
I think the answer is open. We discovered that in 2018. It simply won't scale. So if we said, okay, here's what we want to do, and we hung an open source license, an Apache or Adobe or whatever open source license on the threshold of this kind of physical or virtual global conference room and said, stop and read this, and if you're okay with this, come on in, that's how it can scale. And that's how we've approached this since 2018. I've been around the world multiple times having these conversations, and there are a lot of fantastic conversations. The EU gets it. They're ahead of us in a lot of ways from that point of view. I've got some colleagues here. We've been to Dubai and Abu Dhabi and all around the world from that point of view. They get it more and more. And even in the last few years, U.S. Customs and Department of Homeland Security are broadening their discussion, where it's not only about bringing things into the United States, it's also them having that conversation, again, at that space level with EU, with UK, with Australia, to create this single window that allows everybody to do the same thing. Now again, how do you do that? You do it through standards. You establish protocols that are interoperable, and you know, you're going to protect your own data. It's still going to be behind your four walls, and you'll put an anonymized link out there for things like the EU's data protection, you know, privacy issues, the right to be forgotten. You're not going to put that data out on a blockchain, but you're going to be able to connect to it, whether that's an API interface. There's lots of ways to do that. I'm not on the technology side, the tech side, but there's lots of ways to accomplish that. But interoperability will be key. Digitization will be key. And once we get to that, if I can get you to the point where, okay, it's now digitized, it's now interoperable, now what could you do with that? We could have a fantastic workshop right now and say, okay, if we can get to that point, how do you then take it to the next level? Where does it go there? And I'm telling you, buckle up and hang on, because that's the supply chain of the 22nd century.
I agree with everything you said, and I'm all about it. But one thing I would kind of like to kind of stipulate and kind of enforce is, it's great that we say, okay, this is where we are. What do we do next? I think we got to be at a point where we say, okay, we know what's coming. Where do we want to be? How do we get in front of this? Because waiting for things to happen, waiting for regulations, waiting for litigation, waiting for someone to put a plan in place, it's going to be too late. We got to be the people, everyone in this room has to be the people who say, hey, we got an idea here, this is what we've seen, but what we know right now, we need to start making plans for the future. We need to start looking out for those next couple versions of software. We need to look out, I mean, look at the AI. AI is getting new versions every time. The web's getting new versions. You know, those things didn't just happen. There's planning that went into place. We need to plan ahead for the next version of the blockchain. We need to plan ahead for the next version of the consortiums. How do we get there? And when we get there, what do we want it to look like? Rather than letting it lead us, we need to lead everyone else. That's what I'm looking for.
And that actually leads to my next questions on the contributions that your companies have within the blockchain industry. And Dan, could you speak about the decentralized trust and what Johnson & Johnson is doing with the Linux Foundation?
Right now, we're just kind of in communication with Linux Foundation. You know, we have active conversations and we're working to see what fits. I don't think there's anything that we kind of understand and have mandated at this point, but we're in collaboration and we're starting to build for the future.
Yeah, what I mean is that type of collaborative model and that participation in this industry group. Is there leadership that you're looking from the industry group itself, or is this getting feedback on the solutions that comes out of?
I think we're going to get bits and pieces from everywhere. I think that's one avenue, and I think that's a real good way. I think your company, what you're doing at Cardano, is a good avenue as well. I think the industry is going to have to feel the pain points of what they don't know before they know what they know. But it's in an evolution. If I thought I was up here and going to give you, if you're here looking for answers, you're probably not going to get them. We got to figure this thing out, and I think we're at the right spot. I don't think it exploded yet. I don't think it has gotten to where it could be, but I think we have some time to shape it. I think we have some time to figure out how we want it to roll, and who's this going to benefit, and how is it going? What do we want to eliminate? You know, what do we not want to happen? I think that's a good thing to start looking at, because if you wait till something bad happens, there's going to be plenty of people out there who are going to try to take advantage of this. And let's just be honest, there are a lot of ways to take advantage of this technology. We got to get in front of it and not let the bad doers do what they want to do, and make it available so the people who are going to do and improve people's health, people's lives, you know, make sure that they have the opportunity to do it and be successful at it.
Great. So we have 1 minute left, so I'd like to do a quick lightning round. What's the biggest challenge to overcome today?
Probably the 6 inches between our ears. We are so used to what we've always done, and that got us to Web 1 and Web 2. And the leap to Web 3 is the Grand Canyon right now. So we're going to need people to figure out Web 3 companies. Many are represented here. You're going to have to create a Web 2.5 and reach down and help us Web 2 companies get there. And the Web 2 companies are going to have to see, how do I get to the next level, which then gets me there.
And what's the biggest value add?
The biggest value add is be able to work in things in real time with your people who are involved in the process. There won't have to be a lot of exchanges of data. Everything kind of flows through the system naturally. So there's not a whole lot of lag and a lot of instability. Everything's controlled. And I think control is what's going to get you where you need to be.
Great. Well, thank you both very much. This is
There's
very
another
engaging
on-time
conversation.
delivery, by the way.
And thank you.
Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support.
Hey guys, we got another panel here for you. We got Ken Hurley, Roger Arias, and Taco coming to talk to you guys about effortless integration in gaming and monetization. Big round of applause, guys.
Thank you. Hello, Vegas. Oh my God. That was the most quietest intro I think I've heard in a very, very long time. We want to thank everyone for joining today. I know there's a lot going on. Gentlemen, who are you and why are you here?
I'm Roger Arias. I've been in the video game business for 30 years, predominantly working for large publishers.
All right. And you, Ken?
Yeah, I'm Kenneth Hurley. I started Genius AI, and actually I started Graffiti Entertainment back a few years ago. Roger and I have been friends for 25, 30 years, something like that. So we kind of partnered up for this whole project.
And I'm sort of the odd man out. My name is Player One Taco, and we've known each other for about a year now.
Yeah, I'd say a little over a year.
A little over a year. So we had a really large title that the monetization and ease of blockchain integration in gaming. Want to break that down? I want to hear, Roger, I want to hear from you sort of take it because you bring a lot from graffiti in it.
Okay, you guys probably know there's about 1 million game apps on the App Store. There's almost 4 million, approaching 4 million on the Android store. And most of them, only the top 3.5% make any real money. So about 96.5% make no money. So what we're providing is a solution to that for the other 96.5%.
Okay. Ken, how do you want to break that down a little bit?
Yeah, so I started Genius AI originally just to do machine learning and AI to do things like protein folding to help cure cancer. But since I came from the game industry, we decided that we were going to integrate games in there a couple years ago. And that's why I kind of got with Roger and restarted Graffiti Entertainment because they have a lot of games that we can integrate. And yeah, so that's kind of how we started.
So we have a huge slide presentation and everything like that, but I want to break this down a little bit more for people. What is Genius at the base level?
So at the base level, it's actually its own blockchain that does AI processing or any kind of transactions, whether it's an NFT trading or a crypto token trading on our own blockchain, kind of like Monero or Bitcoin kind of trading blockchain. But it rolls up to Ethereum or Polygon, so it's a multi-chain
bridging token that does these transactions at really high speed, but it can be embedded behind any application like a game or a sleeping application or even a video playback application, anything that's on the App Store. And then what it provides for game developers is what we call negative friction monetization, because to integrate with our blockchain and our SDK, you just link to it and that's it. And then you're basically on the blockchain, but it's behind the scenes, so you don't actually know you're on a blockchain. So it's a pretty cool system that I designed since 2018, and it has an SDK available. But
And Roger, what's more a little bit on graffiti, and what does the graffiti library of games sort of, how big is that gauntlet?
Well, graffiti consists of several hundred games already that are tied to the SDK. So this will be the introductory group of games that will come out. And what we've already done is we put the SDK running in the background, so any of the games or apps that are running in the background are going to run the SDK and run the AI/ML processing. So that's what we're doing. We're already working with other developers who want to integrate their SDK, our SDK, into their games. And by the way, this includes legacy games, games that have been out 10 years ago. We're not limited to current and upcoming games, but we're talking old games can be remonetized, and that's a big deal because there's a lot of really good properties out there.
And one of the things that people sort of limit it to gaming, but it's any mobile app that can use the SDK.
Not at all. The example I use is I use a sleep app every single night. It's about 8 hours. It runs in the background. It's sitting on my bedside. It's plugged in. I'm not using the GPU. I might as well make it available for AI/ML processing. You can't spend any money in an app, a sleep app. So I then take the currency I make from that running it in the sleep app, and I spend it in a different game.
So I have a really crazy idea here that, because you guys chose Cardano as one of the main blockchains that you guys do a lot of transactions on and that you have your gaming platform, your SDK for. What happened if we put the Genius app SDK in our Yoroi wallet or in our Vesper wallet so that I'm earning crypto as I'm checking my own bags?
yeah, so we're actually blockchain agnostic. So we go to anybody. It doesn't matter to us. And so you can integrate in anything like that very easily. Just link to our SDK, and then you'll be basically doing AI and ML processing in the background, like on your wallet on Cardano. It doesn't matter to us. We have our own wallet, but that's only to extract the Genius token or the child tokens like the graffiti token back to Ethereum. Then you can take it out to fiat currencies and things like that. So we're completely agnostic. We go to every one of them. So we act as a bridge, not really a roll-up. Because we have our own underlying blockchain, and we did that because game developers use C++, and most of the blockchains are using Rust or JavaScript or Java or whatever they're using. But I came from the game industry. I've been doing games since the 80s. I wrote Rampage for the PC and the Amiga and the Apple II, and I have like 20 games under my belt. So I know how to write SDKs for game developers. And so we took a different approach where it's basically zero friction to integrate. And then we took away game developers' need to go out and find users, especially paid users, and the need for ads at all. And so that was kind of my end goal, and that's why we call it negative friction monetization, because we took away other problems that game developers had. And that's what makes us unique from all the other DPINs or the other companies that want to integrate blockchain into gaming. We said, no, you just make a game and then we'll integrate in the background for you, and you don't even have to mess with blockchain at all, or change your in-game economics to match tokenomics on the blockchain. You don't have to do any of that.
So there's nothing stopping you from partnering with like WagMe Games and some of their mobile games where they already have their own token economies and everything like that, to where you could add the SDK for Genius. Genius can run in the background while the player is playing a WagMe game, but then they could be earning a little bit of extra token to use in-game. The devs get paid as well. The game gets paid. So even if a game has been demonetized in an aspect that not a lot of people play it, or like you said, a legacy game, they can start earning money again because they already have a community behind them, right?
Yeah, correct. So, for example, what we recommend, what we talk about is that the player, the person who's playing the game, earns 70% of the AI/ML processing tokens earned, and the developer would earn 30%. We recommend something like that. Now, ideally, you would want to, if you do integrate the actual token into your in-game economics, you want that player to spend what they've earned in tokens into your game. So then you're going to make as a developer, you're going to make 100% of that. So that's the beauty of that.
So but also one of the big ideas behind that is removing ads in games, so people can play games.
That's the tend to be fallback is we'll put ads in our game because we haven't monetized the game correctly or well. So we'll throw ads in there, and if you're like me, if I see too many ads, I just want to put the game away. I'll uninstall it. But in this case, you can just remove the ads anyway, and now you don't have those disincentive for the to turn people away from your game, basically.
So I've been around for about 12 years in blockchain. One of the things that ecosystems that I'm not going to get into, but one of the founders of that ecosystem, to showcase how easy it was to build a chain in his process, live on stage, he used a brand new laptop and in 15 minutes spun up a chain. How easy is it for the Genius SDK to be integrated?
So we did this recently. So the SDK is almost complete right now, and we got a game on Unity. So we integrate with Unity or Unreal or any of that. It doesn't matter to us. It's all in C++. Coming from the game industry. So we built that cross-platform across any devices, Windows, Linux, Android, iOS, Raspberry Pis, your Xbox at home. It works on any of those. But the integration basically is literally a configuration file and linking. So it's about a 5-minute integration. And then it's up and running. And we did this last week when I was in Malaysia. We did a demo up, and my engineer just linked to the game. He had to get the game running on Unity first, and that was the biggest part. And then we put it on Android, and he just linked with our SDK, and it was off and running.
Okay. And so one of the things that we've talked about is the network scaling side of things, not only just within games or apps, but what is the next step in that, and what does that look like?
Yeah, so I'll take that. We signed an agreement with NextLogic out of the Philippines, and they had 200,000 set-top boxes. And most of those set-top boxes have GPUs in them, and they're not using the GPU at all. So when they're streaming applications, I mean, maybe if they're playing games on there, it's using the GPU, but most of the time it's sitting idle, or even if they're watching a video, we can leverage the GPU because it's completely idle. And so we, just that one group that we signed to integrate with, that's 200,000 nodes in our network. So that scaled pretty quickly. We're just about to integrate that. It runs on Android, and so the set-top boxes, so we just install it as a service, and it's sitting there operating in the background. So now 200,000 Filipinos that have low incomes are now earning money, basically, that they can use to do things like even trade it for food and things like that, because they can bring it out to Ethereum and then fiat currencies.
So you're saying I can earn crypto by watching my telenovelas?
That is correct. You can do anything you want with it. And it can all operate in the background. You don't even know what's going on. The wallet's created behind the scenes for you. And then when you take our wallet, then it will find that for you. And basically then you can extract it out or trade it for other cryptos and all that inside our wallet.
So I got to ask the big question, because this seems like this is so, why the heck, excuse my language, is not everyone integrating your SDK or something like that, or a competitor, into every app that's running in the background? Why is that not happening today, and what makes you different?
So it's not happening today because we've gotten so much demand for it. We went to the Game Developers Conference, and coming from a game background, I talked about 50 of them and did a radio show, and we got 2,000 signups the next day. And so we can't handle 2,000 people integrating. So what we're doing is we're taking the SDK and we're documenting everything, so it's kind of self-serve. But then Graffiti is going to start taking over to help integrate that in games and show how that works. So they're kind of partnering with us, and that's mainly the reason. We just had so much demand to integrate, and we're worried about security, so we're kind of tightening up the security before we actually launch the SDK and the testnet in the next month or so.
But we're all in blockchain, though. One of the things that we love here is permissionless. Is the plan to get Genius to a permissionless state to where any developer of any kind?
Yeah, it is sort of permissionless now. The only kind of permission you need is to basically become a creator, and then you can create a token in our smart contract. The nice thing is we figured out a way to actually bridge existing Ethereum coins into our smart contract by creating this child token of the Genius token. So you can do all your stuff in the regular ERC20 token, and then you can bridge out from ours back into your own ERC20 token too. That allows you to do things like fundraise, on your regular ERC20 token. and then get into our system and basically start monetizing immediately, integrating into your apps.
Okay. All right. Now, tell us, so I'm just going to break the ice. Rampage.
All right, what do you want to know about Rampage?
All right. I want people to know, remind people what Rampage is.
Rampage is three monsters that are basically tearing down buildings. It was an arcade game in the 80s, and then basically I was tasked with bringing that to all the PCs. I did the IBM PC version, the Amiga version, the Apple II version back in the day. 100% assembly language. I was the sole programmer on it, and I had one artist that was doing the artwork for me. So we brought that to the regular PCs, and yeah, it's kind of one of my first games that I did back in the 80s.
So that was one of the games I remember as a kid in the arcade. I'm not dating myself, I'm 40. So I am old as fuck. Sorry. But at the same time, games have crossed generations and it's still being played today. You know, and so one of the things that Graffiti has a huge library of classics and semi-indie games. Where do you see fitting games from the past into the future?
Well, that's the beauty of it is, you know, being in the business for 30 years, you get to know a lot of people. And in my position before, I was in acquisitions and licensing, and I met with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of developers. We know there's a lot of great games that we can go back and say, hey, you know that great game you committed, that library of games you committed, we'd really be interested in, how would you like to make some money off those games and bring them back?
Okay. So, but where do we see the growth of that? Because the gaming industry is going to be is projected to be a huge part of GDP, more than a GDP of most nations. And so are we just creating more space junk by creating more assets and more tokens? What are we doing here?
So no, I think this is actually going to increase the GDP of games, basically, the contribution that games have to the GDP, because, you know, 96.5% of the games and apps on the Apple App Store and probably the Google Play Store as well make $0, right? And so we're monetizing all those games. We don't care about the 3.5% that are making money. They do that through ads, and you know they make good money doing that. In certain regions, they can still leverage Genius to regions that they're not making money in. In fact, we had one game company say that they'd like to integrate Genius because they're not monetizing in India, for instance. So we're actually going to increase that, but how we're increasing that is through the payments of AI processing by basically reducing the cost to use a GPU by like 80%. And then, you know, you can do rendering, or you can do AI or machine learning, or you can do trading of tokens and things like that at reduced costs. And so we're bringing all that money into the gaming space, basically, and paying out developers. So we're going to actually increase the gaming GDP.
So this is the big question, though, on a lot of new chains that come up. Vaporware. You can spin up anyone can spin up a chain. I can go spin up a chain. I might have spun up a few chains. Who knows? We don't know. We're not going to talk about that. But the question is usability. Who's going to use the chain? Why is it going to be used? What is it going to be used for? And how is the money going to flow through it to the user?
Yeah, what's beautiful about our chain is it's completely private, and there's no usability for anybody. We do transactions, that's all. We do AI transactions, we do machine learning, we do rendering transactions, we do an NFT trade or a token trade transaction. So you have to think of it more like Bitcoin. Bitcoin is not programmable, or Monero, for instance, not programmable. We don't need to program anything because we're strictly transaction based. And so that does roll up to the EVMs, but the EVMs are treated in a way where they're just configuration for us. That's it. Like what the token is going to be paid out in. That's all it is. And so when you create a token, your own in-game token on our smart contract. So all the tokens that get created on our private blockchain are actually in our smart contract across the EVM things, and also on Bitcoin ordinals as well.
So that's sort of all the technical stuff. I want to roll it back a little bit because Rare Evo is a really personable conference. You get so many people from around the world coming around, sort of around one chain, Cardano, but Rare Evo is sort of expanded into a multi-chain piece, as we see today talking with Genius Chain and stuff like that. But it's the human connections. As we live in a permissionless and trustless world, we live behind PFPs, and my name's Player One Taco. You know, like what kind of connections can we have? But the human connections we make at events are what really matter. So, Roger, tell me a little bit about you.
I'm not sure exactly what you want to know about me. I've been in the business, like I said, for 30 years. I've worked for major publishers, and I've seen a lot of good games. The beauty of working for a large publisher, especially traditionally going back many, many years, even from the shareware days, is you learn to filter out products. You learn to go through it, and the vast majority of products that you see are never going to make it to the market. Something we kind of we talked about a little bit is nowadays any game can make it to the market. There's really no filter. If you can put it out in the mobile phone, it's out there, whether it's great or it's not so great. And one of the things we do, that's why there's 3 million or almost 4 million games in the Android store. One of the things we didn't talk about is part of what we're doing is we're also creating a marketplace where every game, all the games, all the apps, all the media that's running in the back that runs the SDK are on what we call the Geniusphere. So people can come in and find, hey, I want to play whatever type of game. I might as well play a game that also makes me currency, where I'm making some money at the same time.
So interoperability of token economies almost.
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. And so what got you in, how long have you been in blockchain for?
Well, actually, Ken brought me into this a few years ago and just started talking to me about it. But probably just in the last year, we really got started. Hey, let's make this thing work. And with that came the idea of building the Geniusphere and such. We said, well, you got all these great games. There are going to be great apps here. But how do you find them all? So we said, let's put them in one place. And so then we got started talking, and this is what brought graffiti in. So.
Okay. All right. Nice. And I'm going to put both of you on the hot seat in a second because I have the hot questions. But Ken, let people, what about you? What is your background?
So, of course, I started out as a software engineer, I like to call it myself, doing games. But then I started a public company back in 2005, I think it was. Took it public on the OTC markets. And it was in the gaming space. But I've done everything, like I worked at NVIDIA for 4 years where I taught people how to use GPUs, so that's why I know GPUs really well. I was teaching them how to put transform and lighting and shaders into their game engines back in the day. And then I started my own company and saw Amazon Cloud, and I was like, oh, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. So in 2013, I made a prediction, it's on my blog, about, hey, Amazon's going to smoke everybody on this cloud thing, and guess what? They have. But I moved all my servers onto Amazon. I was like, oh, this architecture is kind of cool, how this cloud works and all that. I like this. And then I went to work for Google for 4 years too, kind of helping them with the cloud side of things. And that got me really up to speed on scaling architectures in general. But I'm a technologist at heart. I love software engineering and hardware engineering and all that kind of stuff. But I worked at Electronic Arts twice. I did Chuck Yeager's Our Combat Simulator, The Immortal for the PC. Just look on Moby Games under Kenneth Hurley, and you'll see there's like 20 games on there. But then I started Graffiti Entertainment, and actually it's kind of a funny story. Roger gave me the name. So I had a company called Signature Devices that I took public. I was like, well, that doesn't really express a game company. I need some kind of new name. And so we started a subsidiary, Graffiti Entertainment, and the logo was kind of an interesting thing we found from somebody spray painting something. We made some modifications to it, and it's a pretty cool logo. And then I got into the blockchain in 2016 when they were using GPUs to do proof of work. And I looked at it and I said, why are they using GPUs? We use it for rendering. What could you use it for proof of work? So I tore it apart and figured out, basically that random data they're using to solve a cryptographic puzzle is pretty close to AI processing. The only difference is it's not random data anymore. You're just transforming, cat pictures or something, and then transforming them so you can do inference on it to figure out if something else is a cat picture. So I was like, oh, well, I know GPUs pretty well, and I know that on most devices they're barely used at all, even while you're playing a game. A 2D game is maybe using 10 or 15% of the GPU, so there's all this excess GPU power I can use in the background. So I kind of integrated games into the Genius AI system because, to be honest, my wife was playing games and spending $600 a year on a really simple game, and so I said, okay, I gotta change it. It was called Gardenscapes, actually. And so I don't mean to call them out because they're very profitable, but my wife's and my bank account, is to their detriment. But so that's kind of got me in blockchain. And then I realized that it could be integrated, so I brought Roger and I said, hey, you got to start up Graffiti again and start running Graffiti. and I'm a chairman on the board on Graffiti also to basically kind of help integrate with Genius and all that.
And now, like, we're running close on time, but one of the things that we've sort of seen a lot, is as communities grow, some communities sort of die off, but some people stay really hard and true to a game. So where I see this, and I'm going to sort of make a statement, I want you to tell me if it's real or not, because like there's some games out there that might only have like 50 still players with them. Devs just keep the library alive so it doesn't get deleted. What is your message to them, and what are you willing to do for them?
In general, our system monetizes every single player. So you no longer have to get user acquisition. They spent the game industry spent $29 billion last year for user acquisition, with a 13% basically they only found 13% paid players for that. So now you don't have to do that anymore. And so if you want your game, just integrate with this, relaunch it, and then all those players, even if there's 50, you're going to be contributing to the network. It might not be a lot of money right now, but we have economics built in where in a month, if it's only a couple dollars, it could turn into $100, and the next month it could turn into $200 because the way our tokenomics work with our AI processing.
And you, Roger, any last statements on that?
Well, just as we're really excited about getting started here, and so we're enjoying the process of finding the right types of games, the games that actually want games that are going to be playable for periods of time. Hopefully, there's games you can play for 10, 15, 20 minutes at a time. Those are ideal. We want those long-term games, of course, as you mentioned, so we can bring those back. I don't have anything else to add to that.
And so I want to say, if you are building an app in any way, shape, or form, whether it's a blockchain game, whether it's a Web 2 game, or it's an app that's going to be integrating with something, I want you to come see the Genius team. Come see us all the way in the far corner over there and see if we can be integrated into your app on the security side. We can meet those qualifications, but we want to bring monetization back into your users and back into your devs' hands. One of my mottos is devs eat first, and this is something that really allows for them to do that. And I just want to thank everyone here at Rare Evo 2024. Get ready for 2025. It's going to be here and be bigger, right?
Nice, yes.
Are you both, okay, last question. Are you both sitting in the poker tournament?
I am. Roger is not because we had to tear down the booth, so.
All right. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today, and we will see you. We have someone amazing up next, too.
We sponsored the poker tournament, by the way. So.
Heck yeah. All right. Thank you.
Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social.
Wow, bright lights. Hi, everyone.
So we have 24 minutes and 58 seconds, and we got a lot to cover. So we're just going to jump right into it. We have some wonderful, wonderful people up here today. My name is H. Payne. I'm the Director of Marketing and Protocol Relations at Shapeshift, founded in 2014 by Eric Voorhees, decentralized into a DAO, now doing on-chain, basically decentralized Coinbase. With us today, we have, starting from left to right,
Sure, Reza Shahi. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at 9 Realms. We are the core dev team that powers ThorChain, which is a decentralized exchange where you can swap, borrow, lend 8 different supported blockchains natively. So we're the only decentralized exchange other than Maya here, now that's a friendly fork of ThorChain that supports swapping of Bitcoin natively without bridging or wrapping. So really bringing true cross-chain DeFi into making it a reality.
And this is Alex from my protocol, founder and protocol lead. Like Reza you said, we are a friendly fork of ThorChain, enabling cross-chain swaps, bringing swaps and DeFi to Bitcoin and Cardano. I see many Cardano people here as well. We'll be launching that in a few months as well. And happy to be here. Thank you for coming.
Sweet. So I don't know. Wait, where's the slide? Over there. So the title of this talk is a multi-chain decentralized future. And in the next 23 minutes, we're sort of going to walk through really what we view that as and how we envision that going into the future. Literally verbatim, what we define as multi-chain, what we see as multi-chain, and then the future of how multi-chain interoperability fits into the general vibe of where crypto is going. So kicking that off, I wanted to talk a little bit about the tailwinds of why we think the importance of multi-chain exists. Like, is there really one chain to rule them all? Why is multi-chain important? And maybe Reza, you can speak to a little bit to the tailwinds as to what inspired the reason of, building something that allows for this cross-chain interoperability.
Sure. So ThorChain was launched just a little over 3 years ago, following the launch of Uniswap, which was a single-chain decentralized exchange on Ethereum. And we wanted to take it to the next level, wanted to allow multi-chain swapping across any supported blockchain natively without the need for bridging or wrapping. Because the industry at the time, and which is now even more the case, there were just many chain ecosystems that were developing. All of them, each one of them had their own trade-offs and had their own reason for existing. We didn't want to pick a winner. We didn't want to say, one chain to rule them all. So ThorChain was developed as a way to allow people to transact and move value between chains without having to go to a centralized exchange, having to take custody risk, having to go through the friction of opening an account and going through KYC. And here we are 3 years later, the need for what we developed is even greater today than it was before, because now you have chains that weren't even really a thing 3 years ago are starting to emerge. Solana being a great one that just kind of came out of nowhere, as Alex was mentioning today when we were prepping for this. And so, our mission in life is to give people the sovereignty over their assets, be able to get everything they get out of a centralized exchange experience without having to use a centralized exchange or trusting counterparties. So really, at the end of the day, the only thing that most people are going to really need to rely on human beings or centralized institutions for are, crypto or fiat on-ramp and off-ramps. Otherwise, you basically can live within a decentralized world and swap between any chain, stable coins, any supported chain on Thorchain today. And we've processed $61 billion in volume life to date. Doing about $100 million a day in trade volume. We've survived multiple hacks. The thing is battle tested. So it's live, it's ready. We're ready for the next wave of crypto adoption. And as you can see now in a number of use cases across Web 2, with Telegram, with Brave Wallet, with Proton Mail, there are a lot of companies that are bringing users on chain. More and more users are coming on chain. Even the centralized exchanges like Coinbase have built their own blockchains and are bringing more users on chain. And there's going to need to be better bridging mechanisms than the ones that exist in the industry today. Most of the ones that exist today, like the cross-chain bridges and wrapped tokens, come with security issues, come with centralization risk. Thorchain allows you to just buy Bitcoin or buy Ethereum, connect your wallet, swap one thing for the other, and just walk away. You get the underlying L1 asset. There's no accounting entry on a ledger that says you have an IOU for something. There's no in-flight risk where your assets are on a bridge that can get hacked. And there's zero centralization or custody risk, because once you connect your wallet and take your asset, you can walk away. You never have to worry about us having insolvency, and you can provably see on a screen at any time the solvency of the network.
Right on. I want Alex, could you speak a little bit more to, like, when I imagine multi-chain, I also imagine accessibility, right? And I think something that Maya really brings to the table outside of Thorchain being a friendly fork of it, right, is the accessibility of these other chains, these other long tail things where there's hundreds of millions of dollars of locked value on those stuck chains that they just can't transact on. Like the Cardano community recently, like they were like, wow, we've been waiting for a solution that will help our users interact with other ecosystems. Like we are desperate to have this happen in a native, permissionless way. Can you just speak a little bit more to like what Maya's doing there?
Yeah, so essentially, adding to what Reza was saying, most people we know have more than one token, and they have to move between them. And right now, the only choice was central exchange until Thorchain came, and now Magic just furthering that work. And the problem is there's just so many chains. Not even Thorchain can take it alone, and that's why we're here. We've been adding other chains that are not in the priority list of Thorchain, like Arbitrum, Jira, Dash. We're adding Radix, Zcash, and Cardano next this year. And we've always tried to tackle the problem also from the which chains are not only used, but also have cheaper transaction fees, gas fees in their get-go, and how do we get those connected to the safe assets, Bitcoin and ETH, so that people can move in and out when they feel at risk, when they want to store value, but when they need to use it, they have Maya as a means to move around. And yeah, we're just happy with where things are going. Like Reza said as well, the problem is just increasing faster than we can actually tend to. Like, we're happy to have competition. We had Chainflip go live earlier this year. We'll probably have more coming, but none right now in the horizon. And we need more cross-chain infrastructure. So we're here to do it, hoping for you to join us.
And I think the key here is decentralized cross-chain infrastructure. Like, it doesn't matter if the cross-chain infrastructure is there. If it's centralized and controlled by a small group, it doesn't matter, right? You should be able to transact freely and permissionlessly, and that's what's really important, and I want to emphasize that. Decentralized multi-chain, right? The ability to do whatever you want with your funds, whenever you want, however you want. Being able to go from Cardano to Bitcoin seamlessly and permissionlessly, that's great. That is the future where we're going. Any chain, anywhere, anytime. So just taking a little bit moment to talk about like the decentralization aspect of it, they are building the software and the tech stack that powers these swaps. and they don't have native front ends, right? There's no Thorchain affiliated front end. There's no Maya, official front end. There's no Maya official front end. They're building the tech stack for anyone to integrate. So technically, if you're running a wallet or you're building a dApp, you could go and build their code into your wallet and give those swaps to your users, right? You can build those in right now. You can monetize them, and you can make that happen. And that's what Shapeshift did, right? Shapeshift was one of the first adopters of Thorchain. When it first launched, we were like, that is the future. And at that point, the moment we turned Thorchain on, we turned the centralized exchange off, right? And then we decentralized the company, liquidated all of the assets, turned on tokens, airdropped them to everyone, and we said, this is the future, right? The future is truly embracing decentralization and using it as a strength, right? Because then once people can make their own individual decisions about what they want to do with their money, right? It's so much more powerful, right? Instead of having to wait for something. So I was hoping, Reza, could you talk a little bit about how people can get Thorchain or Maya into their dApps and how feasible that is?
Sure. Yeah, so Thorchain was designed from the very beginning to be a decentralized network, not just in the operations and governance layer where we have anonymous nodes that are operating the node infrastructure, securing the network and processing transactions, but also to have a way for wallets and aggregators to connect directly to the network and send trades in and send trade flow and collect revenue. And so we've developed with a few partners have developed APIs that allow any wallet, any aggregator that can sign a memo, that can sign a transaction with a memo to send in asset A and receive a quote, confirm, and receive asset B. And so the network is set up so that anybody can connect to it, any major wallet. So we are working with some of the biggest wallets in the industry. Trust Wallet is live today, Edge Wallet. We have, we are in development with Ledger, which should be live later this year. And a number of other major, there's about 30 major wallets and interfaces that support Thorchain today, Shapeshift being one, ThorSwap being another major one. And all of these wallets are able to provide their users with decentralized Bitcoin swaps, which were not a thing before Thorchain and are not a thing anywhere else in the market other than Maya, Thorchain, and Chainflip, which are still, if you think about the amount of volume that takes place in crypto on a daily basis between Bitcoin, Ethereum, and stables, that's 80% of the volume every single day on centralized exchanges. And we cover those assets right now natively without the need for bridging or wrapping, and anybody can connect to a supported wallet and trade those assets without having to open an account or trust that we're going to run away with their funds.
And so, Alex, I know we talked a little bit about Maya and being a fork of Thorchain, and I think there's a little bit of credibility here, and there's a reason why all three of us are here, right? It's battle tested. Thorchain has been around. It's here right now. It's founded. It's been through a bunch of shit, right? You've experienced some stuff. Shapeshift has been around since 2014. We see what's happened. We're still here. We're still standing, and we see the future of decentralization. And you being the new kid on the block, but standing on the shoulders of someone as battle tested, can now go and run and bring in other chains like Cardano, standing on all this other stuff. Can you speak to sort of what your experience has been there, building out Maya and including these new chains?
Well, it was a challenge because it's a really big and complex code base. It's really no joke. Also, not only the code, but all the testing around it. So it was a big challenge. And we have also a few changes we made to the Thorchain model. We call it the Maya twist. So getting those audited and working on that was difficult. But we launched fairly over a year ago to whoever wanted to participate. We gave 100% of our token away. And since then, we've had almost $1 billion in volume. Still peanuts than Thorchain, but we'll get there. It's still early days. We just launched streaming swaps last month, which was also a big deal for Thorchain back then, last year. So green pastures ahead, and especially with more chains and more ecosystems joining the party. So yeah.
Sweet. And so I want to speak a little bit about the future of getting a centralized exchange in a decentralized way, right? When you hear, oh, I can trade my Bitcoin for Ethereum, there's always in the back of our mind, probably if I told you that right now, you'd say, okay, yes, what's the catch, right? why don't I just go to a centralized exchange? I have customer support. I have, they're willing to help me out with all this other stuff. I can do perps. I can do leverage. I can do all this other crazy stuff. And I think that's really the vision of what we're doing. There's this whole ThorFi elements of things where you can actually go and you can, stake your Bitcoin single-sided in a pool and get yield based on swaps. You can LP. You can borrow against your Bitcoin with 0% APY or 0% APR and take a loan out against it, right? All of this on-chain natively and building out that centralized exchange experience. What's sort of new coming in like the ThorFi worlds for users?
Yeah, before I address that, I think it's important. We talked about streaming swaps. One thing to point out is that not only are we producing a better experience than the centralized exchange experience, where you don't have to open an account or you don't have to have the trust issues of trusting a centralized counterparty, you also get better pricing. So like our average slip fees on trades are cheaper. We're more competitive than the centralized exchanges today for nearly any trade size. I mean, we've tested $5 million on
6 million is the largest.
Yes, we've seen $6 million trades that were done at 30 basis points slippage, and you'd never see that on a centralized exchange. So the fees that we're collecting on our swaps are significantly lower, more price competitive than any centralized option, whether it be a Changelly or CIC or a centralized swapping service or an exchange like Coinbase. So you get better execution and lower risk, and you get to keep have full sovereignty of your assets. And the other thing that I'd like to point out is we want the world to know about ThorChain. That's why we do events like this. That's why we're pretty active on Twitter. But the real core strategy is that most people don't even have to know they're using us. So a Trust Wallet user goes in and selects, I want to buy Bitcoin and I have USDC. They just get Bitcoin. They don't necessarily need to know that ThorChain even exists. We're just there in the background. So our goal really is to just be everywhere. And as more and more people move on chain and realize that keeping their assets on centralized exchanges is just a shitty experience, and people moved more towards self-custody, which I think is going to be a trend that continues. I don't think FTX was the last exchange to blow up. I think there will be more of them. And more and more people are going to be using devices like Ledger or using software wallets over time, or using the Brave wallet when it's as it scales, or using Telegram or you name it. And they'll just go in and select an option to trade one token for another, and we'll just be the cheapest rail available. So that's really the goal, is to just be the cross-chain infrastructure that powers the ability of users to swap from one token to the other, or to borrow against their crypto. We have a feature called ThorChain Lending, where anybody can deposit Bitcoin or Ethereum and take out a 50% LTV loan in USDC with zero liquidation risk. And how do we do that? Well, all those assets sit in liquidity pools. We earn fees from those assets as long as they're in the pools. So we don't need to charge you an interest rate, and we don't need to liquidate the assets because we're willing to take a small amount of reserve risk against that. And so, as the network scales, we'll have more and more capacity to make loans, and we also have the ability for users to earn single-sided yield, as H. Payne had just mentioned. Anybody can deposit BTC single-sided, not taking any impermanent loss risk, not taking any risk against any other token, and earn yield against their asset as swaps are made on the network. So we're really set up to replicate the entire any exchange, have feature parity with any centralized exchange, without all the drawbacks. And really, if you look at the efficiency of the network, I think we looked at it, and even aggressively looking at the numbers, ThorChain has maybe about 30 full-time developers working on it, and Coinbase has like 3,500. And yeah, they have an institutional business, and it's a much more complex business, but the network can handle significant amounts of volume. We had a $600 million day without a hiccup, and we are poised to be able to process billions and billions of dollars a day in transaction volume as the network scales, and really the sky's the limit. We just need to get ourselves out there and connected with all the wallets, and there is a very strong incentive mechanism for any wallet that wants to connect. So any wallet that wants to connect to ThorChain sets up an affiliate code and just adds on a fee to how much they want to charge their user to route the trade to Thorchain, and then Thorchain calculates that fee and pushes it out to their affiliate address. So it's really, you have an embedded business model for any wallet. The best success story I can tell you about is Trust Wallet, who we spoke to for probably about 6 months about the actual integration. So it was really like 6 months of talking and 3 weeks of development work. And they turned on the affiliate fee model, and they made $1 million in the first month of $1 million in revenue for themselves in the first month. So for most wallets, that's the difference between life and death, right? If you can make $1 million a month in revenue, that is how you survive, right? And so Thorchain provides that business model. That suddenly provides like a real business model to wallets, and the wallets don't have to give their users a terrible user experience. I mean, the reason why Ledger is moving over is because their users today are using centralized swapping services that are expensive and also are clunky, and you have to trust some Seychelles registered entity, like who knows who they are, like who knows what they're actually doing with your funds, and the fees are ridiculous, and every time there's an error, they just punt it back to the wallet. They're like, oh, it's a Ledger issue, it's a wallet issue. With us, they get a full support team. Any user that has an issue comes on Discord, and they're getting a response pretty quickly. And so, it's just it's much better experience for the wallet. It's much better experience for the users. Wallets that today can't provide their users with Bitcoin swaps connect to Thorchain, and immediately they have that ability, which is massive. If you have a single chain wallet that's you suddenly support Bitcoin, you allow people to trade actual BTC without having to send all their assets onto an exchange. Because once the assets go to the exchange, who knows when they're going to come back to your wallet? Maybe not at all. So you're losing a potential revenue source every time the assets move onto an exchange. They stay in your wallet, you do the trade, the assets remain in wallet. That's a base of assets that are always going to be there to provide future revenue.
So we're approaching the last bit, and I want to get Alex's thoughts on, we talked a lot about what's live now. Everything we just talked about already exists. This is not vaporware. This is not us trying to sell you on what could be. This is the reality now. But the talk is called the future of decentralized finance, right? Let's talk about the future. And maybe Alex, maybe you want to talk about something else first, but I'd love to get your thoughts on, as a friendly fork of Thorchain, what's next? What's the future look like for you guys? Like, what do you see in MaiaFi or ThorFi, right? Future of features that you can bring to your users in terms of chains you can connect into people. What does that look like, and how are you building that?
I guess, well, there's a lot to work on. Just adding more chains, both of us, I think is some of the most fruitful to onboard so many new people to what we're doing. A very important thing that Maya has to develop in the next few months is actually aggregation, so that people can swap seamlessly from assets on Maya to Thorchain and back with just one signature. So that's like a thing that will make it seamless. He mentioned now that people won't even know they're using Thorchain. Well, they won't even know they used Thorchain and Maya in one transaction, and that's the point. It's so easy now to integrate these things with SwapKit, with Exchange.js. For wallets and any wallet provider here, it's really very, very easy to do for a lot of upside. So there's also where the most growth opportunity is just being in every single wallet. And people might not know, but it's what's gonna happen. First, it's just a way to have your users stay with you. You make a bunch of money, and you're actually supporting the real narrative of crypto. Like, why are we building all of this when we're not even peer-to-peer anymore? We're using central services, central authorities. Doesn't make sense. It didn't make sense to me. That's why I was kind of iffy about crypto, and then I've met Thorchain, fell in love, because that's what we should really be doing. Infrastructure where we have to trust no one. So the future is just taking that, amping it up to 11. And I know this stuff sounds very complex. Don't worry, it's easier than it sounds. When you just get to the wallet, you literally just click swap and done. Everything that we just talked about happened in the back end. You don't have to even know about it. Now, if you still want to know more about it, I would highly suggest to go to the sources. So go to thorchain.org, go to Shapeshift, look for us at mayaprotocol.com. Our booths are actually right here that's our booth and their booth right there. So come over, ask us any question, we're happy to answer. And we just want more people to get on board it, because this is the future. Nay, this is the present. So come over and join us.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just to add to that, it's shocking to me that, how many years now, 12 years after the advent of Bitcoin, the biggest value capture in the industry has been basically going to banks and custodians. Like, the whole industry was birthed out of a need to do away with trust and do away with humans and do away with like having to trust people. And, here we are.
Again.
Yeah, here we are again. And all the money ended up flowing to banks. Like, Coinbase is a bank, right? And like, we're trusting people again. And how many times do we need to get burned as an industry before we realize that the way is actually decentralization? And, we're making huge inroads into that. We want to see more of it, and we want to see more people participate. And I'm shocked that it's been 3 years, and there's really there aren't more people trying to solve this problem at the, at the decentralized exchange level.
At the root.
Yeah.
Cool. So I know 30 minutes flew, or 25 minutes flew by. I hope you guys had as much fun as we did up here. If you want to break up with your sex, if you want to learn more, our booths are literally right back there. If you want to try out this tech in real time, you go to shapeshift.com, check out the web app. You can experience ThorChain there. Hoping to get Maya in there soon. Who knows? When we'll hopefully this will pressure Tim to make. Yeah, exactly. Any last comments from you guys?
No, stop by and talk to us. We love talking about ThorChain, and I'm sure you love talking about Maya.
Let's go, guys.
Right on. Thank you very much.
For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3.
Hi, folks. Up next, we have a conversation with Zach, Fernando, and Leonardo. They're going to be discussing what a traditional company adopting Web3 and how it's affected their culture. Welcome to the stage, guys. Come on up.
All right, guys. This is
Thank you.
This is going to be fun. We're going to share with you in this presentation about what is Coordinate, what is iFood, and how this collaboration came for a traditional company to start really using Web3 and having it have direct effect on their culture. So if there's one thing that I want you to take away from this and to remember, it's that if you give contributors or employees, if you give them the chance to recognize and reward, appreciate, incentivize each other, it's one of the highest ROI things you can do for employee engagement and to get people really involved with what you're doing and really enrolled in the process of whatever organization you have. And so just to quickly introduce myself, I am the co-founder of Coordinate, and prior to this I was working at Converge, where we were really focused on collaboration at scale. So when I discovered DAOs with global peer-to-peer collaboration, I got really, really inspired. It sort of dove in, started contributing to various DAOs, and eventually started Coordinate.
Well, this is Fernando. I'm a data analyst in the finance team at iFood. And my first contact with Web3 was interacting with DeFi and also gaming. And I have also contributed to a few DAOs by creating dashboards and analysis. And I have used this DJ knowledge to in a side project at iFood also.
So I am Leonardo. I'm lead finance team at iFood, and although I've always been in tech and finance, I've got interested in Web3 playing X Infinity, and of course I lost a bunch of money with that, but that's good because that's what brings me here today. So I'm glad that happened and that I got that interest in all the engineering and economics aspects of Web3. So before going further into our case, I would like to introduce iFood to you. So iFood is a Brazilian food delivery company. At least that is the formal definition. The way I like to introduce iFood is by mentioning that we are a tech company that happens to sell food. And I think that's much closer to the real definition and to the reason why we are here today. And at the chart you can see some cool figures that we have just to give you a taste of how big and relevant iFood is nowadays for Brazil. And we have a massive number of drivers, a bunch of restaurants active in the platform. We are available pretty much in every city in Brazil. But if you want to keep just one number to understand iFood, just remember that we are responsible for over 0.5% of the Brazilian GDP nowadays. What I mean is that almost 1% of the Brazilian economy is directly related to iFood. That's how big we are nowadays, and that's some figure we are really proud of. And the way we got to be that big and the way iFood got to be iFood is because of our culture. I really believe that culture is our most important asset nowadays. And the culture I'm talking about is the culture of innovation. It's the culture of trying new stuff every day just because we like innovating and we like trying new things. It's the culture of letting things break because you know we can fix it. And that's how innovation happens. That's how we get innovative. And that's how we got from 0 to almost 100 million orders delivered per month in a time frame of less than 13 years. So I think that's an impressive number that shows what is iFood right now. And the reason we are here today is because 2 years ago we decided that we should start challenging ourselves into using more Web3 in our day-to-days. And we do that because we are currently market leaders, and sometimes being a leader is a tough position to be in, because eventually you can get comfortable with how big you are, with your market share. You think you have a product that's good enough, and at some point someone comes with a better product, more money, and starting threatening your position. And that's what we are trying to avoid at iFood. And we are aware that there are some food delivery Web3 solutions focusing on decentralized food delivery, and it's just a matter of time until someone comes with a great product that should start threatening our position. And we don't want it to happen. If someone's going to disrupt iFood, we would prefer if it were ourselves. And that's why we started using it, although we didn't have any specific pain points that would only be solved by Web3. And then we got an idea. So back in 2022, Fernando and I were concerned about the data literacy levels at iFood. And we thought that since we were already discussing Web3, we could just mine some NFTs to reward people who first concluded the course. And that should work as a badge for the people who are some kind of reference. That should give them some taste of exclusivity, and they should feel better about being a reference at data. But the thing is, and I have to be honest here, it didn't work. And it didn't work because people didn't see any value in it. Like, they didn't know how to set up a wallet. Once they had it set up, they would just forget their passphrase several times and keeping losing their accounts every time. It was very tough to manage. And if they have their wallet set up, they just wouldn't look back at their NFTs because they didn't see any value in it. But although it didn't work, we still thought that there were some good things that we could do with Web3, and we kept looking at new stuff that we could do, that we could implement at our day-to-day. And that's when we found a solution called Coordinape that Zach's going to present to us.
Great, thank you. So, yeah, I'm going to share a little bit about what is Coordinape and how does it work. Coordinape is a platform for any team to recognize and reward and incentivize the contributors. Basically, how do you push the decision making and value to the people who are actually working together, that know who's contributing and who's adding value? And we really built it around this idea that if people have a chance to appreciate and recognize each other, that'll create more engagement and better quality of work and more accountability. And so we started a couple of years ago, and we were primarily focused on DAOs. Decentralized autonomous organizations, and these are places that had lots of contributors that would just show up and do stuff, show up and help out, translate docs, or write a new piece of code. They weren't hired to do it, they were just adding value. And I was at Yearn at the time, and we were looking for a way to say, how can you just appreciate and encourage these people who are showing up and doing good things? So we created Coordinape, and I'll share how it works now. But it was really interesting when we were looking, we had all these DAOs, and then all of a sudden we saw in our user base this huge jump, and we're like, iFood, like, what is that? And so that's what led to us being on stage, is it turns out these guys were, moonlighting as degens while they were working in this massive company, and they took the idea to to the leadership and said, hey, we should try this here. So hopefully the first of many more traditional orgs that are trying to use these tools. So really quickly, how Coordinape works is basically you think of circles. So there's one large organizational circle that everyone's a part of, and then smaller circles for either one-off projects or for recurring teams. And the people in these circles have the chance to share what they've been working on, so share their contributions, giving context to people. And there's also going to be ways for that to pull from various, like from Slack and Discord, so that basically people can sort of share context of what am I working on. And then you have the chance to allocate give, what we call give, which are points. And every person by default has 100 points, and you're basically giving to your colleagues, to the people that you worked with, to say like, hey, awesome job on XYZ. I really appreciated your help with this thing that you did. And then, so when you have these points, then they translate to some budget of tokens. So you can distribute any token by proportionally to how many points they got on any given epoch or round. And the important thing here is that we really built all of this, all of the language, and sort of conceived it as it's not a stack ranking, and you're not supposed to evaluate every person in the company. You're just looking at who are those people that I collaborated with that I really appreciated, and it's your chance to really shout them out and to say thanks for a job well done, which it turns out is the greatest motivator. Much better than raising someone's salary is getting them appreciated and recognized by their peers if you want to increase engagement and productivity. And then we saw that people were using Coordinate not really to distribute tokens, but just to generate reputation. So this is called a co-sol. This is a soul-bound NFT that you can mint, and it syncs your give on-chain. So now if you go look at my co-sol, you'll see the 17 DAOs that I've contributed to and the various amounts of give I've received from each. So this is basically an on-chain verified contribution. It's not me saying like, oh yeah, I was a contributor at Yearn. Like you can see, oh, for 13 epochs, over a year, I received this much give for my contributions. And then we also have these graphic displays so you can start to understand social graphs and social networks within your organization to understand who's giving to who, who's receiving from who, and we see a lot of potential for getting even more data and harvesting a lot more insights out of how people are perceiving each other inside your organization.
Okay, thanks, Zach. When we realized that the NFTs idea didn't provide the value that our users were looking for, we decided to pivot and build an end-to-end solution to make our users more engaged. And to do that, we have used Coordinate to make people connect and also reward each other. Then we have introduced a token, which is called Sol Token, to make our economy more tangible. And to spend those tokens, we have created a marketplace where the users are able to buy and sell learning experiences, for example, mentorships and also trainings. And the marketplace is really simple. It's a Slack page where the users are able to list and also sell experiences. So it all happens in a decentralized way where all the negotiation and also the transactions happen on Slack. So there are also listings like business trips with our CFO, and also, for example, product management mentorships.
Yeah, and I just want to say this is like one of the cool things when you have traditional companies adopting this kind of tech, where we're trying to innovate on very different ways of employees recognizing and engaging each other. But iFood said, instead of giving out money, we're just going to give out these tokens, and then what are we going to do with them? And they created this marketplace. Like when you dive into it, it's really cool because employees are now bidding to go, like he said, to go to a board meeting with the CFO. And the employees that want to do that are the ones that are like naturally sort of more high value, high performing employees. And now they're incentivized to get salt. So they're incentivized to have their peers appreciate the work that they're doing. So it really creates a cool feedback cycle of both identifying high value employees and rewarding them.
Yeah. So it all started back in 2023 with our CFO sponsoring our idea, and it really helped us to set the tone and the importance to our colleague. After that, to increase even more the engagement of our users, we have introduced auctions, live auctions, where the users were able to bid on learning experiences, and it was a really fun way to spend our tokens, and also it added competitive element to the whole process. By the start of 2024, we have made significant improvements in user experience. With the help of the Coordinate team, they have developed embedded wallet on their user interface, where the users are able to create new wallets by using their social sign-in, which was a huge pain point for us because our users were always losing their wallets, so we helped them to migrate from the MetaMask wallet to the wallet which is embedded on their UI. So when we talk about learning experiences, we are talking about career transformation. And here it's an example of how our project have made the difference on our users' careers.
Well, maybe that didn't survive the formatting transfer when we sent in the slides. That's unfortunate. There's a great testimonial from a woman in the company who talks about how her career basically transformed by the use of this marketplace, and how she got access to other parts of the company. So she got to get exposed to technical parts, exposed to marketing, and ultimately got several promotions as a result of that.
She used to work at the tax team, so she could migrate, change careers, and get a role in the product management team. So all that was possible due to a mentorship that she took buying on the marketplace.
Yeah. And I know from working with a lot of big corporations, getting employees to do anything, employee engagement or like learning or go to courses, it's really hard. And here they have people actually bidding to try to go to them. That's all right. We'll stay tuned for the video. We'll post it somewhere.
And we have plans to expand these Web3 integration. iFood is a 5,000 employee company. Until now, we have been running this only on the finance team, but we are having conversations with our HR team to expand it to the whole company as a new way of doing performance reviews and also people development. But our main goal here is to create a new way of doing these people development and also the performance review, because we really don't enjoy the standard process that we have right now. We are also really excited about the possibility of using Gen AI in combination of the Coordinate tool, so we can make better decisions and also get more meaningful insights from how people connect with each other and how they reward each other as well.
Yeah, and for Coordinate, what we're really focused on now is how can we build out this offering, because iFood has found a lot of value in it, and other companies like Coinbase have also approached us and said, hey, we need this ecosystem for contributors to be able to reward each other and to especially take that give on chain. So that comes to the second point, decentralized LinkedIn, which is essentially what we're looking at is if you can take actual experiences, not just a random testimonial, but provable peer-to-peer attestations, and take those on chain. Not only is that a much more robust reputation profile, but it's also, we can start to have much more interesting social graphs and social networks than what LinkedIn is willing or able to show you. And then finally, like you said, AI agents for coordination, and especially what we mean by that is how can we reduce context friction? Like when an organization gets big, the hardest thing is getting everyone on the same page and like, what are you working on? What are they working on? What's going on? How do you sort of keep that same drumbeat? And we see a lot of opportunity for AI to basically serve as that context accumulator and synthesizer, so that when people are allocating to each other, they have a much better sense of what's going on. So that's really wanted to share with you, really how this traditional company has taken a tech forward position, has realized that you don't want to wait for this technology until it's fully mature. So big props to these guys for making the case for a multi-billion-dollar company to try this crazy DAO product. And yeah, we're really excited about helping other organizations really see how this technology can be useful for you. So there she is. Look at that. She came on at the end. So maybe I'll let her have the last word. Nope? All right. Well, that's her.
Hello.
We're going to
I'm
be at the
Cardano,
conference
and
for
I am
the next
both
couple
excited
days,
and
so you can
eager
come
to
find
share
us.
how the learning experience marketplace powered by blockchain at iFood has taken my career to the next level. In my role in the tech department, reaching out to our tech team felt like reaching two separate worlds. There was hardly any intersection, making any form of collaboration or learning incredibly difficult. iFood introduced a blockchain-based marketplace using our own cryptocurrency. So, this platform wasn't just groundbreaking. Actually, it was a gateway for non-tech employees like me to connect with tech experts through mentorship programs that were sold on live auctions. I embraced this opportunity and invested my thoughts in a product management mentorship. The insights and guidance I received were transformative and mind-altering. It changed my mind and broadened my horizons, allowing me to get my career into a tech-focused role that I had always aspired to. This journey wasn't just about changing jobs. Indeed, it was about breaking barriers and realizing potential. This initiative helped me thrive in my new career. It's amazing.
Right. So, yeah, that's just an example of when you engage employees, give them a chance to connect and incentivize them to do it, really cool things can happen. So thanks so much. Thanks so much for coming. We'll see you guys around the show.
Thank you, guys.
Obrigado.
Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there.
All right. Hi, everybody, and Adam Dean joining you on stage here from Rare Evo. Are we all having a good time so far? Let's give a shout out to all these awesome projects and attendees and the staff that are making this an awesome event. I'm proud to introduce our next panel, which is an introduction to input-output engineering. And so first, let's bring up Head of Product for Input-Output Engineering, Sam Leathers. And next, we'll have the General Manager of Input-Output Engineering, Mr. Ricky Rand. And your moderator for the day, Mr. GM Cardano himself, Lloyd Duhan.
All right, GM Cardano.
And with that, I'll leave you to it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Adam. Thank you for the introduction. Appreciate it. All right. Well, hello.
Hello.
All right, so Ricky.
Yes.
It is nice to see you.
You
and
too.
I'd like to know, and I'd like the community to know a little bit about who is Ricky Rand. You're kind of new to the scene here, so tell us a little bit about who Ricky is.
Yes, I am. So I was just made the GM of IOE just 7 weeks ago. Prior to that, I was working as the head of architecture for Cardano. And the IOG senior management wanted somebody with a very, very technical nature to head up IOE. And so my background is, well, I have a degree in microprocessor engineering, so hardware. I then followed that up with a master's in internet computing and e-commerce. So ventured into more into the soft side of things. And it was during my time doing my master's degree, I picked up on cryptography and really enjoyed the whole cryptography vibe, and then got into initially Bitcoin and then eventually Cardano.
Eventually Cardano. So you came in through Bitcoin. So you've been
Right.
around for quite a while in the cryptocurrency space,
Yes,
not
indeed.
necessarily with Cardano though.
Correct.
All right, well, excellent. Well, it is great to have you. We really appreciate that you're starting to steer the ship at IOE. But first, let's talk to Sam for a minute. Sam, of course, you and I know each other pretty well. But tell me, Sam, tell the Cardano community, who is Sam Leathers and what does Sam do at IOE?
Yes, I'm Sam Leathers. I'm head of product for Input-Output Engineering. I've been with Input-Output since 2018, so I'm a long hauler. I've been here all the way through the Shelley hard fork where we brought stake pools online. I've been working hard with the development teams on planning and deploying out the Chang hard fork, which brings governance to Cardano. So that basically means all you guys out here have a say in the future of Cardano. So it's a very powerful thing we've been working on lately. And yeah, I pretty much work very closely with the community to identify what the community's needs are. And then I work with the engineers to basically translate that into tasks and prioritizing what tasks the engineers are going to be working on. And then on the back side of that, I manage the release process of how the code actually gets out to you guys. So when you see a new release on GitHub, that's basically me working with the engineers to get that out to everyone.
All right. So yes, a human to engineer translator.
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, and Sam, you're very visible in the community. We see you around at many events, and so it's really glad to have you here as well. So now let's back up a little bit again. Everybody, I think, knows what IOHK is or IOG. You'll hear that all the time. But now we're hearing IOE, Input-Output Engineering. So what does this mean? What does this change for us?
Well, IOE is a wholly owned subsidiary of IOG. So we're not an independent company, but we do operate as an independent organization. We have around 100 people in the organization, mostly engineers, bit of product development. And our remit is to support the Cardano community to realize their dreams, basically.
Okay. And so, importantly, part of what input-output engineering does is the node, right, Sam?
Yeah, absolutely. So input-output engineering is the team behind the Cardano node, which is where the Chang hard fork's coming from, and the peer-to-peer stuff you've seen recently, and the Ouroboros Genesis stuff. Basically, all that stuff's getting integrated into the node by input-output engineering. So we do a ton of that stuff, and then on the other side of it, we have the Hydra side, which if you go to the back right now, you can play Hydra Doom, and that's basically showing how many transactions we can throw at Hydra. We had something like 4 million transactions on there during our testing phase before we reset it today. So yeah, you can either play in the back on the physical consoles here, or you can go to doom.hydra.family and you can play in person. So I mean, that's also under us.
So, so importantly, it's a sort of a test for how well Hydra can actually handle multiple transactions.
Absolutely.
So, and so that's something you can experiment with right here at the show. So
yes, it is.
So, there's going from there. You guys have done a lot of great work up to this point, but now we're moving into the Chang hard fork, as you said. Obviously, the Cardano community is going to begin voting on anything. It's going to vote on changes to parameters. It's going to vote for governance actions such as getting the new constitution in place, and that new constitution is going to have some technical debt, right? There's going to be some things that are there. So who is going to build that? Like, how does that work?
Well, we're expecting it will be us. We are here, as I said, to stand side by side with the community to build all the things that are necessary to keep Cardano functioning and beyond. We want to increase the functionality and the performance of the node, which we will be putting forward proposals that we hope that the community will ratify and eventually vote on, and so we can acquire the funding we need through Intersect.
I think it's also probably worth mentioning that through Intersect, we're working on getting more community Haskellers, basically, to be able to take over some of the maintainership of the more maintenance type tasks and whatnot. So Adam Dean was our first pilot for that, working with Cardano addresses and the Cardano coin selection repositories that were at Intersect, and he's basically taken over maintainership of it. He's been reviewing the pull requests. He's been working to finalize the release of Cardano addresses to get a new one pushed to NPM that gives us the JS bindings that people are using. So I mean, that's a huge part of it. And just a shout out to the Haskell Cardano API masterclass here. If you are interested and you have some basic Haskell or want to learn Haskell, that's a great place to come. We're hacking on Cardano API. Right now we're developing a minimal wallet, basically, that could like replace Daedalus for people that want a full node wallet type thing. So yeah, I mean, you can come out, hack with us. If you have any other ideas you want to build on the Cardano API, come join us. We have engineers from the Cardano node team there, basically there to help people find tasks to work on and to help them if they get stuck on things and show them how to do things. So.
All right. So let me underline that a little bit. What I'm hearing there, and this is great news, is that there are community contributors who are contributing to the maintenance of some core parts of Cardano now.
Exactly.
Because ultimately, in the beginning, this was IOG's job.
It was, yeah. So yes, we definitely encourage community members, developers. I mean, we would like that to be high quality Haskell developers, of course. But there is a role for everybody, I think, from the community. So it's definitely our objective to work more closely with the community, and I think it goes along with Intersect's objectives of broadening the base of developers, which we very much approve of. I mean, it's one of our basic remits that we grow the community, or help to grow the community. And you do that by encompassing more engineers into the process
Absolutely.
with various skill sets, not necessarily just hardcore Haskell, which obviously we have in abundance, but beyond that, I think we want to encourage anybody to come to us, and we will share our knowledge. That's one of the things we anticipate doing, because it's not that we're losing something, we're actually gaining something, right? And by growing the community, we still expect to be sort of the hardcore, if you like, developers, but there'll be more things to do, and we anticipate us doing those things and encouraging the next generation to follow us and just build and build and build.
Yeah, that leads really nicely to the next thing I was going to ask, which, what are the means that you're going to use to start engaging the community more and start to bring in the developers?
Well, one thing I can bring up, people have heard of the idea of competition. What we want is co-opetition, where we're working together. And I think it's worth pointing out that we've been working not just as IO Engineering, but we've been working with Well-Typed, we've been working with Modus Create, who used to be Twig, we've been working with PN Sol, M Labs. There are a number of other companies within the community that are already working on the node in parts. So I mean, that's a huge piece, and I think one of the big things is showing the transparency of how all that's going down, and basically being as transparent as we can with the community, so they can see what we're doing and they can get behind it and be like, yes, we agree with what you're doing, we support you.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Is that even with IO Engineering, with your staff, you still bring in, there's other groups that come in already and work in the node. So, and your plans to expand beyond what's in core now. Let's talk a little bit about that. What does it mean to start thinking about next year and the year after?
Yeah, so this is something that's pretty close to my heart, and I think one of the reasons I was brought into this position is to look at how we take the core node and move it forward to make it fit for purpose for the next 5 years. And I think my vision is to essentially decompose the node to some degree, to turn it much more into a sort of a pipeline process. And this works very well with Laos, which is the new protocol that's being suggested, and we hope that the community will get behind. And this Laos protocol will basically is a natural way of breaking up the process into more of a pipeline process, where the interfaces are well defined, components are separately developable, if that's a word. I think it's a word,
yeah,
right?
I believe it is.
So different groups could potentially work on different parts of the node, and it makes the node much more extensible for things we don't yet know, but we know will come. And so we're looking to, I'm personally looking to sort of championing that process, and I'm already talking to a number of developers on how that might happen.
Excellent. And so as we continue here, there's going to be more research coming in as well.
Yes.
Right. So what are the plans inside of IO Engineering to kind of take in some of the new research that comes in and then go back to the community with, hey, we think this might be developed?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So there's an innovation team at Input Output that's not part of IO Engineering, that's looking at a lot more of the newer research things coming out, trying to identify what things can be done, doing some sort of simulations on them. We obviously provide some development support for that. Like for example, we built the IOSim framework that's going to be needed to be used to simulate a lot of that stuff. So there will be some cooperation with us and the IO innovation team going forward, and also third-party companies like Duncan from Well-Typed 2 years ago started simulating Laos. And he has some basic simulations now that basically IO Innovation is looking at improving and whatnot, and that's one of the things we're going to be having conversation into the community through Intersect on how we go about getting to the next step of that. It's not going to be how do we get Laos on chain, it's going to be how do we get to a point where we're confident that this will actually work for us and this is actually useful to the community. So there's a stepping stone there. We need to put some resources in to get us over that line, and then we can go start the development of how we get that on chain if we decide that's something we want to do.
Right. So there's some good nuance there. I like that. I would like to tease that out a little. So this is the idea on that some new ideas may be proposed, and there is some engineering work that may have to be done. You guys can assist with that engineering work, kind of prove it out or disprove it, and if you find things that look like they might work well, then you can make a more full proposal maybe for the following year.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Excellent. Thank you. That's good clarity, actually. I really appreciate that. So let's actually go to the opposite end of things. That's sort of the new start. Now let's go to the, hey, this stuff's been around for a minute. We've got some code that's there. Let's call it mature. And you've mentioned something with Adam Dean there, about taking on core code. What is IOE's role in supporting and maintaining the stuff that's there, that sort of runs the node, and I don't know if we don't need to think about it, but we don't need to work as heavily to develop it. What does that mean?
Yeah, so this falls a lot in like the tech debt and refactoring category, how we keep the code base itself healthy. Right now, we take a huge brunt of that. And there's questions about how decoupled that can be from the actual development itself. Because a lot of the times when you're refactoring because of a new feature requires something for that refactoring. But one of the goals, like we talked about earlier, is the maintainerships, to be able to get some more of the community working on some of the simpler tasks of maintainership. And if we can make that work, that would be great. But yeah, I mean, it's still to be tested. You don't really have any good models of this happening anywhere else in the world right now. We're kind of cutting edge here, building the road as we walk. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's another good one. Yesterday, or just the other day, I heard we're building the ship as we're sailing.
Exactly.
We're building the road as we're walking. I like those better than we're building the plane as it's falling. That one I didn't care for.
That would not be good. At least if you're walking on a road and the road comes to an end, you can decide whether you want to just go in the bush and just go for it, or if you want to walk back to the city. I mean, you have some options there.
You have some options.
If the plane's coming down, you got problems.
Exactly. So I do love that, and that's so. We're a community, right? We're working together. So what are your guys' plans to be visible in the community?
That's actually, you're asking me a little bit too soon. I've only been here 7 weeks.
Understood.
So I'm, to be honest, looking very much internally at how the whole team functions. I want to get it actually performing at peak performance.
And that's very fair.
So I can say that basically
Sam's been around a lot longer than me. So
yeah, so we're working with an Intersect for a roadmap process of what the entire roadmap is going to be for the community. And that's going to fall down to a budgetary process, basically, of how we're going to pay for things, where the money is going to come from, who it's going to go to, all that stuff. And we're participating very close in that process. For the core roadmap group, I've been working in that group now for about 3 months here. We've been identifying a lot of the things that we're currently doing so we can be more transparent with the community of where things are right now that have already been funded. And then at the same time, we're looking at future things like Leos we just talked about, and what we need to do there to basically get it into the roadmap and get it some budget.
Right. So there's a lot of work there, Ricky.
Oh, there's a lot of work. Yeah. There's more work than probably certainly than we can do, and that's why I'm saying we want to encourage others to step forward and be part of that core development group. And I would absolutely welcome any third-party company who wants to come and speak to me about getting involved. Absolutely, please do so.
Excellent. So now since you're getting into the team and getting them figured out, what's your project management goal? What is your goal as the leader of this team for the next few months?
Well, the first step is to get everybody performing to their maximum capabilities, right? A person has to be engaged, they have to be challenged, they have to be comfortable in their environment. I want to make sure all that's happening. Of course, it mostly is, but there are situations where I think as we've transitioned from IOG into IOI and now IOE, sometimes things get left behind and undone and unsaid, and so my first task is absolutely to get that, get everybody working in the same direction in a happy and competent way. So, yeah, that's absolutely my first goal, and I'm right in the middle of that process at the moment.
Excellent, wonderful. And
Going
Sam,
on the more technical side, right now a lot of our goals are about finishing SIP 1694. So as you know, we're about to hard fork into the bootstrap phase.
Yes.
We still have one more hard fork after that. Most of that's developed. We've messed with it on SanchoNet. There's some more stuff coming in Plutus that's going to come in that one. We actually did a major refactoring in Plutus in the ledger to make it so you can have variable cost models now. So basically, an intra-era hard fork doesn't require a new Plutus version, and we can add new Plutus fields to the cost model so we can implement these new features in Plutus basically with this hard fork.
Okay, so you're going, these are the new cost models.
Yeah.
Okay, so and that's, what is that going to be a change for a typical developer who's working on top, not working in the node, but working on top, and a DApp developer? What
so like a DApp developer, basically. You have new built-ins in Plutus. You can call a function, and the cost model basically says how much that function's going to cost. So like one of the things we're looking at getting into the next hard fork is RipeMD. Which is used in some other blockchains basically and can give us a little bit more interoperability. So we have things like that coming down the line. We have a little bit of finalization and some tweaks, very, very minor tweaks, but in the governance process itself and some things that basically don't take effect until after the bootstrap that we can still change. Okay. So we're finalizing that. But yeah, we're aiming to get that node wrapped up here towards the end of the year and forked. The interim constitution itself says 3 months from the first hard fork. So that basically puts us a hard limit of how soon we can do it. Right. The goal is to get that node way ahead out of that 3-month period. So people have lots of time to play with it, give feedback and whatnot.
Is SanchoNet already there?
No.
So SanchoNet also
they'll probably be released in about a month or so. That's going to be the first 10.0 release. Okay. That's a rough estimate. I'm not guaranteeing that timeline at all.
No tea leaves here. No tea leaves.
But yeah, so approximately about a month or so, we're aiming for a 10.0 release. Okay. And then that will bring new Plutus primitives. It will have the final changes to the Conway bootstrap, and then at that point we can fork SanchoNet, and as we have those things, we can also reset SanchoNet if we want. We've been trying not to do that to not impact developers as much, but yeah, I mean, so we got to get that wrapped up, and then we have the UTXO HD stuff that's working on right now. That's a huge thing. That's going to reduce the memory consumption on the node. We might be able to get back down to, for example, under 4 gigs, so you can run it on a Raspberry Pi again.
That would be amazing.
So that's another piece that's working. And then the Ouroboros Genesis work that Modus Create has been working with us is wrapping up as well. That basically allows you to sync from the beginning of the chain to the end of the chain. As long as you have one honest peer, you know you have the correct chain. Right. So basically it's a security improvement on syncing, and it allows us to no longer have a centralized set of nodes that basically everyone has to sync across until they get caught up, and then they can use P2P. In this case, basically, you'll be able to use the big ledger peers from the snapshot, sync all the way, validate at the end that basically the snapshot you are using to sync from is actually the snapshot you got when you sync the nodes, so you know you don't get attacked. And yeah, I mean, we're getting really close on that one too.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's really exciting, actually. Yeah. Very useful tool.
It really is, and so this is what I'm glad we get to make this introduction today of what input-output engineering is doing. First of all, it's a lot.
Yes, it is a lot.
You guys are very busy. You guys are providing the core of what we all rely on and what we all call Cardano.
Yeah.
So thank you both for being a part of this and helping the community grow, and not only that, welcoming the community to participate with you more in the process. That's an amazing part of this.
Yeah, so one of my taglines I like to say is we build Cardano so you guys can build on Cardano. So everything we're doing here is basically to empower you guys out there to build on Cardano. Build your dApps, build your NFT marketplaces, all those things that you guys value.
Fantastic. So Ricky,
Yeah.
final thoughts
Yeah.
for what's next for input-output engineering?
Well, we're actually going to be looking actually outside of Cardano. Probably not this year, maybe not even next year, but we're looking for to grow the base in other industries and taking the special skills that we've honed, that's safety, security, which actually has many applications in other industries. So it's not just blockchain that needs to have these really secure systems, but other industries as well. But for the time being, we don't have the capacity to do that. So we're building that up, and that will take some time. But in the end, that will strengthen what we can do in Cardano, because obviously we can build more, get more resources in, and have those available for Cardano as well.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. And so this really sounds like resilience for Cardano is what you end up with whenever you have a stronger
I think
core engineering.
the one word, sort of buzzword that I've tried to perpetuate within the company is reliable. We want to be known as the reliable company. Reliable in our software in the execution, reliable in the delivery times, reliable in every aspect of delivery for the community. That's what we want to be known as.
Ricky Rand, Sam Leathers, thank you both so much for joining me today.
Thank you, Lloyd, for having us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support.
Hi, everybody. Up next, we have Nikhil Joshi, COO of Emergo, and he's going to be speaking on pioneering DAO adoption in Japan. Welcome to the stage. Come on up here.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Nice to see you all. Beers? Are they beers? Ah, you're going to need them for this presentation. I'm going to be talking to you about pioneering DAO adoption in Japan. In a minute. Oh, here we go. Okay. So just by way of quick introduction, my name is Nikhil Joshi. I'm the COO of Emergo. Emergo is one of the co-founding entities of Cardano blockchain. We do a number of things which we loosely classify as facilitating commercial adoption of the Cardano blockchain. And we do that through a few ways. We've got fintech infrastructure and assurance. We provide education predominantly on the technology, but increasingly looking at the non-technology aspects of the blockchain ecosystem. We have a number of partnerships that we are working on. A lot of these we're going to announce in much more grandeur and with a lot more razzmatazz as we get to the Cardano Summit. So do watch this space. We make investments in certain places, and this is more on a strategic basis rather than anything else. And lastly, which really helps underpin the core of this presentation, is that we are headquartered in Singapore, and our focus very much really is on Africa and Asia. That's not to say that we are not interested in this side of the world. We very much are. It's just that we need to focus ourselves over the next couple of years, and it is Asia where we have a significant physical presence that we wish to focus. So just to represent that in a slightly different way, we have a lot of tech infrastructure and tech development that we can facilitate. We have education that we can support folks in the Cardano ecosystem with. We look for collaboration across the board, right? Bearing in mind our mandate here is around commercial adoption. Commercial collaboration is really our leitmotif, and we can help with investment. Just to put that geographical footprint again up on here for you, just to give more context. South Asia, Southeast Asia, Far East Asia, that's very much our playing ground, as well as Africa. We have physical presence in Nairobi and in Joburg, just to be clear. Okay, so this is quite dry subject matter, so I've tried to make it a little more interesting by introducing some puns. So I apologize in advance if these are horribly painful, but in the spirit of trying to bring some entertainment into this otherwise rather dry, legally centered presentation, how do you DAO? So I think I'm going to guess for the audience here, many people are already familiar with what a DAO is, but just so we're baselining and on the same page. A decentralized autonomous organization is what a DAO is. A type of new organization is digital by nature and is somewhat self-running. Obviously leverages blockchain technology to coordinate and enables an organization to self-run to some extent. The intention, of course, is that it is global in its scale. If you remove human elements, human components, it does mean that you work in a digital realm, which of course is global, or can be global by definition, pretty easily. The main thing here is there's no central authority, right? So decentralized, the D in DAO is very important. And that allows you to choose how to allocate resources, distribute revenue, hire new personnel. Basically anything that a traditional organization does today, you could theoretically do in a decentralized, automated way going forward. So what do you need to be able to have a DAO? Well, first and foremost, we need a blockchain, and that's why we're here and why we're talking about it. You need a wallet, because there's going to be tokens moving around, so you need to store them somewhere. essentially, because it's decentralized, you need a method for people to be able to vote on decisions that determine the activity of that DAO. So there's going to need to be a membership token, there's going to need to be voting tokens, and some kind of voting platform to facilitate all of that happening. Typically, you'd have other incentive tokens. Now, you may also want to have a treasury function as part of that DAO. Interestingly, what if you had a DAO to manage your treasury? I flipped the question. Very interesting. So in numerous ways that we could think about how a DAO operates. The easiest way to think about it is it just is a digital form of a company, but I think it gets a lot more nuanced and sophisticated than that. Anyone who grew up in the 1980s will know what this is. Fear does not exist in this DAO, Joe. These are getting better, I assure you not. Okay, so conceptually, sure, let's just put everything into a digital format and call it a DAO, make sure everyone's voting, and off you go. Is it as simple as that? Not really, because legal entities today have to operate under some sort of legal framework, be they in one jurisdiction, and particularly if they're across several jurisdictions. While we're familiar with the concept of a DAO, most countries haven't yet understood how they want to proceed with putting a legal framework around this. And this is where Japan has moved forward way quicker than other countries. So what's it actually trying to do? So first of all, the existing financial laws have been adapted to allow limited liability companies to raise capital without limit using an NFT format. The second thing is there's a formation of a DAO association to promote awareness, development, and implementation of DAOs nationwide. So this is quite interesting. So on a legal front, Japan is saying we're going to recognize DAOs in some way. This is going to be a stepped process, so we shouldn't expect everything to happen on day one, but it's good progress nevertheless. But aside from a legal framework, you do need something at a governmental level that is going to help promote awareness. And this is where the DAO Association fits in. So past those two underpinning important baselines, what happens next? Well, so the limited liability companies can raise capital through a token, which can be traded. There's more flexibility around the funding opportunities. The LLCs can actually conduct on-chain voting, decision-making, record-keeping. You can issue all sorts of incentive tokens. The membership tokens are less restrictive compared to traditional cryptocurrencies, and potential DAO projects can seek to set up an LLC or a DAO in Japan. This is interesting, right? So if you're running your project now, you want to create some kind of DAO, you may want to think about whether Japan offers an opportunity for you here, simply because the government is being much more front-footed in establishing a framework around this. It's not necessarily everything you would want a DAO to do today, and that has to be understood. I think it's well understood, but these are good, positive stepping stones in moving in the right direction. I would highlight the penultimate point on this slide, which is that the tokens are subject to less restrictive requirements than normal traditional cryptocurrencies. And this is important because normally that kind of AML, KYC, onboarding, those types of things, if you're going to list on an exchange, some of them are there, but not all of them, right? So this allows for ease of setting yourselves up, ease of distribution, and the fact that these tokens can be traded allows for a greater liquidity, which is very important. Cool. So what existed before? What is the case now? So the legal wrapper, and this is essentially the crux of the framework. There was nothing. There was nothing in place before, and this is the case in most countries outside Japan. Now we know that there is a limited liability company which can operate in the form of a DAO. We know that blockchain tools are allowed, or indeed expected, to facilitate on-chain operations. Voting right, we have token holders. So the token holders are legally respected under that framework. That's very important. Liability was unlimited before, partly because there was ambiguity around how the framework, or in the absence of a framework. Now we know it's limited. So this is putting it sort of back into a traditional format, and this is why it's anchored in the limited liability company set of organizations. Investment. Beforehand, there were no rules. Now there are some rules. So rules help because you know the direction of travel. You know where you can play, where you can't play. You may not necessarily agree with the rules right now, but again, these are steps inching forward to get us to a better place. And lastly, dividends. No rules in principle. Again, now there is something in place that allows you to determine the distribution of profits and otherwise coming out of the DAO. Terrible, terrible pun. Why should DAO care? Okay, well, what are the problems with an existing organization? These probably don't change once you're in a DAO format, right? There's ones that are definitely unique to having a DAO. Smart contract risk, right, because we're on a blockchain, so that implicitly has to be a risk that we have to think about. Regulation, so great that Japan's moving forward on this basis, but we know that across the globe, it's an unlevel playing field. Different regulators have different appetite, different awareness, different incentive to move in different directions at different speeds. So it's all a little bit hairy, shall we say. Jurisdictional issues. So these may not be regulatory in nature, but nevertheless, by virtue of the fact that we're now in a digital realm, you are going across different jurisdictions. So what other legal things do you need to think about? Tax, everyone's favorite killjoy. Tax, whether you're whatever token you have, cryptocurrency or indeed a voting token on a DAO, how will different jurisdictions apply a tax framework to all of this? We don't know the answers to these yet, but I'm just flagging the other considerations that are out there. Liability is an important one. If you are an equity holder in a traditional company, what are your rights and obligations as an equity holder? If you hold senior credit, what are your rights and obligations as that senior credit holder? If you now are a member of a DAO and hold a membership token or indeed a voting token, what are your rights and obligations? If I expect that DAO to do something for me and it doesn't happen, who can I go after? That's not clear right now, right? So these are all very, very intellectually curious questions that I think we're still going to see play out over time. And of course, securities law, we just know, I don't need to tell you guys in the US, securities and cryptocurrency sometimes feel like they ought to be mutually exclusive, but quite often aren't. And the last one, I left this for last deliberately, humans. So we kind of think, or tend to think that, all right, this is a decentralized autonomous organization. It's all built on blockchain. The human component doesn't really matter. But actually, maybe it matters even more so than in a traditional format, because you have a number of disparate people with disparate motives, fragmented both geographically and otherwise. And this should not, I think, not be underestimated. So we will see how the Japan framework evolves to start factoring in some of these considerations. And by the way, I wouldn't profess to say that this is an exhaustive list of considerations. I think these are just some of the key ones that come to mind. So, point being here, watch this space. Let's see how the Japan framework evolves. So, the benefits of having the Japan framework in place, bearing in mind that not all of those considerations have yet been addressed. The benefits are quite narrow at the moment, but again, this is very much, the presentation is very much in the spirit of giving you a heads up that there is movement happening, that it is positive to the extent that it has moved forward, and there is more to be done. And if anyone wants to get involved in this, then you can reach out to us at Emergo, or indeed, Patrick from NMaker, Logan from Clarity are going to be on stage later, going into a bit more detail on this. They're involved, and you, by all means, I'm sure they'd be happy for you guys to get involved in there. But I think certainly the advocacy part around the with the Japanese regulation in this part would definitely benefit from more people giving their inputs on what matters, what doesn't matter, what does it mean if you're not based in Japan, and so forth. So just be aware of that. Feel free to reach out. But I just wanted to highlight here for the initial steps that have been taken in Japan. These are the benefits that come, right? So flexible fundraising, you have the ability to make on-chain decisions, digital incentive tokens exist, and the ease of process. They are looking at 2 specific use cases, and really more in the spirit of just, you know, if you like, anchoring thoughts in two specific areas. But that's not to suggest that it won't expand past this. So if your activity is if your business is in some way related to asset management or property business, this may be a thing where you have more interest in getting involved with this sooner rather than later. And again, quid pro quo. There may be something that you get out of this. There may be something that the Japanese lawmakers get out of this, which helps shape their thinking. How is Cardano involved? So the Japanese DAO Association has accredited 2 dApps and Emergo's wallet, Yoroi, as official tools for forming a DAO, which is pretty cool, right? So Yoroi, in case you didn't know, Emergo operates Yoroi. That's the wallet. NMaker, I'm sure everyone knows here, for issuance of NFTs. And Clarity for your DAO, sorry, not DAO, DAO toolkit, basically. So the three are working on this together. We'd very much welcome other folks who want to join in this process. Again, in the spirit of partly advocacy with Japanese regulators and lawmakers, partly in the interest of you can shape thinking and it comes out in a better space and a better endpoint for those of you on this side of the world. I'll just repeat one more time. So at 3 o'clock, NMaker and Clarity will be up on stage talking about tokenization and DAOs. They've been very close to this process so far, and I think they're going to be getting into a lot more detail in that session. So please do come back and have a listen to what they have to say. All right, there's a QR code. That takes you to Emergo's website. So if you want to talk to us about either the Japan DAO framework or anything else that we've got in our pipe, please do get in touch. I'm just going to plug this other session. I've got 2 friends and colleagues here, Vineet and Shantanu, who have got a workshop tomorrow. Raise your hands, guys. So they'll be doing a session on USDA, which is a stable coin that we're launching through Shantanu's business, Encryptus, shortly. So please do make your way to their workshop, which is tomorrow afternoon. Well, look, thank you for your time. I appreciate you listening. I was trying to make it as well, not as dry as it probably was. I was going to end with one more pun, which was to take the Police song and sing do 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 a dow dow dow, but I thought that'd be one too many, so I didn't. But I guess I have now. Any questions? Our booth is in the top left corner as I'm looking at it. By all means, come and have a chat with us, and I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support.
Hello. Hi, everyone. So I am Diego from the Midnight team. So I'm the DevRel lead, and I just wanted to tell everyone, if you're interested in having a workshop to show you how to create dApps with Midnight, that's going to be in half an hour, so 2:30 in the Turing room. So one of our team members, like our CTO, is going to be kind of like leading this workshop. So please go there. And you're going to kind of like have like a lot of detail on what to create with Midnight, how to create it, and where to get started. So if you want to do it yourselves, please attend. And if not, well, let anyone, any developer that you think could be interested in going to the workshop. So 2:30, Turing meeting room. And yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social.
Right, yeah, you can just have a seat. I'm going to introduce myself. All right, hello everyone. Oh, good. Yeah, I'll try and keep you here. Hello everyone, welcome. My name is Trim. I'm a product manager at IOG, and I'm stepping in to do the presentation about Algorand. For those of you who don't know, I was a part of the early Algorand team transitioning them from Ethereum over to a Cardano-based solution. So I know the system pretty well. Wrote some of the algorithms and know the team pretty well. So I'm most excited about the sort of tail end of this presentation. So I'm going to go a little bit quickly through the first ones because I really want to talk about the use cases and sort of how this thing can be actually put into the real world and the next steps ahead. So very quickly about Algorand. Very short sort of description. It's the Airbnb of storage and computing. So when you're thinking about cloud storage computing, typically you're thinking about AWS, Google, these big sort of services that provide this. Whereas blockchain is all about decentralizing, stuff like infrastructure and other applications. And this is actually a perfect example of that because most people have spare storage. They're not using all of the storage on their device. You're speccing up your computer way more than what you actually need. What if you can actually rent out that storage into a storage network and earn some revenue from it? Same thing goes for compute. Now, this is actually backed by government grants. Innovation Norway. There's a lot of actual institutional backing from this because it's a very important use case. So the team that are currently working on this, it's very academic heavy. Well, not just academics, they're applied as well, but there's a lot of PhDs, 31 full-time members spread across the world in Canada, Norway, Nepal, Australia, and many more. So quickly about the storage market. This is no surprise for anyone, but it's a huge market and it's only going to grow. I remember when I entered into data science, they mentioned data is the new oil. It's so important to everyone and all the applications that big data and storage that actually needed to host this data is really critical. And it's estimated that by 2030, the actual requirements or the demand on the market side is going to 10x, and the market size is estimated to reach $2.4 trillion US. Now, the way that the Algorand computing or cloud system works is you have resource providers. Now, these can be professional, institutional grade resource providers like data centers, or they can be people who have spare resources on their devices. Now, you want to make use of these things. And on the other hand, you have business customers that need storage of data for different use cases that we'll discover. And retail customers. So if you have a Google Drive, if you back up your phone and your pictures every now and again, you're going to need something, ideally a cloud solution for this, so that you can change out your phone, you can change out your laptop, and it doesn't vanish. Now, we can combine these two things with the Algorand marketplace, and the way that works is we have the Alexandria AI protocol that manages which nodes that you as a user are assigned to based on your demands. So for most people, they don't really care about where necessarily these devices are. So you'll just get assigned to the most performant ones. But for some use cases, for example, medical data or sensitive information, you have to have GDPR compliance built in. And that's exactly what the Algorand solution does. So you can select for exactly which region that you want to use storage from, and you get assigned only nodes. So your files only get stored on nodes in the region that you are accepting. So you as the customer are able to sort of really go down into the nitty-gritty, and you have GDPR compliance by default. Also, it's very, very secure, using encryption and blockchain for managing access rights, for managing the actual encryption of the files. And the secure lake technology is something that I'm very happy about. It's one of the core contributions that I made to the Algorand protocol, which is basically the way that the files are split up and distributed across the system. So in a couple of steps how that works, you have your data. The first step is you encrypt that data. So if someone actually manages to get a hold of the whole file, then they're not able to get anything from it because it's encrypted. The second part is you encode it. And this is a technical thing where it's basically allowing you to restore the file even if you lose parts of it. Then you apply the compliance conditions, which is what I just mentioned. So for example, if you have sensitive data about Norwegian citizens, which is where I'm from, you have to store that data within the bounds of Norway. And a lot of countries are rolling out rules like this across the world. You know, it's, they're called different things in different regions. GDPR is sort of the European version, but there are others as well that are very similar in how they work. So you select for where in the network that it's actually going to be stored, and then it's distributed to only the part of the network that is acceptable to your conditions. And then when you want to get back, you query the network, you get these shards that this, you know, the file is split up into multiple shards, and you get the shards back, put together the file, decode it, decrypt it, and you're able to access it. And you can actually manage who is able to access the files using blockchain and authentication. So Igon actually launched on mainnet in December last year. This is some stats from February. It's, you know, improved since then, but there's a lot of storage already committed to the network. It's hosted, you know, already a couple of websites. Many people are already subscribing to this storage. There are 500 plus nodes all across the world in 51 countries and 268 cities. Some of these are institutional grade, like data centers. A lot of them are just, you know, regular people that have extra storage and they want to contribute to this decentralized physical infrastructure network. So it's one of the benefits of a solution like Igon is that you can actually transform idle capacity, which is, you know, you're not using all of the storage on your, on your device, you're not using your computer at all times of the day. So why not rent out that spare capacity and earn a revenue from it? And the data is actually really protected. I see that this slide hasn't been updated since I requested it, but basically it's using something that's called a frozen lake technology. So if you're familiar with data science, you probably experienced data lakes, which is a way of storing data where everything is sort of in the same place, and if you're able to access the data, you can access all of the data, which is, you know, very good if you're building, you know, a data science application, but it's not so good if a hacker is able to actually breach your system. Because if they're able to get one file, they're able to get everything. In the frozen lake architecture that, you know, this system is using, even if a hacker managed to breach the system, collect all of the shards for a file, somehow decode it and decrypt it, they're only able to get that one file. So that means they're not able to get, you know, the file next to it or the one next to that. So it's like a frozen lake where you cannot just swim around in the data looking for whatever it is that you want. You're actually prevented from that through the technology and how it's applied. So this is the exciting part, the future. What's actually in wait for Igon? One of these things is decentralized cloud computing. So what's currently on mainnet is the decentralized storage. Computing is next. And computing is, from what I was told, sorry, I'm not a part of the team, you know, core team anymore, so I don't follow the day-to-day development, but the compute has launched to their beta at the moment. So you can actually test this out. And they had a hackathon not too long ago where you were able to actually use the compute part to make an application. So this is a really interesting one, because what are the use cases of something like this? Well, you can use it for the exact same things you can use any, you know, cloud-based infrastructure for. You can do hosting of websites, you can do hosting of applications, you can build dApps, you know, metaverses. You can even use mining of different resources. You could, in principle, host, you know, stake pools on this, gaming servers. You know, there's endless applications that you would normally use the you know, regular cloud services for. But in addition to that, I do think that because of the integration with the Web3 part for the authentication and the file management, there's a few things that people, you know, maybe not consider as possible yet that I would really like to see people, you know, think about and pick up. One of those is, because of the payment of the storage is handled on-chain, essentially you could have a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization, pay for its own front end. So imagine you have a dApp, you have a DEX or a DeFi protocol or an NFT project or whatever it happens to be. You can actually take the treasury funds of that project and pay for the hosting of the infrastructure, so that as long as the project is actually generating a revenue into the treasury, it's able to sustain itself. And you're no longer reliant on a centralized actor that has, access to the servers and is able to pull down the front end on demand, or if they, happen to get subpoenaed. So you can have self-hosting dApps, which is something that I think is really interesting. In addition to that, we have IPFS for NFTs, but one of the problems with IPFS is it's static storage. So once you put a file into the IPFS network, it's indexed by the hash of the data, so you cannot change even a pixel of that data without having to reissue the whole thing. With Iagon, you can, in principle, update the data, and you can still use the same reference and access control elements from the Web3 elements from the blockchain parts. So you can, in principle, make, dynamic NFTs that are much bigger or do much more complex things. So you could set up a service like a miner or a stake pool or something like this, which is then tokenize the access to this thing, and then you can sell that token. So you can imagine the type of applications that you could, in principle, see with this. So that's one of the things that I'm really excited about. People starting to pick this thing up, looking at what can we actually use this thing for that is unique to this approach, and then deploying applications. One of these applications is Click. Now, I wasn't really sure what this thing was. I just saw a couple of tweets, and I was like, okay, well, sounds a little bit over the top, I guess, with another connecting network QR scanning thing. But when I saw this thing in action, I was like, okay, this is actually pretty cool. So what this thing is, you upload all of your contact info, like what you would have on a business card. It's stored on the Iagon storage network, and you get a QR code. Okay, so far so simple. But then when someone scans the QR code, it literally loads it into your phone. So as a contact on your phone, suddenly you have all of this data pulled in from the Iagon cloud. And they pull this together pretty quickly, just as a showcase of the kind of application you can run on this. This one is a really exciting one. So Cyclone is actually a hardware component. It comes in a couple of different sizes. Oh yeah, I asked if they could bring one up because, you don't believe it until you see it. So this is one of the machines. This is a one of a kind. It has this pretty painting on it, which actually glows in the dark, which is pretty rad. I don't think we can turn off the lights, but you have to trust me on that. The regular one, though, it looks sick as well. And these things, they come in with different specs, but the powerful one has a mirrored 18 terabyte storage capacity, which you can basically just plug and play it and then connect it to your Iagon account and provide storage with this thing just on your desk. And you can use it as a network attached storage as well if you don't want to provide the whole thing. Now, 18 terabytes of storage, that is, quite an amount. And with the way that Iagon works, where you have to stake IOG tokens for the actual resources you provide to the network, you may not have enough tokens to actually do that. Thank you, by the way. And there is a solution for that. Basically, what you can do is you can purchase the device, you can set it up, and whatever Iagon tokens you have, you can commit maybe 1 terabyte or whatever you want. For the rest of it, you can actually announce that and have other people be able to stake to your node for a revenue share model. So you have the hardware, other people have the tokens, they stake to your node, and combined, you split the revenue from that node. And you can, just leave it on. It's, I don't know, I think it looks kind of cool. It's a talking piece, you can have it on your desk at work. And yeah, it looks pretty good. I'm really cool. It's one of these things where the network is there, the protocol is there, but when you have it in your hand, it becomes much more real, even though it's literally the same thing going on underneath the hood. So yeah, I encourage people to, if you have any ideas for applications, feel free to contact the team. They have a Telegram group. You can explore the ecosystem at app.iagon.com. And yeah, I think that's about it. Thank you.
Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare
Y'all are live. Go ahead.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us at Rare Evo 2024 in Las Vegas. My name is Jeremy Furster. I am the Global Enterprise Adoption Lead at Cardano Foundation. And I'm thrilled to be the moderator of this panel because for me, it's a special topic that is not talked about often enough, which is what do enterprises think and do with blockchain technology? And I am honored to have an esteemed panel of industry experts who today are representing themselves and their experiences of working in this industry. And it's a great time to hear from them on what are the innovations and where are we heading. So I will have them introduce themselves, and while I do that, I'd like them to answer a question. We know that blockchain is a revolutionary technology, and industries may be impacted differently. But is blockchain a must for enterprise?
Well, sure. I will start. Just as a quick intro, I'm Welena Banner. I have the pleasure of heading up growth and innovation for a few engineering areas for our product group at Microsoft. And I also used to run Web3 blockchain for the same for a couple years. That notwithstanding, is blockchain a must for enterprise? The answer is no, right? But that is not unlike any other technology, AI included, generative AI included, where it should, at least in my opinion, never be a technology first conversation, right? Much like any other way we would look to disposition if a technology is appropriate. You should start with the business case. You should start with what are you trying to solve? You should start with what's the actual value proposition. There's generally just two ways to get things done. You're either going to be cutting costs and be more efficient and maybe make sure that you get that pain avoidance out of the way, or it's going to be revenue generating and it's going to be top line. So you kind of decide between those two, and then you say, okay, and after you go through your process, what type of technology would actually be appropriate? In some cases, that absolutely may be blockchain, and in others it wouldn't. As a quick story, I was actually talking to a board of directors for a Fortune 100 tech company a couple years back, and one of the more tenured board members said, okay, so you know, after you've shared all this information about blockchain, what if I'm fine with my tech stack and I don't really think blockchain's the answer? Like, what would you say to convince me? And I said, well, I wouldn't, right? Because if you actually do have the tech stack to get done what you need to get done, then that's great. And perhaps blockchain isn't the right place. So I think, again, the evaluation should still be there, but no, blockchain I don't think is a must-have yet, right, for enterprise. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, thank you. So my name is Brent Truhl. I head up digital assets at Microsoft in our financial services group. Able to hear me?
There you go.
There we go. Hi, my name is Brent Truhl. I work in, head up the digital asset space at Microsoft in our financial services cloud. I will agree and maybe elaborate a couple of other points, which is that there is tremendous value that can be derived from applying this technology in enterprise. But the real must-haves are around business issues like data verification. How do we improve the ability for institutions to go through through audit processes. Where is real value being driven? And so if the right answer to that question is a particular protocol that can solve a problem that other technologies can't, then yes, there's a huge opportunity. But the only must-have is the creation of value. If you are creating value in some way, enterprises will care, and they will show up, and they will invest. If you do not create value, they will go away very quickly.
So maybe I'll pick up on this. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Mark Rakmilovich. I head up blockchain, Web3, digital assets, product management at Oracle. And we have been involved in the blockchain space, enterprise blockchain space, since 2018 when we first introduced our platform, Oracle Blockchain Platform. And we have probably a few hundred customers at this point that are leveraging it, a large number in production, some still in pilots and so on. And what's really, I think, a common thread across all of them is that they've tried other ways of solving the problems. So if we're talking about traceability, provenance of materials that they depend on, multi-tier visibility across a multi-tier supply chain, some of the capabilities that they are getting benefits from in tokenization and digital assets in financial services, increasing liquidity of illiquid goods, for example, and streamlining a lot of paperwork or compliance regulatory issues that they're facing and so on. Those are not new problems, and this is not the first time they've tried to solve them. What they find is that blockchain does help in many of these regards to make it a more effective solution that actually can be more trusted, much more difficult to subvert because of immutability, because of non-repudiation, because of all of the underlying benefits that all of us love about blockchain. And so those customers that found those use cases and business value are moving forward, but I would also agree with the original answers that it's not a must for every enterprise. But any enterprise that participates in a larger ecosystem, that has a distribution chain, a supply chain, depends on multiple parties to make sure they're doing business in an appropriate way, they're complying with regulations, or whereas they want to be able to streamline exchange of assets, tokenization and all of that, blockchain certainly provides quite a lot of value in those use cases, and many more customers we're seeing adopting it.
Awesome, thank you. Nathan Love here with T-Mobile on the wholesale team. And to answer the short question, that is this a must-have? It's also not, but there's massive opportunities for collaboration here. We're looking with partners that we've done in the last couple years especially, where we have opportunities to show proof of concept, that there's scale. We are using a lot of use cases to really build on real world applications with other partners in the enterprise area here, as well as a lot of startups, and we're open for business to try and be a big experiment to show what works and where there's room to double down and really scale. So
great. Oh, sorry. Now, everyone here has been in the industry for a number of years. How has the attitudes of enterprises viewing blockchain changed? And what is important today? Is it different from what was important yesterday?
So I think we are still in a place of primarily blockchain tourists, right? So enterprises are looking about tinkering a little bit with the technology, thinking about, again, the application, what a proof of concept might look like, what something that's minimally viable would look like. Over the years, I think it's changed in a few ways. One is there's been far more enterprises who have actually looked to adopt the technology in a meaningful way, especially, I would say, in the financial services space as well as in the supply chain area, as Mark mentioned. And I think, as we've also seen, especially here in these United States, we've had some push from the federal government level as well in terms of some declarations and things that say, look, we should actually figure this thing out for ourselves in the US. As you probably know, we've been a laggard, I'd say overall, than some other countries. And so getting more secure around what's actually permissible from a regulatory perspective has been huge. From my perspective, that's probably the biggest blocker, frankly, for adoption. because if you don't know if you'll be able to actually implement something and it's going to be something that you can continue in perpetuity potentially if you'd like, that's a very scary proposition. It's also not something that, you know, the technology teams and others are ready to disrupt their roadmaps to do, just to play around with. And so, again, I think as we continue to get more clarity from the regulatory aspect, that should help big time.
So maybe I can share some examples of how blockchain tourists become permanent residents.
Yes.
We still have a lot of tourists, but some of the tourists that were coming through in 2018, 19, 20 have moved in. And so they have scaled out large-scale production deployments. I'll mention a few that are public. Global Shipping Business Network, GSBN. This is a consortium of maritime shipping companies that provide container shipping, own ships and all of that, and key ports between Asia, Europe, and US. They have 10 founding members, some of the biggest container shipping companies on those routes. Collectively, they handle 1 in 3 containers worldwide. Every single one has tons of documentation. Every shipment has 15 to 20 documents associated with it, multiple versions, signatures, etc. All of those activities are tracked through hashes on our blockchain platform, have been since 2020. And they have recently added some new use cases beyond just ability to track, create, for example, what they call early release program, where Tesla is able to bring a container that lands, let's say, somewhere on shore from the ship through customs into the factory within a matter of hours when it used to take days. Because all of the documentation is linked, all of the documentation is authenticated and so on. We have examples in automotive industry. Electric vehicle batteries notoriously consume enormous amounts of cobalt, mica, and other materials that are mined in some very unsavory places, as well as savory places, and so the two want to differentiate themselves. In fact, there have been lawsuits, some families in Congo sued some of the largest EV manufacturers about the damage to their families from this mining that was happening. So they've started looking at how to ensure the traceability that, in fact, the materials do come from legitimate places without child labor violations and all the rest of it. And a partner of ours, a UK company called Circular, has built a solution using our blockchain platform as infrastructure. So we provide managed blockchain service. They built an application for traceability from mining, refining, smelting, manufacturing of units going into the battery packs, ultimately going into the cars, that has been in production for Volvo Cars, Mercedes-Benz, Polestar, a bunch of other companies over the years. There is hundreds of entities that are participating in tracking everything that they do that ultimately results in that battery being installed in a car. 30 to 40 mining, refining sites, a number of logistics companies, and so on. And now they're moving into, and this is particularly prominent, you can see that in Europe, in Germany there is a consortium of automobile manufacturers that are basically providing passports for the electric vehicle batteries. So as you're driving off with a brand new car, you get this on the blockchain, basically a record that is issued that has all of the history of the materials, but now it's going to have all of the history of your usage of the battery, any repair, anything, parts replacements, etc. So that when the useful life of the battery for the car has been exhausted, it then goes into the next stage where it can be reused in other applications. And they keep track of the same battery with the same record. So this entire history is tracked on the blockchain, and ultimately it goes into recycling, and the recycling materials are fed back into the area. So there is some really visible use cases out there that have been around for a number of years with millions, hundreds of millions of records on the blockchain.
Yeah, and real quick, I'd just add a last point. Great job, Mark. I would say that, obviously our parent company is based in Bonn, Germany, T-Mobile, Deutsche Telekom, and obviously the two parts that we're looking at is the adoptability, which is getting more mainstream now, as well as compliance. So people are more aware, we're able to do more things, but there's different rules based on where you're based. So it's been really a cool opportunity to see what works, what doesn't, and our parent company actually has a T-challenge every year where they can work with startups, give an opportunity for them to prove out a proof of concept. There's about a $600,000 awards for the top companies to help them really show their proof of concept to make it work, and then we can adopt that. So that's really a cool thing that we are trying to leverage to grow scale here.
I think I can maybe just add one last point on this, which is that the bar, what is the difference, right? If you go back to 2017, 2018, 19, the bar for an enterprise to get started on a POC and start exploring this technology was actually really low. A lot of companies had innovation labs and they had teams that were starting to build. We have to be honest now that with the advent of AI now, the opportunity cost for investing in the space has gone, it becomes much higher. And so the bar's gone way up. So when we're talking with customers today at Microsoft, I imagine the same at Oracle, there's a huge debate on where do we want to invest, where do we want to put our innovation dollars, and so we do see a lot of innovation dollars going to AI, and this is actually a good thing because the bar and the actual projects that are getting built around this technology are the ones that are creating the most value.
I would just add that I have heard many times from our customers that the time you can go to the board and get some innovation funding when blockchain is passed, what they're saying basically is, show me the results, show me ROI, and if there is a real ROI and line of business supports the use case, then you can go forward with it. But we're past experimentation.
So speaking of the rise of AI, how does this impact long-term strategies for blockchain solutions or blockchain development teams when you do think about budget constraints and now there is something shiny over in the corner? We're always faced with new opportunities, new types of technologies. Is that a point of maintaining course with blockchain because of what was initiated 2 years ago? Or do you sometimes need to drastically pivot?
Well, I'll offer a couple of thoughts here. I think the time hasn't passed for blockchain, right? So I'm of the mind that yes, we absolutely need to stay the course. I personally do have cloud and AI conversations all day long with many different customers and partners. And frankly, again, even as it relates to AI, that's technology that companies are also still trying to figure out how to extract value for their particular organization to solve a particular or set of business problems. And so I don't think the time has passed, but I do think, and Mark, this is the point that I would underscore that you just made, is being able to articulate very clearly what's the trade-off of value is always going to be important, but almost even more so now because the buzzword of AI is very, very prolific. And where I happen to work, it is something that we're focused on, right, all the time. And so given we know that, when you start to enter the room and you enter the chat and you start talking about blockchain, people are like, oh yeah, that thing that we used to care about a couple of years ago when it was hot. At the same time, we've also now seen over the last year, and again, it's a bit of a tangential case, but right, the approval of Bitcoin ETFs and Ethereum ETFs, potentially more coming on. If you look at the CBDC tracker as well, even from last year till now, I saw that every single country is not only exploring a CBDC, but are in varying stages of implementation. I think only 2 have been implemented so far. That's in Zimbabwe and in Nigeria. But again, that push is still happening. So I think there's still real world applications, absolutely, for the technology. But Brent, to your point, the bar's even higher to see when you can get started, because AI is everywhere, indeed.
Generative AI is creating an enormous set of demand around verifiability of data. And what is it that blockchain technologies can really help us solve for? And it's exactly that. And so when we bring these two, I don't think the two are mutually exclusive. There is an opportunity, I think, in a big way for us to bring these two technologies together. And there's a lot of companies out there working on this today. I'm sure some of them are here.
Yeah, and I'd say that there is a really close correlation. I mentioned before we did this T-Challenge, parent company in Germany, Deutsche Telekom, and literally last year was Web3 blockchain focused. This year was AI focused, and a lot of the same companies, we had about 400 applicants that we vetted in a lot of detail, were very similar. A lot of their ideas, there's a lot of close collaboration on the Venn diagram. There's an overlap, and so it's exciting to see, as these opportunities become more mainstream, how they are actually a real use case that we can use. So
maybe I can share a few examples where AI and blockchain come together, right? Because I agree, it's not an either or. It's actually how can you make AI better using blockchain, and where a blockchain can benefit from using AI as well, right? So on the first side, we've already heard verifiability of the data that goes in and traceability of how you got to a particular answer in terms of the machine learning models, what data sets did you train it on, what versions of the models were used, and so on, right? There's a traceability issue, and we've done some projects actually with US government doing exactly that kind of traceability for the AI development efforts. But beyond that, you're always going to have now in the public sector, the models are being trained on all kinds of public data, which can include a lot of fake data, right? You don't really know. So having the data that's authenticated and you can validate is going to be very important as you try to bring AI into an enterprise environment, right? So that's one area. The other area is you have an enormous amount of transactions that are going through the blockchain ledgers. And training machine learning models on those transactions is going to be very valuable, but you need to get them into indexing databases and into formats that make it easier for machine learning models to do that. Some work that we've been doing at Oracle actually with our blockchain platform, shadowing the data into the database, applying machine learning models for fraud detection and optimization analytics and things of that sort.
So I'd like to do a quick lightning round with one question, one answer. We have 5 minutes left, so 1 minute per answer. And feel free to just choose the question. What are people not talking about that enterprises are doing to contribute to the blockchain industry?
What are they not talking about?
Yes, what's the silent role of enterprise?
I think there's actually a lot of conversations happening in boardrooms and happening in executive meeting rooms that are not going to be on the front page of the Wall Street Journal, right? There are absolutely CEOs and others thinking about how to explore this technology in ways that they're not discussing. And so I think, again, that's markedly different than what I've seen on the AI side of things in particular, where people can't wait to talk about what they're doing and how they're going to use generative AI. So again, I think this almost gets back to, is blockchain dead, if you will? Absolutely not, right? I think it will continue. At the same time, I think there's a lot of good silence in the work that's happening and percolating in several different companies across various industries.
I would just say that we have seen over the last couple of years a significant focus on digital assets in finance, traditional finance industry, and central bank digital currencies. So we're involved in some of those projects. We provide some CBDC capabilities. And when we are talking to the organizations, central banks, participating financial institutions, the basic protocols involved are not a big topic that, for them, it's operational resilience, it's security, it's confidentiality of large value payments, and things of that sort. They want to know that the same efforts that went into making their current financial infrastructure, the real-time gross settlement systems and the like, scalable, secure, resilient, able to provide 5 nines, 6 nines of availability, confidentiality, and so on, is being applied to the blockchain technology. And we've been going through a lot of vetting by those organizations to ensure that what we provide, what anybody else provides in CBDC space, which is ultimately going to become potentially part of national infrastructure, right? Just think of the scope of it, is going to be able to meet those kind of requirements.
Yeah, and I'd say lastly that there's obviously a huge difference between startups that can move quick and be agile versus publicly traded companies that have to vet it through their board, through their shareholders, and there's a big difference there. So the time to market, there's a lot of complications.
What's the main challenge that blockchains need to overcome today to be more valuable, more scalable, more marketable with exec discussions?
I'll take this one. I think there's really two that stand out, and I'll be short. The first is onboarding. How do you address identity? And everywhere I go, I'm seeing people working on this problem. Even today, I was speaking with Cardano and learning about some of their work in this space. Onboarding and solving the identity challenge is the first thing that comes to mind. The second is confidentiality and privacy. We hear about this all the time. It's one of the biggest challenges that enterprises run up against today.
One that I would add that we see is interoperability. Uh, we have today a large number of public blockchains, permission blockchains, and it's clear at this point there is not going to be a single blockchain to rule them all, right? It's going to be a world where you're going to have multiple ledgers, but at the same time they need to be interoperable, particularly if you're thinking about digital assets and currency and so on. In central bank international settlements, there is this concept of singleness of whatever currency unit you're dealing with. No matter where the money is, you know, you have some cash, $1 bill, you have a dollar sitting in the bank, you have some securities on the market. A dollar means a dollar, right? In ledgers and blockchain, that's not the case today. Unified ledger concepts that BIS has been promoting is an attempt to solve that, but it depends in a significant way on interoperability, cross-chain atomic transactions, real-time finality, and I think that's going to be the next big barrier. Once it's overcome, you're going to see strong adoption in the financial sector.
And lastly, to Welena and Nathan. Last year, the word of the year was NFT. What is the word this year, and what will the word be next year?
So I'd say, yeah, you're obviously right, and obviously there's still a huge interest in NFTs. It hasn't gone away, it's just gotten a lot more speculation and it's gone through a lot of changes. Obviously, I think blockchain still has come back through this resurgence. AI is obviously the big buzzword right now. But you have to look at real use cases, right? And that's really, the nomenclature can be confusing, or people get in stigmas on what they're actually, these words are. But when you look at real use cases, I think there's, over this end of this year and 2025, you're going to see a lot of applications and real startups actually going mainstream, enterprises adopting, these temporary concepts that are actually being proven out. So I think blockchain is going to continue to just go strong. Web3, obviously we invested largely in that last year. It hasn't gone away. We're just using real use cases to scale it.
And Welena?
Yes, I just say the words of this year are really blockchain plus AI, right? And I'd say next year it's going to be regulatory clarity on blockchain and AI.
Wow. You heard it here first. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists, and thank you very much.
Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support.
They've got the wrong presentation. They've got the wrong deck. Hello, Rare Evo. My name is David Harding. I'm the general manager of Atala. Atala's business unit within IO. And I'm here to talk to you about a really exciting topic of self-sovereign identity. Atala built a world-class platform. We're going to talk about that for doing self-sovereign identity in your applications, in your services. And we're going to talk about how it was recently granted to the Hyperledger Foundation and is now Hyperledger Identitas. But we're going to start a little bit with what is digital identity and where did it come from and how did we get here? Well, first of all, our digital identities have dramatically evolved. Now, for those of us who've been around a long time, I can use the term or the word novel networks. Some of us know what those are. I remember when I installed my first one, it didn't even have usernames and passwords. And I remember having to go to the executive team and go, hey guys, look, be very, very careful about what you put on the network and where, because everyone's going to see it. Well, Novell solved that problem very, very quickly, and they introduced something that has been the bane of our existence ever since, the username and password. Since then, we don't have one digital identity. We have multiple digital personas, all protected by a username and password. And in some cases, some sort of other multi-factor authentication, like an SMS one-time password, an authentication app, our biometrics. And we have a ton of them, don't we? We have one at work. We have one for our email. In fact, many of us have many email accounts. So we have all sorts of usernames and passwords. Our banks, our social media, and we don't own any of them. Not one. And we pay for password managers to create really complex passwords, and we try to remember the master password on that one. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry to try to fix something that should have been fixed a long time ago and never was. Digital identity itself, it's not a product. It's not a feature. And it better not be an afterthought. Because in fact, digital identity is the foundation of our digital world. I like that word foundation. I won't ask for a show of hands because I know one will actually raise their hand, but I'm sure many of us have gone and looked at a house to purchase or an apartment to rent. And think to yourself, did you ever walk into that dwelling and go, what a sexy foundation. Can't wait to buy this house because I really dig the foundation. Now, if your house is hanging over a cliff, yeah, maybe you're going to look really closely at that foundation, but if it's not, you don't think about it, do you? It just better be there, and it better work. Because if it doesn't, that house you bought is going to be sticks on dirt real quick. It's going to fall down. It's going to crash. It's going to burn. And that's exactly what has happened with digital identity today. Here we have all these digital personas, many of which we don't think about. We just use them. But nobody ever wakes up in the morning and goes, I can't wait to play with my digital identity today. Any more than you think when you wake up. I doubt you woke up this morning and said, hey, I can't wait to play with my bank card or my driver's license. It's just there. But without it, you go to the store, what are you going to do? You need to make an age-restricted purchase or you get pulled over by an officer of the law for driving too fast. You better have that digital identity or that standard credential identity with you. It's just something you have to have. And that's the world we live in today. It's literally the foundation of our digital journey, or our digital personas. So as you start building applications, say on blockchain, and you need to put digital identity in that, should be easy, right? We've had digital identity for decades now. We should have the tools and the technologies that make it very simple to create secure and effective digital identity in our applications. Well, for those who've had to deal with writing applications, we all know that's not true. It's very complex. What are you doing with that digital identity? Are you managing it for a customer? Are you dealing with millions of customers? Or is it a single sign-on inside of an enterprise? But it's far worse than that, because if you get it wrong, you have a number of liabilities. First of all, there's the classic ones, right? Brand damage. I'm going to mention a name. Tell me what you think of. Equifax. They are an identity company, just like TransUnion, just like Experian. We think of them as the credit report company, right? They're identity companies. I know, I've spoken at their conferences. Equifax, I don't think of them and think, wow, they're an identity company anymore. I think of them as the company that let over 70 million records of digital identity go into the wild because of a compromised identity. 70 million identities exposed. Names, social security numbers, banking information. Those great knowledge-based authentication questions you get asked, like what's your mother's maiden name? What city were you born in? All of that was exposed. So Equifax took some pretty serious brand damage and will for pretty much as long as I'm alive. But it's worse. You lose customers. And now, because of privacy laws like GDPR, BIPA, California Consumer Privacy Act, you have legal liabilities that are quite punitive. The CCPA alone is punitive enough that they could put $1 billion company out of business due to one data breach. Think about that. So if you get digital identity wrong in your application, it's not just your reputation at risk. It's not just your customer base that you're going to lose. You're going to put yourself out of business. So, we all have these digital personas. They're not owned by us. Somebody else owns them and turns around and sells that information without our permission. I'm looking at you, Facebook, TikTok, Google. And you have no control over it because you don't own it. Now SSI, self-sovereign identity, flips the script. Because with SSI, you own your digital identity. You own your persona. Now I'm going to say something rather controversial here. People go, well, that's going to bring me back privacy. 2.4 billion identities have been exposed since January 1 of 2024. I'm betting you're one of them. You personally, each one of you. I know I am. So privacy, yes, it's an important topic. But when it comes to your personal information, it's out there. Go on the dark web. There is actually a software as a service product, no joke, that has 24/7 tech support, provides benefits to its employees. You know what their business is? Selling stolen identities in bulk. And you can categorize the type of identity information you want. Healthcare, finance, pretty much anything you want. It even has freshness scores. You pay more for identities that have a higher freshness score. So yes, privacy is important. At the same time, it's not about maintaining your privacy anymore. It's about controlling how your information is used at that moment, at that presentation of your identity for that service or feature. SSI is really about that level of control. When you present that digital identity to somebody, you have control over whether or not you share information with them. This is very different than how we work today. If I go to the store and like I did the other night, I was making dinner. My wife said, hey, why don't you grab a couple bottles of wine? I said, great. Went to the store, grabbed a couple bottles of wine, walked up to the register. Now, I'm an old person. If you can't tell, just by looking at me, I will admit it. Guess what they asked me for? My ID. And guess what's on my ID? my whole identity. Because I had to hand them a government-issued ID, my driver's license. It had where I live, my full name, my driver's license number, and it had the date that I was born. That's a lot of information to give just so I could buy some wine. While that identity has a lot of efficacy and a lot of veracity, because it was issued by a government agency, that's still a lot of information to expose. With SSI, you have a lot more control over what you expose and when. You have selective disclosure of personal information, and you can choose whether or not to share it. If you present your SSI digital identity, you can be asked by the person that's verifying that what your name is, and you can choose to disclose it. You know what else you can disclose? Zero knowledge proofs. Are you over 21? Yes. What's your birth date? Go away. Get bent. Not gonna give it to you. I'm over 21, that's all you need to know. Look at the hair. And the zero knowledge proof. I love SSI from the perspective of verifiable credentials, because just like right now, you have a number of verifiable credentials on you. I'm betting a lot of you have a driver's license on you right now. That has a lot of veracity. Why does it have veracity? Because all that information was vetted by the local Department of Motor Vehicles. Probably also have some sort of bank card. I'm cheating, mine's on my watch, but yes, we have bank cards. And they have a level of veracity, but more importantly, efficacy, because I can walk into a store and use it, and I can make a purchase. And they all have different purposes for being, don't they? Well, in SSI, you have a wallet, you have an identity, and you have verifiable credentials issued to you from various sources. A bank, your insurance company, your healthcare provider, the DMV. And you can present the one that is necessary at that moment and then be able to prove your identity and have it looked up on the blockchain as to whether or not it is a real identity and it is really you. But the most exciting part of SSI, aside from giving you control over your digital identity and your information and when and how it's used, is it's portable and interoperable. Now, I've been in digital identity for a little over 20 years. I built a lot of really large applications for government, for military, intelligence, for those who are familiar with Clear at the airports. I built that platform for Clear. All the digital identity programs I've built are single of purpose. It's for that one purpose, and you have to go through their process and go through their presentation, go through their username and password. With SSI, again, the script gets flipped because it is portable and interoperable. How can we say that? Because SSI provides standards. The World Wide Web Consortium, or the W3C, created the Decentralized Identifier Specification, or W3C DID spec. I'm sure a lot of you have heard that term DID, Decentralized Identifier. Well, that set of protocols is interoperable. So all of a sudden, your identity can be used in any number of different ways, applications, services, without having to go through different mechanisms to prove out your identity. It's a single method. In NIST terms, this is called federation, and it has been the holy grail of digital identity up till now. It's been something that's been sorely missing. So how does SSI work? Well, SSI really has three main components. It has the issuer, the holder, and the verifier. The issuer issues a verifiable credential to you, and you have that verifiable credential in your wallet. And you can present that credential when appropriate and have all that selective disclosure and zero knowledge proof and everything else. Well, how does that work? Well, you have to present that credential to a verifier, someone who wants to verify your identity. and they're able to cryptographically verify that identity and go back to the issuer, and if they trust that issuer, there's a trust framework there, and say, did you issue this? Yes. And that issuer maintains a verifiable data registry to where your identity can be verified that it is you who's presenting it. So at Atala, division of input-output, we actually built an SSI platform. It was originally called Prism, and I'm sure some of you have heard of Atala Prism before. Well, pretty proud to announce it's fully functional and has been donated to the Hyperledger Foundation. In fact, on our panel, which is going to be right after this presentation, we have the executive director of the Hyperledger Foundation to talk about that. But we're really excited about this because very shortly after the donation, it was unanimously upvoted to be a full-blown project, and we have built a very, very strong community around Hyperledger Identitas of people who are contributing to it, as well as building applications and services on top of it. So if you'd like more information about that, that's at hyperledger.org. I encourage you to go there. There is an incredible number of frameworks and platforms to choose from in building your dApps and Web3 applications. So with that, I would like to bring up my panel, and we could talk a little more about how SSI, in particular SSI with digital identity, can be incorporated directly into your applications and the advantages of doing so. Actually, John, can I have you sit down? Yeah. So I'd like to make some introductions. First of all, I think pretty much everybody here knows Charles, yes?
That's why we have full seats.
Charles Hoskinson, founder of Cardano, Web3 visionary.
We've done a few things.
A few. We've got Mike Ward, the Chief Product Officer of I/O. Daniela Barbosa, who's the Hyperledger Foundation Executive Director, and a strong member of the Hyperledger Identitas community, John Bauer of Csign. And I have to make a correction because this is my fault. I put him as CEO, he's actually head of product, so my apologies for that.
You've been promoted.
So Charles, let's start with you. So you've been a Web3 visionary, you've been involved in a few blockchains. You were an early investor and an early visionary on SSI and digital identity. Why?
Well, pretty much everything that we'd like to do in the fintech space does at some point require a notion of identity. I mean, if you look at legacy finance, there's never going to be a case where you have a big pile of money without a name on it. We used to call those bearer bonds or cash, and when you look at 2024, every single thing is, who is it? Where did it come from? What's the story behind it? And so you need some primitive to be able to inject identity into the Web3 space. It's not optional. Then when you think about property rights in general, the NFT, well, who owns the NFT? Where's the provenance? Where did it come from? Real estate, what's the story of it? What easements do you have? When you start deconstructing things, it's almost impossible to find something in the legacy business world that doesn't have a strong need for some concept of an identity. So then the question is, can you get universality? Can you get portability? Can you get provability? There's dozens of properties that matter. And the first challenge for us in the cryptocurrency space was, do we try to retrofit an existing standard or conception, or do we create a new standard? And so what Manu did and Chris Allen did and a lot of other people at the W3C is they came together and they created the DID. And that was a big step forward in creating a conversation around not only how to create a new standard, but then also how to make that standard interoperable and retrofit with legacy notions that we had. So we always knew that we would be involved in this space, and it was a build or buy consideration. You know, do we build something from scratch, or do we just pick something off the shelf? But my biggest concern is a lot of the directionality of identity has historically been very centralized. So when you pick something off the shelf, you end up turning over all the things that make you decentralized to a central actor, and you've collapsed the entire story of cryptocurrencies now to one agency or two, which defeats the entire point of Web3. So we realized that the only way to move forward was to be a pioneer. We actually had to not only build, but we had to innovate and develop new protocols and push things forward. So identity is a first-class citizen for everything that we do.
Thank you. So now that you've built this world-class platform and the corresponding SDKs and APIs to be able to incorporate it quickly, why did you choose to donate it to the Hyperledger Foundation?
Well, you know, it's open source software, so it's kind of funny to say we donated something when that thing was already in the commons. So it was less about, do we take something proprietary and do we make it open source? It was more about what is the appropriate governance around the evolution of this technology. And one of the superpowers of Hyperledger under Daniela's leadership and the community that's been constructed there with over $6 billion of open source software is they can kind of bring in a great team of people and a great team of use cases to help you think around a product backlog and how a product backlog needs to evolve. You know, for me, I'm a consumer and customer of it. You know, we use it in Lace, and we use it in Reflect, and we use it in other ventures. So identity is always going to be there. Midnight's probably the biggest use case for us in that respect. But for it to be real, it has to be useful for beyond I/O. And so we thought, well, the best enterprise working group for blockchain technology is Hyperledger. So it made a lot of sense to find a home for it there.
Completely agree. So Mike, as the Chief Product Officer, you're responsible for really driving vision and executing on that and making that work across all the different products and services inside of I/O. So how is SSI fit into your product strategy?
Yeah, so first off, I don't think I drive the vision, I collect it. So I collect it from those that have it, including Charles, but also from the people that actually use the systems. That's where the real answer lies, right? So for me, I think I had a long history in financial transactions with blockchain prior to joining IOG. And a lot of the use cases you see in the financial world today, we used to talk in the early days, belonged on a public blockchain. It's an open platform, anybody can publish to it. But we also prided ourselves on anonymity in that platform, and that precludes a large number of use cases. If we want to start moving real world assets on chain and start doing transactions where trust is a big factor, we need to start having strong authoritative facts around identity. So you want to know who your counterparty is in many transactions. So it unlocks a huge set of use cases for what we could do in public blockchains. That's the starting point of it. The technology, of course, is very independent of blockchains. Blockchains are a fantastic way to anchor DIDs, but this same technology really can live in the Web 2 world, which means that we can start bringing facts into websites, et cetera, and bringing those users back into the Web 3 space. We can start empowering dApps to verify facts about people, to store those facts, or in Midnight's case, to store those facts not as facts any longer, but as proofs that they were verified as facts. Really, really powerful use cases start emerging that you cannot do in the existing financial system today. But it always leaves me with one question. The technology part of this is fascinating. It's very well evolved from when I first got into this space. You mentioned 3 entities earlier. So the issuer, the holder, and the verifier. The verifier is easy. I take something, I want to verify the fact. The holder, we all love the holder aspect of it. That's the self-sovereign part. My question back to you, having been in this industry for decades, is how do we get the issuers into this? We have a whole engine built. We need that fuel put into it.
You know, that's a great point, Mike. And we've had a number of discussions about this. Really, it is about combining and bringing forward the Web 2 world to the Web 3 world. On the Web 2 side, we have identity access management to support things like SSO. We have customer identity access management products like ForgeRock and Akamai and Auth0 to deal with high volumes of customers, and those products are used by banks, Home Depot, Nordstrom. They deal with those large customers. They're not going to just jump to Web3 because they've already made huge investments in that infrastructure. But with SSI, we can sit on top of those and still provide that federated layer. And that's where the migration begins, because you're going to have dApps that go directly to the chain. That is a given. But bringing the larger organizations means going where they are and utilizing the infrastructure that they have paid for, that they have the knowledge of how to use. So that's a really good point. And being able to leverage those and still bring them over into those new applications, those new services, you pick up users en masse. Daniela, thank you for being here. We're excited to have you.
I'm very excited to be here. It's the first time I've seen the Hyperledger Identis logo in the big screen, so it's fantastic. I love it.
We were pretty excited about that. So we've had a number of discussions, but I'm going to ask you, why is Hyperledger the right choice for Identis, and what do you expect the future of Identis to be in relation to the overall vision of the Hyperledger Foundation?
Sure, and I'll start, maybe some people in the audience don't know what the Hyperledger Foundation is, because I think it's really important to understand that Hyperledger is one of the projects over the last 8 years working on blockchain and digital identity, open source projects and communities and ecosystems at the Linux Foundation. And the Linux Foundation for the last 30 years has been the home, I would say, to some of the most important open source projects, obviously the Linux kernel, hence where we got our name, but many others across many industries, whether it's cloud computing or automotive or even the film industry. And it's really a place for companies and individuals and governments to come together and collaborate on building community code, and communities that learn from each other, collaborate in how they bring these tools to markets, right? Some of the challenges and some of the opportunities that you were just talking with Mike about. So Hyperledger Foundation was formed in 2016, and by 2017, our community knew that digital identity, much to your presentation, David, which was fantastic, by the way, around why the importance of digital identity was just going to be critical as our lives, whether as enterprises, as companies, or as individuals, or as things, right? Things have identities too. How critical digital identity was going to be as part of these digital ecosystems and our digital world. So starting very early, we started working with the community to bring these code projects into the Linux Foundation and some into the Hyperledger Foundation specifically, and we've continued to grow those communities. And what that means is, as innovation happens, it's happening within the Linux Foundation, within the Hyperledger Foundation, and now within a project like Hyperledger Identis. And it's really a community of people coming together. And I think one of the things that is really important is that you could open source, and Charles said it, you could open source code and you could put it on a GitHub and you say, hey, everybody, you can take a look at my code and you can use it and you can download it. But the open governance and the open development principles that a foundation like ours brings to the table really helps on a couple of things. One, it helps bring people, developers and maintainers who you might not expect to come in, right? Because they might not be associated with your company or with your own ecosystem. So you're widening the breadth of people that come in. The second thing is you get more users and people who want to adopt the technology because they know it's openly governed and openly developed. One of the things that we do at the foundation is we make sure that there is essentially three things. One is the developers are happy. Developers have the tools that they need, and from what I've seen, the Identis maintainers and contributors, we've seen a 26% increase already in contributions since the project has come to the foundation. We see them creating meetups and workshops to get more developers interested, and we see end users like John here, talking about how they're using the code to implement and to basically, build their businesses, right, on top of the open source code. So that's a healthy community there. The second is training and education, making sure individuals, developers, and business owners understand what SSI is, but more importantly, what these protocols and how these protocols work. And the third is building a commercial ecosystem. And much like our other projects within the foundation, I foresee vendors coming on board to help support Identis, so that if you're an individual, you work at FedEx, for example, FedEx was on the stage earlier, and you need to work with a vendor vendor to implement these solutions, you don't have just one vendor to choose from, you have 10 vendors to choose from, because this is code that is in the open, it's openly developed and collaborated. So it's a really important move for input-output to contribute this contribution, the Atala Prism team, and really be committed to building that ecosystem out. Input-Output have been members of the foundation since 2018, I believe, in contributing in multiple ways, not just as members, but participating in our events, doing our roundtables, and really talking about why open source is so critical to the Cardano ecosystem and to all the products and groups that Mike and the rest of the team oversee. So we're very delighted, and I said this recently to Charles when we were in Rio. The team, the maintainers, and I wish they were all here on stage because they're the ones that should get the limelight. They've done a tremendous job at showing up, being humble, being open, and being so constructive with what's going on in the rest of the ecosystem that we're just delighted to have them.
Well, we're delighted to be part of it, and we really appreciate all the support we get from Hyperledger, so thank you. So John Bauer.
Yes.
Really excited to have you here because while the rest of us are actually part of building the platform, not only are you part of driving and building the platform, you're part of actually consuming it in your products. So if you could, give us a little background on your current product, CSign.
Sure. So CSign is a new way to sign, certify, and verify agreements privately using SSI and Cardano. And you can imagine that a product like that, it's very important. So for example, if you want to sign a contract, or if your boss is going to approve a big budget for a big project or something like that, you kind of want to know that the people involved in that agreement are who they say they are. And so identity is critical for that type of project, of course. And so we use DIDs for that. And of course, you can combine that with KYC if you want. But I think it's somewhat obvious, as you mentioned in your talk, people now know that you can use DIDs to represent people. And this is, what people think you can do with this. And of course you can, and we do that. But DIDs are so much cooler than that. You can do all kinds of stuff with DIDs. So, yes, you can represent people with DIDs, but you can also represent things. And maybe even more importantly than that, you can represent relationships with DIDs. And this is where we think things get really, really interesting. So, for example, in CSign, you can represent people, and you can bind. So you can represent and bind people to people, people to things, things to people, which in CSign, the concept of an agreement in CSign is actually a DID itself that can issue verifiable credentials, and that gets very interesting. But also, DIDs can be used to represent machine to machine or service to service, and there's all kinds of really cool creative things you can do with that. And we're just having fun exploring all that and building. So,
fantastic. In fact, you have many members of the CSign team here, so we're excited to have you.
Yes, CSign audience there.
So, aside from just consuming the product, consuming the platform, you're actually a very active member in the community. So, how does your participation in the community, how has that been working out? What's been the advantages, and what would you say to other people who are interested in being part of that community?
Sure, the community is great. The Identis community is just super great. I'd say the biggest thing that comes to mind is just collaboration. Everybody's in Discord, everybody's learning together. There's so many awesome projects that are coming up on Identis. I can probably just mention a few, but Socius and Block Trust, and there's just this economy of other tools that are being built. So we are consumers of other people's tools, and we hope they'll be consumers of ours. So there's a lot of like collaboration and integration going on, which is awesome to see. Eric Deneau is creating, linking Identis to AI. There's all kinds of really cool stuff that's going on. So yeah, it's just a really fun community. All you need to do is join the Discords. There's a Atala Discord, there's a Hyperledger Discord, and just say hi. and everybody will be welcome and happy to point you along the way. Say hi to Fayad, and I'm sure he'll find the right people for you. But it's a great community.
You've been involved with this community even before I was at Input Output, and really helping drive that. Now you're writing a book about
Yes.
Hyperledger Identis. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, so one of the fascinating things about Cardano, of course there's many points of Cardano, but Project Catalyst is one of them. And in Fund 11, our lead engineer Roberto Carvajal and I won a grant to write a developer-centric book about building and launching production-ready apps on Identis. And we learned a lot by building cSign, and we sort of wanted to share the tips and tricks that we learned. And so now we're writing a book. The book itself is open source. We're writing it in public on GitHub, and all the accompanying example apps for iOS and Android and TypeScript, they'll all be open source as well. So it's just another way in which parts of Cardano are sort of itself a force multiplier in Catalyst and that. And so that's been a great experience, and we're hoping that helps other people get started quicker.
Fantastic. Well, we're gonna wrap it up about there, but I encourage everyone here to go to atalaprism.io, where you can learn more about how to join the community. Also go to hyperledger.org. There's just an amazing amount of information and tools and platforms to choose from in building your decentralized applications. To do it so quickly, lots of training, lots of support. So we look forward to you joining our community and being an active part.
Thanks, everyone.
Partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support.
Check, check. Oh. Hi, welcome everybody to the afternoon sessions. For all of you guys still here in the audience, ready for another panel. We've got some action-packed, amazing, guys here on the panel today for you guys. My name is Megan Nilsson. I go by Crypto Megan. We're here at Rare Evo. Hope you guys have been enjoying the conference so far. We will be discussing today getting your vision to revenue. And this is one of the topics that I love because I'm also a strategic advisor. I'm on a world tour right now, currently filming for Draper TV, Tim Draper's channel. And there are so many visionaries in the space, and there are so many incredible ideas and projects, but bringing those to another level to where you can scale, to where you can bring money in, to where you can get your vision to life is actually very difficult. And not many stand the test of time. So I'm up here with 3 incredible panelists who have been able to achieve that, and we're gonna give you tips and get just a little bit deeper into their backgrounds and some advice on others who want to achieve what you guys have achieved. So without further ado, I'd love to announce my panel. Wesley Crook, the CEO of FP Complete, Ben Hart, the CEO of M Labs, and Zach, aka Cash, CEO of Anvil Development Agency. So thank you all for being here today, and let's just kick this off by maybe getting a little bit deeper into what you guys do, quick intros, and we'll go all 3 of you around the table.
On? Yeah? Okay, there we go. Hey there. So a little bit about M Labs. M Labs established itself first as a fintech consultancy. We moved into blockchain in 2021. I had a sort of preceding experience with the EVM, and we wound up taking on a niche, building many of the protocols that you've seen on Cardano, building and eventually auditing as well. We've since launched and worked with over 20 projects, many of the ones you've heard about. We're partnered with Liquid very early on. We've been partners with IOG, Indigo Labs, Sunday, MinSwap, most of the major protocols in the DeFi space, especially the early launchers, we were involved with in some way. Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, I'm Wes Crook, FP Complete, going by FP Block in the Web3 space. We've been around since 2011. We are one of the companies that originally did the audits for Cardano when it first launched.
2011, you said?
Yes.
Wow.
We've been in the blockchain space since 2016. Primarily, we've been focused in the regulated and near-regulated industries. So we've got probably about 17, 18 projects under our belt now in the Web3 smart contract space. And we've been building some really high performance applications now for the better part of the last 7-8 years.
Wow, that truly has stood the test of time.
Yes.
It's going to be incredible to hear some vision from you and some insight on what that journey has been like. So thank you for that intro. And Cash.
Thanks, I'm Cash. I'm the CEO of Anvil Development Agency. We're a Cardano-based dev company. We do a lot of work with NFT projects right now. And we're developing into creating kind of another use case for our company, doing a lot of custom work, reaching out to Web 2 parties who want to get into blockchain and don't necessarily understand how to. We're trying to make it really easy for them, understandable and digestible, and we're trying to provide a good experience for all the end users that are affected and use our products. So we're really interested in this convention, kind of explaining what we do a little bit more, and I'm looking forward to the questions for the panel.
Right, so this panel is called Getting Your Vision to Revenue, right? So what a lot of what your guys' work is, and my work as well, is helping those founders who have that vision then achieve that network effect, get their business model and their revenue going. Can you guys give us some insight as to what that's been like? I know you just said you've now gone to Web 2 companies, trying to get them introduced to Web 3. Is that also the rest of the angle? Or let's kind of like go on a round table here, and I would love to get some insights on your guys' tactics and what you've been doing to achieve that.
Yeah, sure. From our perspective, we're an engineering company. We build things, and what we've seen time and time again, a lot of our clients, they come in with their projects, they have really smart engineers, smart CTOs, but they've never done the end-to-end. They're either really good at the front end, they're really good at the backside, the back-end engineering, but they've never gone to production. And, case in point, we just took one company, they spent 2.5 years, about $10 million. We came in behind them, they couldn't launch. And in 6 months, we built their application. Now they're at about $3.5 billion in trading volume on a perps platform. We took their operating costs down from $300,000 a year to about $110,000 a year, but by the architecture we designed. So really what we tell CEOs and founders and folks like that is, yes, you may have some smart engineers and smart CTOs, but have they really built production systems that'll stand the test of time? It might be an MVP, might be a 50,000 user system, but can they do 1 million? Can they do 2 million users? Do they have the security? Do they have the architecture to scale? Are they on the right protocols? Because a lot of protocols, blockchains are questionable sometimes. So we help companies get that vision to revenue quickly because, think about it, everybody's getting grant money or investor money. Cash only goes so far, and if you burn it just building and building and building, you won't get there.
Right, you're going to run out of runway, and then you're not going to get that vision executed ever. So that's really interesting. So can you say those stats again? They went from what million to, how can you tell us a little bit about those numbers? Because they're pretty astounding. I mean, so what do you think that they changed in either their protocol? Can you give them some tangible examples to the audience as far as tweaks that you did to help them achieve that goal?
Well, basically, a lot of folks are, they take requirements from the product teams, from the founders, the visionaries, but they haven't vetted the science and math behind it. And that's where we come in. We'll deconstruct the algorithms and the math and science, and that's why we call ourselves engineers, not developers. Because a lot of times the requirements aren't well vetted. And if you don't have a well vetted requirement, you tend to kind of wander in your building, and that's where you get in trouble. I've never met an engineer that can't do something. That's part of the problem. It's a team approach, but the real piece of it is shipping is a feature. You got to get it out the door. Engineers like to tinker. Teams like to tinker. They don't finish what they we can do it better. New thing. It's like get it out the door, get it in production, build something that the community wants to absorb. Because if you pre-launch or you launch a poor product, you're done. I mean, look at all the dead chains and all the zombies out there that you see, is they built poor product and they launched it.
So you need to find the product fit first in order to properly
find the product fit, do the math and science behind the algorithms to make sure they're sound, and then build the requirements and then build the software quickly, and don't try to be oversized.
Right, it's really interesting.
Quite often in blockchain, there's a lot that can limit what's possible. So if you don't take an honest look at what you can achieve, and you commit to things like scaling without limit in a situation where that's not plausible, you need to rethink, or you will never ship, and you will run out of money. Mm-hmm. It's a matter of time. You have to be able to make those trade-offs and also set yourself up for future success, because the thing you don't want to have to do is start from scratch, right?
And do most projects in your guys' experience, do they start first with a hype and then they go toward the project, or do they build and then launch project after they've built? You know what I mean? Has that dynamic changed for you as developers, or is it still similar to where they kind of promise a lot and then they decide, okay, now we kind of felt that this community is ready and let me go back and build the project now?
This is especially in America, this has changed with securities law quite a bit, or with our understanding of securities exposure. So I think even a few years ago, it was much more common to have a huge amount of hype going into an early raise, where those early raises are getting a lot less common now. People want to get a product out before they really at least sell to consumer level investors. So that's certainly a huge factor that's changed just over the past 2-3 years, from an early blockchain experience where you really want to get your ICO up immediately to later stage sales. Early on, by 3-4 years ago, we already had VCs coming in where people had initially gone straight to the community, and they needed that hype just to get enough funds that they could build anything. Right?
So primarily it's usually for the funds, but in some cases, and I want to get to you, Cash, because I see you smiling over there like you resonate.
Yeah.
I don't want to single anybody out, but there was a massive raise that was done really recently, and all it resulted in was a very anticlimactic launch, a lot of unhappy investors, and there's really, from what I gather, there's no point for them to try to continue to hype because they've already made their money, right? And so in some cases, that actually is a legitimate way for them to raise, and in other cases, it's like just a way to get a lot of money in, and then, we'll see what happens with the chain later, right? Can you comment on that, Kat?
Yeah, so I think a lot of people come into this with a lot of ambition, and they really think like they're onto something special, and sometimes people truly are onto something special. I have my buddy out there, Nuvola, in the crowd. One of the few projects that I've seen actually bring their ideas to fruition first, rather than trying to cause a lot of hype around the project. I think that's one of the biggest downsides to Web3 is people really, and rarely do they go out and they actually build up a reputation before launching a product. And I think that people need to kind of think about that more, because a lot of the people in this space now are really aged, and they really understand like, we're not going to fall for every trick anymore. We need to see an actual protocol delivered, and it has to actually work before we're going to invest in your product, right? So one of the things that we like to focus on at Anvil is making things really easy to bring for regular everyday projects, right? Who can't afford necessarily a $100,000 dev budget, but they need to ship something to their consumers, right? So staking is one of the big things that we do. And a lot of the custom work that we do is very well priced and affordable, so that people can actually ship these things to their end users and live up to their promises. And it's a big problem in this space, but I think people are finally wising up and starting to understand like we can't just throw money at everything. We have to pick and choose our winners and then support them, and we're starting to see that.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point about reputation. I think the one commonality amongst all of us here on this panel is that we've worked hard to have that reputation, to take the long road, to not take shortcuts and fast cash and all the other things that are, rampant in the space, and that speaks volumes. And we're all here today continuing to build and continuing to bring out the best. So hopefully people can follow that playbook and be in it for the long game instead of trying to just, put something together quickly. So.
Also, people always underestimate the timing of the market and how difficult that is when paired with timing of software development. You really have to be in things for the long haul, especially right now. Yep. You're better to get something in place and then just try to time your launch to have the most impact that you're going to get. Because, I'm sorry, the market conditions today are not going to be the same market conditions in even a very short build, like a 2 or 3 month build, which is pretty good. The market conditions are going to change. And you have to be prepared to build a product that's going to withstand all kinds of market conditions, not just the fat times.
Right, yeah, so it's important so what you're saying is that they should be ready to launch, but just potentially hold out until those conditions are ideal.
I think that's an ideal state to be in, where suddenly you simply have to choose the timing, as opposed to frantically trying to get through a build and launching a buggy product because you needed to take advantage of a very specific window, right? Or a fad that investors have become obsessed with for that month, right?
Right, absolutely.
Yeah, playing onto that, if you build a good product, timing is valuation. People are going to invest in good product, good vision, good delivery. I grew up in the dot-com bubble way back. And how many companies were running around there losing revenue and getting hundreds of millions of dollars in investment capital. We're going through the same process here today in the Web3 space. And we're starting to mature. The adults are starting to come in the room, so to speak, where you got to have a business plan, you got to have a market plan, you got to have a tech stack plan. And if you build it and you do all those things, the investors will be there. The money will be there. What you're seeing today is investors are saying, I got the money, but I'm not going to give you any more until you prove to me that this is going to work. Where before it's like, oh, here's a check, have fun.
Yeah, the checks were just ready to be written before, and everything was like turned to gold. I don't know, it's not that way right now in the market, evidently.
And I don't think it ever will be again in this particular technology bubble.
You don't think that we'll have one of those booms where people are just writing checks, and you think that that day has passed, and now it's all about quality?
I think it's now about we're flushing out the gamesmanship, and we're getting down to business. Web3, blockchain is becoming a part of our fabric for society, and when that happens, it's going to mature. I mean, if you look at the whole U.S. EFT, crypto space, Europe and other parts of the world are so far ahead of us, and now all of a sudden, because BlackRock and those guys now have EFTs, it's like cool again. There's a lot of money. The big guys, the enterprises are trying to figure out how to take advantage of this, and they're not nimble like the people in this room to get it done. So we're building the early pieces. So, sorry about that. We're building the early infrastructure that's going to become the future. And technology's done that over and over and over for the last 100 years. So.
Yeah, that's right. It's a cycle. It's cyclical, and now where would you say we are right now in comparison to the dot-com bubble?
We still haven't completely blown up yet.
We're about to find the Amazons, and right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Yeah. You're gonna have a consolidation. You're gonna have a more focus. We're gonna lose some players along the way, and then we're gonna have some big boys show up.
We're definitely also still trying to re-earn trust, I think. There's a lot of trust through FTX and plenty of other projects that blew up, and it's going to take a long time, even with institutional investors starting to move into the space, to get that kind of confidence, especially at the protocol level. Like we're seeing institutional investors at the layer 1 level. That's the oldest part of the technology, right? Arguably, we had the first layer 1s coming out 12, 14 years ago at this point. The smart contract protocols, as a technology, that's only 5, 6, 8 years old.
No, sorry. I just want everybody to hear what you guys are saying because it's so valuable. They're invaluable insights, and really every founder needs to hear this who's been grinding and wants to get their vision monetized and bring it to life.
Yeah.
There is a playbook being built, right? And you guys can all help out with that. Cash, I'd like to hear your opinion on this as well.
Yeah, and we, as our companies exist, we kind of get to see all these different trials and tribulations of people trying to bring their product to life. So we have kind of a different view of it as opposed to most of the people in the space, because we get to see behind the scenes, right? We get to see all these people and how they talk and how they move and how they actually manage a product, right? So one thing I wanted to touch on was the kind of spikiness and volatility of it. I do think that a lot of we're opening a protocol, throw us your money and we're going to make you guys rich. I think a lot of that is over, but we're all expecting another bull market, and bull markets tend to make people very casual and very forgetful. So I think there will still be some new opportunities, but I don't see past this next bull market a lot of opportunities for people. We're going to see, like you said, a lot of the bigger projects solidify their stance in this space even more, because they've been now proven through 2 bull markets, right?
Yeah, you're standing the test of time. If you can stand 2 cycles, I mean, you're doing pretty good, right?
Exactly.
So, yeah, I want to touch back. Did you want to say?
Yeah, I was just going to say something that we get that even a lot of people who've worked at individual successful protocols don't get, is we get to see both the projects that succeed and the projects that don't, and we can really, I think we have a wealth of experience that comes from having an inside look into both sides of how a project can shake out. And that's something we focus on, is really not just the engineering side of things, but also the business components that lend themselves to success.
Yeah, absolutely, and getting that vision, monetized. And so that's one thing that I've been working on with several companies, and one is starting to achieve that network effect. They're building on base, but for me, it's looking like real world use cases and utility that's shining, truly shining now. And so I just put, my brand behind one company that I haven't done this before in my career. I just felt so excited by the thought that there's real use cases and real business being done on chain. And one of the talks was, should we do this in the background and then kind of come out with it first to prove that, or should we, the thing we talked about before, do we go and hype first or do we build first? And they built first, and it was great. And they did 3.5 billion in volume on chain for telecom settlements, and they're doing that in the background. They're on track to process 14 billion in the next 12 months. Zebu, they were going to be here today. Hopefully they'll be at Rare Evo Singapore. And that to me is just astounding that we can now start having these use cases. Like, the tech is ready. That's a huge volume to be bringing in, and it's only going to go up from there. So now they're going to find that market fit after already having built a product. Now they're going to go to retail and say, hey, you can join this too. But one of the things that you said earlier that kind of resonated with was the trust, because their business model is 2% on all the transaction fees and share that with their validator nodes. So it's actually real yield coming from real transactions, but people are so shaken by the FTXs and by the collapses and by all of these projects that you stake, and they're kind of printing and giving you, out of thin air and giving you money out of thin air. So they're all kind of like, what's the catch? So now we're in that phase of we're building, we're going to show that this is actually working and it's a functioning model, right? And that excites me. I would like to hear what excites you guys the most about kind of like projects you've seen that you think that's the direction we should head in.
I think what we've been excited about is we're seeing the adoption in the mainstream of the technologies. In the perps and the options, the trading platforms. Yes, FTX gave everybody a black eye, but now you're seeing that trust starting to rebuild. You have a lot of different platforms, a lot of different chains doing the same thing. So I think the cross-chain world, getting where you can move your single identity across multiple chains, multiple platforms, I think is the next. We're really excited about that space. And
so chain agnostic, so building on.
Yes, the interoperability of the chain, single sign-on.
Absolutely.
I'm always really excited in products that are built to integrate with other products. I think this is where you can get a lot of leverage. If you're collecting fees on those services, even better. But there's a lot out there, and if everyone is trying to build everything from scratch, nobody gets anywhere. So if you can provide utility out to the people already in the space, it is dramatically easier to work with the existing adoption than trying to pull in new users. I'm also really excited about gaming and GameFi, because that does seem to be one of the key areas where we're bringing new adoption.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is already proven itself that it's starting to bring that traction in. So for sure.
Yeah, and for me, I'm really excited about the real world applications. Like, we're starting to explore a lot of them ourselves in terms of like new projects approaching us. And what I'm really looking forward to is people that are taking a more like a Web 2 approach and making their products for everyday users, not for crypto people, because crypto people are going to support those products no matter what, right? Because we're all in the same game here, kind of. But the people who are building tools, like I like to use the Starbucks app as an example, right? It's now been moonlighted, but it was a really great example of how blockchain can exist in an app and you don't even know it. That's the type of products that I think are really going to take us to the next level and bring us that new adoption that everybody's so desperately looking for in this space. So I'm excited because I know a lot of people are working on that kind of stuff because they're coming to us to help them do it. So I think there's a lot of potential in the near future to see these products getting delivered at a very high level like we've been talking about this whole time.
I think any layer one that's able to provide savings on micropayments in general, I think that's setting itself up for success with how micropayments are playing out in the broader world. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's truly exciting times. I like what you said about, just that Steve Jobsian moment, right? One click and it's done, and then we'll be there. I think we're getting close to that. The technology is ready. Now we got to go out there and build these applications that actually bring in these users that are, the UI, UX is easy, simple. I mean, some would argue that even the biggest exchanges are still not there yet, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, I think those are, and also just like to you in the audience that you built your product, you're out there now, like, the company I referenced, Zebu, they have a lot of firepower, but for those that are just starting out and they're just, you're taking your vision from nothing to something, that's incredible.
Yeah.
And so I just want to congratulate you on that, and hopefully all of the visionaries like you, the projects are allowed to see the light of day thanks to the help of people like yourselves who've been working and grinding in this industry and just helping people be successful, right? To find those gems. So, absolutely. So where can they connect with you guys? Where can they find you?
We have a booth here, just over there, or you can find us at mlabs.city.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, we're fpcomplete.com or fpblock.com. We did the Birch booth over here around your little.
All right, so go and check them out at their booths. And Cash, where can they find you?
You guys can find us on Twitter. You can find us at ada-anvil.io, or you can send us an email to hello@adaanvil, and we'll take care of you. Or just message me on Twitter if you find me. I do kind of a little bit of everything. So.
All right, so just send them a DM, and it'll be all good.
It happens a lot.
Absolutely, and I'm Crypto Megan on all socials, so I'd love to connect with you guys as well. And thank you guys so much for such an insightful panel. Hope to catch up with you soon.
Hey,
Thank you for moderating.
Yeah, thank you.
Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support.
Are we good to go? There we are. Hola, as they say. Ready? All right. Hello, everyone. How are we doing? I'm Eddie, aka Dancing Eddie. I'm gonna make this real quick because I want to hear from these guys because I'm an L1 rising L2 in the legal industry, and this panel is building the legal framework for the blockchain. We have, starting us off, we have Rick Tapia, CEO and founder of DraftChain. He'll be our moderator for today. We also have Caitlin Long, and hold on, you are the CEO, correct me if I'm wrong, of Custodia Bank. Excellent. After that, we got Jeremy Evans, founder of California Sports Lawyer, and finally, Aaron Fries, COO and CCO at Digital Ascension Group. I hope you guys enjoy. Vamos.
Thank you so much for that great introduction, and thank you to my panelists for joining us today. And we'll try not to bore you guys too much. I know we're getting pretty close to happy hour, so we'll try not to bore you too much with all of our legal mumbles. So to kind of start some things off as just kind of an introduction. So yeah, I'm Rick Tapia. I'm the CEO and founder at DraftChain AI. We are a legal tech AI business that is focused on revolutionizing the practice of law, utilizing AI and emerging technologies. I also am the general counsel for Digital Ascension Group, which is one of 2 family office syndicates in the U.S. focused on digital assets. So I'll let everybody else kind of do a quick introduction of themselves, and then we can jump into some questions.
Caitlin Long got slotted into this panel at the last minute. Not exactly dressed for being on stage, but thank you all for pulling me into since I was here. CEO of Custodia Bank. Involved in a little fight over the debanking of this industry.
Aaron Fries, I'm the COO and CCO of Digital Ascension Group. We're a multifamily office, an RIA focused on wealth management in the crypto space.
Hello everybody, Jeremy Evans from Newport Beach, California. Currently founder of California Sports Lawyer, where I deal with entertainment, media, and sports law. And then immediate past president of the California Lawyers Association, which is the largest bar association in the country.
Awesome, awesome. Well, to kind of start things off, and this is just kind of a general question for everybody, when we think about kind of the regulatory landscape in the U.S. when it comes to digital assets, there's no shortage of things for us to discuss, but as we're obviously nearing, a critical election period as well, what does the current regulatory landscape for digital assets look in the U.S., and where do you think it should be heading? And Caitlin, I'll start with you and we'll go down the line.
Well, obviously under the Biden administration, it's ugly. And they really, truly, the Warren crowd, there's a faction in the Democratic Party, the Warren faction, and then there's the more moderate faction. And the Warren crowd just wants us all dead, wants us offshore, would be happy if we didn't exist, and is trying to drive us all out. But I am especially grateful for the moderates who are really trying to solve that problem. And some have reached out directly to me, and I am working with them. I am not part of the group that is shunning them at all, because frankly, if they're able to get a breakthrough with the Harris campaign and the Harris administration, if she's elected, we're all better off for it. If Trump is elected, the expectation is that it would be a better environment for us. But who knows? It is fair to say that Trump was a skeptic, isn't now, but it all depends. Personnel is policy, and it all depends on who ultimately. It all depends on who ultimately gets elected, because personnel is policy.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I mean, the current state of regulation is muddy and messy and ever-changing, and can sometimes feel like quicksand. Sitting in a compliance role, it's really challenging to know how to navigate this space, and it changes frequently. And even when you think you're doing the right things, sometimes you are not. The current state that we have is all of the enforcement actions and regulation by enforcement, that it's changing frequently. It feels like a scattershot approach when you think about all of the different suits that are being brought by the SEC and the parties that they're targeting in different districts, with different outcomes in different districts depending on the judge that you get, that will likely go up through the appeals process. I think the good news is that it does seem to be some shifting sands on both sides of the aisle, which is what we need. I heard somebody recently say that crypto is becoming a purple issue, which I think is a good way to describe it. There needs to be, I think there's a clarity of the need for, fit for purpose regulation. We see a lot of these bills that are moving through the House, and now we've got some commitments from the Senate just today, I think, or this week, talking about how they're committed to getting some sensible regulations, through the Senate as well this year. So I think that we've got some good news on both sides to get some clarity. We're certainly not in that environment yet. Like Caitlin said, the outcome of the election is going to matter in either way, and hopefully it's good news either way, but it certainly will shift. So it's ever changing at the moment.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think the digital asset issue is similar to some of the other issues that we deal with. For example, if you look at the way sort of marijuana is dealt with, or alcohol is dealt with, or sports gambling is dealt with, right? It's like every state has a different way of doing things. So I think from a federal level, as you guys were talking about, there should be a standard across the board because you're dealing with currency. Or maybe not, maybe each state has its own law. But ultimately, I think that from a practical standpoint, you got to get that good legal counsel. And ultimately what it means is that I think a lot of times in the digital space, people think that, oh, we don't need contracts. There's we can sort of ignore this stuff at the bottom. But
Code is law, right?
Right. Yeah. It's like it doesn't change because it's in it. It's out here. You got to get the contracts. You need to still do the same things you're doing in the sort of physical space.
Yeah, and really good points, and thank you so much. So, kind of to Jeremy, to your last point, when we think about, obviously that, some people kind of are on this kind of code is law fence. Other people are like, hey, you need to really do things from a completely regulatory and legally compliant way, especially when we think of like things like DAOs and some of the regulatory uncertainties with that. And this is, again, kind of a general question for everybody. What shape or like what are some of these regulations should look like as we go forward? I mean, how do you strike this balance of not stifling innovation, but also obviously promoting consumer protection? And Jeremy, we'll circle back around and start with you this time.
This is interesting because I'll go back to, I'll use AI as an example. President Biden had passed or signed an executive order that dealt with AI and sort of had this baseline policy saying, if AI affects human beings in a negative way, it has to go through some like FDA approval type process, right? I thought that was a pretty standard law. I think that sort of makes sense, or executive order. But to me, I think when you're dealing with blockchain in any sort of digital asset, again, it comes down to the basics, right? You got to have laws in place. That's where the legislature comes in. But unfortunately, the legislature works a lot like firemen in firehouses, in that you respond to a fire. Very rarely does legislature get ahead of things. So this is why we're talking about this at conferences, right? So I think you need to get legislation in play. This is where lobbyists come into play. I also think that we need to figure out, as I mentioned earlier, whether this is going to be a federal framework or a state-to-state framework. And I think that's the interesting question, and whether Congress can come together to have some sort of federal law that addresses these issues.
Yeah, I think when it comes to what's needed, I think clarity is key, honestly, regardless of what's included in a final bill. I've spent 8 years in this space, and I've stayed on the institutional side. I've helped many traditional financial institutions enter this space and try to make sense of it. And clarity is really what they're seeking. Obviously, I have some opinions on which regulator is probably best suited and how these assets should be viewed. I think disclosures are obviously going to be a key part of any crypto legislation and need to be clear. Having disclosures around the tokenomics and the code and the team and making sure that all of that is well known by the retail space. But to me, clarity is prominent above everything, and making sure that in whatever crypto legislation is passed, it is clear which regulator has authority in which situations. I know, like, for instance, FIT 21 has different regulatory bodies having jurisdiction in different situations, and sometimes one token can have a different regulator depending on how it's sold and which situation, and I'm hoping that we get more clarity in final regulation.
Since this is a developer-heavy conference, I'll make an analogy to voice over internet protocol, because when that came along, you didn't need to use the old copper wire networks to make phone calls anymore. You could do it from the command line interface if you wanted to, using voice over internet protocol. But most of you don't do that. Most of you actually have, one of these, and you pay a provider because of the security and the better user experience. And so the analogy here is that you're never going to get rid of these open source protocols. Once they're out in the wild, the genie's out of the bottle. They will never be uninvented, just like voice over internet protocol. But yet the lit markets are where most people in telco do their business. And yes, we know the government is surveilling our phone calls, and that the telecom companies will give information if law enforcement comes asking. Yet, if you really are that concerned about privacy, you can use Tor and you can use the command line interface to make your phone calls. So, long story short, I think the right approach for regulators is to do what the telecom regulators did when voice over internet protocol came along and say, okay, you don't have to stick with your copper wire networks. We're not forcing you to do that. We're letting you adopt the new technology. And most people from a user perspective had no idea that the back end got swapped out when that happened. But they're voluntarily using the centralized providers which are interfacing with law enforcement. The escape valve, though, is that because these are open source protocols that will never be uninvented, you always, if you really are afraid, or if you are living in an Orwellian state, which hell, the US seems to be going in that direction, then you can transact on your own if you want to and you have the skill set. So I really would encourage the regulators to think of it that way. Create incentives for people to do business in the lit markets if you want to watch them. I am aware that the national security apparatus in the US is really starting to get uncomfortable with how much of this industry has been pushed offshore, because they're losing the ability to do the surveillance. And it's going to be fascinating, regardless of who wins the election, to see that sort of CBDC type, we want to surveil everybody on one end, versus the national security apparatus on the other. They actually are aligned in some ways, but the pro-CBDC crowd, which is the Warrenite crowd right now, is trying to kill all the private sector versions and trying to push us offshore, and now we're seeing the national security apparatus push back, and we'll see who wins.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point, and I think it kind of leads to my next question, Aaron. I'll start with you on this one. Is there some concern, at least from your perspective, that we are driving a lot of business in the crypto space and blockchain space offshore, and are we at that point of no return, where maybe the damage has been, too much for a lot of these companies to ever want to come back or want to build here?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think that has been the case, and I have seen that happen personally with many projects that, get funded here and do a lot of development here, and then when they're ready to launch, they go elsewhere, because they can't make their way through the regulatory landscape as it is. I don't know that I would say it's too late. I do think that there is, when we have a regulatory framework that is clear, that is fit for purpose, that is built for the crypto space, and that has a pathway to actually compliance, right? I mean, part of the problem today has been not only is it unclear what the guidelines are, even if you're going to follow a path, there is no path to regulatory compliance, right? You have the SEC knocking on your door saying you're selling unregistered securities and you need to register. Right, exactly. And they say, okay, well, how do we register? That's great. They say, go talk to trading and markets. You go talk to trading and markets, and they say, we have absolutely no pathway for that to happen for you. So there's no pathway to compliance. I think that once that is resolved, I do think that it will become more clear on how to launch here. So I don't think it's too late, but it certainly is the landscape that we're in at the moment.
Same question to me. So this is where I think the U.S., and you mentioned this a little bit earlier, I think this is where the United States has to lead on this issue. This bleeds into other aspects of policy. It's kind of like you said, you have to have some laws in play to figure it out and to make sure you know what you're doing so it's not confusing. That address all types of issues with contracts and how does it work state to state, is there a federal law? But again, I think bottom line is the U.S. has to lead on this issue, and we have to be at the forefront. Otherwise, somebody else is going to do it. And you kind of see this if you're not talking about digital currency and other aspects of currency. We're talking about the dollars that we use and some of the things that are going around the globe with other countries coming together, the bloc countries, for example. I think we have to lead on this issue, otherwise we're going to be left behind.
Aaron and I were talking before we got on stage about the single most important thing that happened in this regulatory space this week is Chuck Schumer going out publicly and saying that he wants to get a bill passed before the end of this year. And that he did also publicly say, which I understand is true, that the Republicans were the ones that decided to block it happening before the election because they think they might get a better deal if the election comes out the way they're hoping that it will. We'll see. But Chuck Schumer, given that that Biden is a lame duck at this point and that it's kind of acknowledged he wasn't really in control of these issues anyway during his presidency, Chuck Schumer's probably the most powerful person in DC on these issues because he's majority leader in the Senate and he controls what gets to the floor of the U.S. Senate. And if he wants it to go to the floor of the U.S. Senate, it's going. So I think that's a huge positive, and who knows what's going to happen in this election, but my sense is that as an industry, we should take what we can get right now, as opposed to trying to wait and hope for a different outcome in the election. If the Democrats take the House, Maxine Waters is going to be House Financial Services Committee chair, and she's a Warrenite. She doesn't want any of this supported in the law at all. So the factions in the Democratic Party might be warring with each other, and regardless of who's president, again, I'm not sure that we're going to get a better outcome after the election, and I think that as an industry, the best outcome might be in a lame duck session.
Really appreciate each of your responses. As we kind of zoom out a little bit here, and I'm going to preface this by saying this is not legal or financial advice by any of my panelists up here, but when you look at some of these projects that are just getting started out and they're looking to build and maybe launch a token or do some different things, what are some things from a legal standpoint that they should be thinking about as they approach building and building out their projects? And I guess, Kaylin, we'll start with you and work our way down from there.
Try to find something that the SEC hasn't already targeted and use that as a roadmap. That's my best advice. But I must admit that's not my area. So over to you.
So one of my passions is diligence, and that is probably the least sexy thing to talk about at a crypto conference is diligence. But I really get on a soapbox when it comes to that, especially if you're starting out and you're building something new, and you're going out and you're finding the partners that you're going to work with, understanding who they are, what do they have best practices in place, are they segregating assets, all of those great best practices. I think it's the single most important thing that you can do. Try to navigate the regulatory space as best you can, which typically just looks like keeping good records, having proper disclosures, understanding what that means in the current framework, and understanding how the landscape is shifting and constantly staying up to date on that. So that's my answer.
So great answers. I sort of take this back for a second. So like when I interview clients, right? I do the client interview. It's so important because I want to know whether I'm going to like that client and want to work with them. So I base a lot of my clients on personality. And if I don't like their personality, I'm not going to work with them. But being a sole practitioner, I get to make that decision. I would put the impetus on each of you to do the same thing when you're talking to lawyers or people who are doing compliance. You want somebody that knows what they're doing and can have a broad landscape of sort of what's happening around the country and around the world and understand the sort of what's happening, because you don't want just a contracts lawyer would be great, somebody who knows privacy and copyright, all these other sort of aspects of the law, but you want somebody who's involved in it. And I don't mean this as a shameless plug, but a guy like Rick, for example, somebody who's involved in it, knows what's happening, is invested in it. So that to me, I think, I would put the impetus on you guys to interview your lawyers or whoever your compliance folks are to figure out what they know and whether they can actually help you accomplish what you're trying to accomplish, or tell you no, that it can't be accomplished. Because the last thing you want is somebody telling you, yes, you can do this, and the next thing you know, the SEC is calling or seizing your assets.
If anyone is saying definitively about anything, yes, you can do this, that they probably
there is
probably
no
bad
such thing
advice.
as a yes. It's in the banking world they call it a SNO, supervisory non-objection. It's not a yes.
It's not a yes, but it's not a no.
Well, really appreciate your responses. One question I have for you, Caitlin, when we talk about, Custodia Bank a little bit in terms of like the regulatory challenge that you guys have had to navigate, and you guys have certainly kind of like led the way for examples for other businesses that want to kind of follow your guys' path. What are some of these challenges that you're facing, and really kind of speak to the industry as a whole from that perspective?
Well, we haven't talked about the debanking challenge. I think for the developers here, a lot of you are probably more worried about the SEC, but in a lot of cases, you're also worried about your startup being debanked. I mean, everybody in this space has experienced it, ourselves included. And I mean, frankly, I think Charles has said this publicly, he's had it happen to him too. I mean, he's a billionaire and legit businesses, and he gets debanked just for being in this space. And so we're trying to solve that problem, and we haven't talked much about Wyoming. You were mentioning the state importance of the roles of state governments in this space, Jeremy, and I think that's right. Wyoming is really staking out a claim, pun intended, and there is a conference next week. Charles is going to be there for the Wyoming Blockchain Symposium, co-sponsored by the University of Wyoming and SALT, which is Anthony Scaramucci's group. And he deliberately picked that time because it's in Jackson Hole right before the Fed. And it's now come out that the Fed was prohibited from attending by internal policy at the Fed. So unfortunately, it's too bad, because that would have been a place where they could have at least learned something, as opposed to continuing to stick their head in the sand and try to pretend that this is all going to go away. But I just saw before I got on stage, Dennis Porter just tweeted out that all this debanking has to stop. We're seeing it at Custodia, because when other banks close bank accounts, everyone knows we're the bank that will bank the industry and will fight to bank the industry. And they come and sometimes they urgently need to open accounts with us. And I want to thank everyone in the industry who is doing business with us and trying to make sure that we do thrive, because man, we don't know what's going to come on the other side of this. It is possible that this is an insurmountable obstacle, and that it's not possible to solve the debanking problem. It is, I like the way Tyler Winklevoss put it, it is insidious. The bank regulators will go and say, hey, you got a nice bank there, and they don't tell the banks they can't bank the industry, but they say it's risky, and then all of a sudden we're going to throw more examinations at you and just drive up your regulatory costs. And gee, it would be too bad if you lost your account, and like Peter Schiff's bank did in Puerto Rico. So, and a lot of Puerto Rico banks that were serving the industry suddenly got their accounts yanked. So we got to deal with this. It's Orwellian, unfortunately, and it has to be I think, either or both, a congressional mandate to stop targeting law-abiding businesses that the regulators don't like politically, or a change and a cleaning house of the regulators.
Yeah, and Rick, to your earlier question around, groups leaving the U.S. and and is it too late? I actually think that the banking question is probably should be top of mind when you're thinking about where you're going to launch. Can you find a banking partner, and will you be able to keep that banking partner?
Jeremy, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think a lot of these issues are connected, and I love what's been said. When you're looking at like AI and blockchain and cryptocurrencies, to me, I feel like a lot of folks, particularly in the legislature, in both the state level and the federal level, like Caitlin said, kind of putting their head in the sand. And there needs to be, and even in the legal field, we see this. So we started the task force on artificial intelligence for California Lawyers Association. And even in that context, it's very difficult to get lawyers to adopt the technology, right? Because there's a certain way of doing things. So I just say that, again, we need to get legislators to do their job, and we need to have there used to be this sort of aspect in the country where you had a law and it was applied equally, right? And now you see these banks being shut down, and it's like, we can't do that. It can't be politically based. So, great point.
Yeah, I think each of you raised some really good points, and I think from the perspective of somebody who's worked with a lot of clients in this space, I think a lot of them do feel targeted, and it's
Totally.
yeah. And I think where we're going to start running into more issues is the further and further you push away this industry, I don't know if they'd want to come back. I mean, we see companies like A16Z that have left, and I say this as a U.S.-based attorney. I want these businesses here. I want them built here. But when I talked, to some clients and they're telling me about all these great different things they want to do, they want to launch a token, I have to say, hey guys, you probably can't do that here, right? And it pains me. So I'm hopeful that, obviously discussions like this and engaging with legislators both at the federal and state levels will help drive, these discussions forward. I'm a big proponent also of education as well. I think our legislators and those in government and regulatory agencies do need to be educated. And I think the conundrum here is that actually a lot of them actually are educated and do understand the technology more than we're led to believe, but I still think they obviously have certain agendas regardless of that knowledge. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of what happens next, but we are out of time, so I want to thank all of my fellow panelists for taking the time, and thank you guys so much for listening.
Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support.
That's it. Oh, you want to? Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Day one of Rare Evo is officially closing down. So please begin to close down your booth, exit the expo hall, get ready to have a good time tonight. Cheers, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support. Interested in partnering with Rare Network for media, marketing, and event production? Take your projects to the next level. Book a meeting today with one of our team members. Visit rarenetwork.io and join us in shaping the future of Web3. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. Thank you for your support. Discover Rare Socials, happening worldwide at a blockchain event near you. From Paris to Dubai, Austin to Token 2049 Singapore. Find a Rare Social at your next event. Connect with innovators and explore new opportunities. We look forward to seeing you at the next Rare Social. Get ready for the ultimate Rare Evo closeout party at Omnia Nightclub this Saturday night. This will be an unforgettable night featuring the sensational Zed. Don't miss out. All ticketed Rare Evo attendees get in free. Contact us for VIP table and bottle service packages. Visit rareevo.io for more details. See you there. Enjoying the event? Fire up that wallet and delegate your ADA to Rare Stake Pool. For over 3 years, Rare has been committed to providing high-quality staking services. And we're now Chang Hard Fork ready. Thank you for your support.